Stocks a little change here to start things off so far this morning. Cautious approach ahead of CPI data, inflation print alert coming up at 8:30 this morning. We'll get the latest reading on inflation, which, given what is going on in the world, could be an interesting day for the overall market. Oil back to the upside. More headlines coming out of the Middle East in general, but regarding the tensions around this war that are suggesting things might not be as finalized or complete as we were led to believe late in the day yesterday. That caused a big rally in both stocks itself and then a big sell-off for oil. We'll talk on that coming up. Oracle, the big mover individually this morning to the upside in a pretty big way here on the back of a really, really good earnings report. Impressive numbers right across the board here, gapping to the upside on top of what happened after the close yesterday. We're getting a nice little uptick here at the moment. Some of the energy names not doing a heck of a lot, but I was just reading Bank of America. There's a couple other analysts coming out saying, everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. We're not sure that things are as wrapped up as I mentioned.
Yeah, it's quite interesting today, Brendo, especially with the holdout in the Republican Party. I think it's Tom Tillis. He doesn't want to advance the Kevin Warsh nomination. So this whole inflation thing is so convoluted from many angles. I just want to mention one thing real quick. Nvidia is going to invest $2 billion in Nebius, NBIS, and it's rocketing up on that news, up 8%. So something to watch out for there for the market movers.
Another day, another Nvidia deal.
Yeah, another
shocking.
Another $2 billion thrown around. There's a whole lot to talk about, though. I mean, there's no shortage here. KMX up nicely here in the pre-market. CarMax on the back of possible investment here by Starboard Capital, looking to take an activist look there. AAPL, one of Neil's picks, reported earnings after the bell yesterday is down 10 1/3, but they were very bullish. I was telling Sean off camera, they were extremely bullish on the call. But Sean, obviously pointing out, not bullish enough, Brendo, because we're down 10 1/3 here, but management sounded very exuberant.
I don't know what you would have to say at this point to really get the market to like anything really, but NBIS, absolute rocket ship right now. Still moving on that Nvidia headline. Just real quick, here's what's expected as far as the inflation data is coming at again 8:30 if you missed it. 0.3 was the prior, if you remember. We are expecting a downtick, which could be dangerous given what's happening. 0.2% is the expected month-over-month number. Core inflation on the year-over-year, 2.5%. That is expected to come out exactly in line with expectations or flat. 2.4 on the prior headline number. 2.4 again expected for this one. But the month-over-month, we are expecting a slight downtick, so we'll see what happens.
I've been reading a lot of articles specifically around AI and how they're expecting AI to be deflationary. But a lot of the analysts are saying, look, it's not going to be deflationary in the short term. You can't look at it on a month-to-month print. What we mean by deflationary is over the long term, the intermediate term, the longer term, 3, 4, 5-year outlook, because costs going to go down, hiring comes down. If hiring comes down, then there's not as much money to spend in the free market, right? So then prices tend to drop a little bit because demand drops. So it should be interesting to see if that actually leads to deflation. But a lot's been made about that in the short term, and I don't think that's going to happen.
And the other side of that argument, which all of these companies seem to be leaning on really heavily, is the more production, the efficiency side of things that they're saying, yes, we may lose some jobs, but the output is going to be exponentially higher, which could or should offset that. But let's see what happens. So, I mean, a lot to come in the next hour alone. But again, if you're just joining this one, taking the headlines so far this morning, NBIS, that is now a $8 move, straight higher on a $100 stock here, teaming up with Nvidia. Good morning, guys.
It's funny. Brennan started and said, what does the market want to see to have these stocks go up? And I think the word Nvidia, I think, works for now. And then there goes NBIS up 10%, and it's a good call. And I actually heard it in my ear just as we went on air. And it's only a $2 billion investment. I mean, we've seen CoreWeave, Nebius, a lot of these companies take money from Nvidia and the likes, and there it goes upside again. And it looks like it wants to break this 110. So congratulations on Nebius dip buyers into the 200 period moving average, because here we go again, man. And I actually wanted to look at, I was talking to this about Sharif, because, AVAV, AeroVironment, obviously we mentioned it. here on the show a couple times. You're down here into 200 bucks today. And I said to Sharif, this is back to May of 24 levels right now, if we go back as far as we can here on this trade. Like drones and the way this, like they build these kamikaze drones, which basically just target areas and just run right into them and blow up, basically some of those videos that you've been seeing online and whatnot. And I think that, you know, despite what we see with, you know, this heavy artillery, I mean, there's always going to be need for that. I wonder if AVAV, and again, their numbers weren't the greatest, and we're going to go over them. They missed on the top and the bottom line, which is why it's down 10%. I did not hear the call, but apparently something relatively bullish talk here on the call about backlogs and everything with the government. So, I don't know, man, I'm in Palantir, and this name to me, and I mean, we just looked, it's too bad because when I announced Big Bear AI as a pick, it's the only one that we're down on, and also this AVAV, it was just kind of near the top, and a lot of these names have come right back in. So I'm wondering if this is potentially a great buy the dip opportunity here on AeroVironment coming in today at this $200 mark right now. So we'll see if it can hold that. But yeah, welcome, Obi. I'm taking a little bit of a more cautious play here because we have CPI at 8:30. Yeah. So I don't know if I want to write down any levels yet on what like big names to look at. Obviously, we're going to be looking at Oracle today. I think that's going to be exciting to trade. I put a note out there. Oil's kind of, right now we'll have to wait for a move.
Same story as yesterday. You're gonna have to wait for some sort of news, some sort of developments to come out to take scalps off of USO there on the crude oil trade. I'm watching this NBIS, pretty interesting there. Partner to scale full stack AI cloud with Nvidia and trading above, I guess, some weekly resistance. I'm seeing at 110.50s. It's at 106s here. Not too much volume just yet, but again, the news just came out, so just shy of 1 million shares traded here I have on board. But yeah, Oracle definitely on watch. Absolutely crazy move there in the Blue Ocean session. As well. We almost got up to 170. There was actually, funny enough, there was a buyer that was here. I'll pull up the chart. We can talk about it. It was actually pretty crystal clear kind of action here on Oracle last night. So this here is a 5-minute chart. You can see here. Let's just go down to the 1 minute because this is really where it kind of started to happen. You know, VWAP in and around here, 162.50s is a stack of like 5,000 shares, and then they just started chasing it up. 10,000 shares. It was around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Look at that move after hours.
Look at this move. There was 10,000 shares just chasing it up, and sometimes just not getting filled. Right, and then it's just, obviously traders are going to front run that, pushing it even higher and higher. 169.38 was the high there, and then at around around 10 o'clock, 10:45-ish, we got that pullback. 9:45, we got that pullback there into VWAP, and then settling down after around 10 o'clock. So. Great move on Oracle. I don't know if it's gonna get back to 170 in the open session, but there was definitely some solid demand there. It kind of makes sense. They had a pretty solid report, forward outlook.
Yeah, nothing wrong with their report, I don't think. We'll get some comments later. We know. I see Adara already in the chat talking a little bit about Oracle, so we'll see. And it's up 10%, so we'll see what happens here today with ORCL, again, off the back of a decent report. All right, well, better than decent, obviously, as finally some good news for them. All right, oil, there it is, man. We said it wasn't doing a whole heck of a lot, and it's up 5%. Is it doing something? Sure, it's trying to go, and it's trying to break through right now this $87 mark. So we're trying to hold out right now. Hey, it's Randy, and he's got some clementines. Are those pears?
Thank you, Randy.
Ooh. Pears, we like that one. Right there, 87.50 right here. So we're going to see if we can break through that. It looks like we are trending a little higher here. So I think I'm going to write down USO long at some point today for the oil trade. They're cutting reserves. you know, this Strait of Hormuz doesn't seem to be settled anytime soon, or won't be settled anytime soon. Some fake reports and then some real reports, and we're just going to wait to see where it goes from here. But I actually like this trade, breaking now through 87 and trying to go a little longer. Could probably take this even right now. You and I talked about this yesterday. You know, the markets are open. It doesn't really, don't have to wait for 9:30. The thing is, with CPI coming through, you know, that could be, as an inflation print, could definitely affect the move here in oil, right? I mean, it won't affect the supply side, but it'll affect the demand side. So we'll see what's going on there. And then I'm noticing this too today, man. Another mover right here, silver, Obi, downside right now. That's trying to break a little lower here right now as well. See if we can get back into the 76 area where there might be some buyers. But right now, 78 and change for silver. And that's looking like it wants to go a little lower there as well. But yeah, look, a few things to trade. Not too many on the equity side of things. What I'm seeing right now, we do have some Amazon news there. They're raising another 40 billion or so in the debt market. Will Bloomberg Terminal, thanks David Clark, will Bloomberg Terminal get it wrong on future PPI, CPI, Nvidia, and technology? Will Nvidia and technology trend up past the future Bloomberg Terminal, PPI, and CPI? Past the future Bloomberg Terminal. Why are we talking about Bloomberg Terminals here? Will Bloomberg Terminal get it wrong? What are they predicting here? I mean, we could, I haven't really looked at what people are thinking about here. PPI, CPI, Nvidia, I think this is what we're looking at today. Will Nvidia and technology trend up past the future Bloomberg Terminal, PPI and CPI? All right, so with the inflation prints today, we will have to see where they come in, hot or not. That used to be a website, I think. I already said to Sharif, I think Nvidia and tech is about to enter a little bit of a bullish phase here. Tech names are generally thought of as defensive plays. All right, these guys are sitting on, you know, unbelievable amounts of cash. We know where the world's going. The revenues are through the roof. Obviously, the capex, they're spending a lot, they're raising a lot, and their PEs now are getting to be a little reasonable, considering how could you have Walmart's PE at 45 and Amazon at 25? So you there's something about what we're doing right now in tech land that I believe we are getting ready to start to go again. And you can trade the Roundhill ETF, the MAGs. You can trade individual names like an Amazon or a Google, which I tend to think is the best of them all. But there's been a little bit of depression in these stock prices, and I believe it's about time. So I want to sort of start to, you know, ring the bell here on possible, you know, Mag 7 type buys happening now. I just think they've been beat up a little bit too much. So that's what I think, David Clark. And if that's what your sort of convoluted message was leaning towards, yes, and I do believe that the future is strong in the tech plays, regardless of what these inflation numbers will print. But yeah, they'll lead the way today anyways. I know you look at the CPI, of course, and we'll just wait to see how
we'll wait to see how it comes out here.
You're very focused over there, I noticed.
Yeah, no, I'm in this. I don't think the position board is.
Oh, you're in something.
Is updated here. I'm just trying to, you know, just to get a feel for this NBIS here as it continues to hold up pretty nicely. We'll see if it holds this 105 area as of right now. 105 halves, I think I have the anchored in and around 104s as well. But yeah, no, just new developing news, pretty interesting stuff here with NBIS. I already saw some people kind of talking about it last, I think it was it last night or earlier this morning on a post that is it NBIS and a couple other names may be interesting with Nvidia here. Okay, David Clark, I am no longer questioning Nvidia and technology. Okay, all right. I never really questioned them.
I like Nvidia. I like all these names. So I think, David, you are onto something right there today. So we have 30 minutes. 15 minutes. If you guys grab our watch list today, you're going to see it right onto here. It's out already, by the way, completely free. FREE. Here it is right here. Core, maybe we can zoom in just a bit. Here it goes. Core CPI coming out 8:30. It's all in here, right? And then we got little Feds Bowman going to be coming through as well. So the numbers are right here. We'll figure out, what the expectations are. We've got them right there. You asked us, so they're in here, pretty close to what was prior. Excuse me, the year over year for February, 2.5, the month over month, a little lower there as well, 0.2 versus 0.3. But that's what we're looking for right now, the 2.4 to 2.5 number here on the CPI for February year over year, right? So I'm looking at the core. We'll include X autos and things like that, but you're just gonna watch out for the CPI print coming out at 8:30, and will reflect the numbers in the Fed rate watch tool, which is now, Obi, 1 week away. Okay. So where will you be 7 days, 5 hours, 44 minutes from now? I know where I will be, sitting here talking with all of y'all about no rate cut whatsoever. 99.3, I don't know if the last time, how much closer to 100 can you get right here? 99.3% chance of absolutely nothing happening. But that's not what it's about, right? It's about the talk, what's been scratched, what they're talking about moving forward, what the expectations are in the upcoming meetings. As now, actually, didn't I hear, Sharif and Brendan, something about how, I think you just mentioned some dissent there, that Warsh is getting a little bit of,
pushback.
Pushback, good word. I was going to say fireback. I don't know if that was the right word there, but pushback on that nomination. Is that what you guys are hearing as well back there?
Yeah, I don't think there's a very good reason for it at this point. It just seems like, with everything else going on, they're taking their time to make sure they delay it as long as possible, potentially. But we're coming up to the second last one here. So, time's ticking.
I forget the name of the senator. It's eluding me at the moment, but he did meet with Kevin Warsh yesterday on a personal basis, and basically came out and said really nothing that Kevin Warsh can say is going to, alleviate his concern. Yeah. Because his concern is less with the individual and more about the process of nomination. I'm assuming here his objections to this are the independence of the Fed, and he feels possibly that Kevin Warsh won't be as independent as one should be and will likely take directions for President Trump. I'm assuming that that's what it is. We'll have to wait and see whether he's able to be persuaded one way or another. But a Republican holdout obviously creates a little bit of trouble because you have to assume the Democrats are going to be pushing back as well.
How much of this is semantics, though, at this point? And, it's just the process that we're going to go through here. But, time's ticking. We'll see. May is right around the corner for our friend Fed Chair Powell. We're going to miss him. I'm going to miss those press conferences.
Yeah. Good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And the market tanks.
Yeah.
Amazon chopping around here this morning. Nothing big as far as headlines for Amazon today, but there was some rumblings late in the day yesterday about Anthropic specifically coming to market sooner than later. I did read a note last night, later on in the evening, regarding a hedge fund that has completely sold their position in Microsoft in favor of Amazon. And it seemed like, they didn't come out and say it, but it seemed like it was ahead of this potential Anthropic IPO.
Interesting.
And as you've seen the narrative around OpenAI kind of shift towards Anthropic in the last couple of months, or even 6 to 8 months, you got to wonder. It's not a bad idea.
No, and I think that, Sean just mentioned the PE for Amazon relative to Walmart. Obviously, that's not the angle for Amazon that we're taking, but the point is it's kind of trading relatively cheaply. I know 25 is not historically cheap, but not a bad look. And we also know Bill Ackman has very aggressive concentrated risk in that, so he's not the only one. With respect to this story, Amazon wins an early court ruling against Perplexity's new AI browser. I think it's called Comet AI browser. So a U.S. federal judge issued a preliminary injunction blocking Perplexity's Comet AI browser from accessing Amazon's website. Amazon had filed a lawsuit in California, Brendo, claiming Perplexity deliberately concealed the identity of its automated agents so they could scrape the retailer's site despite restrictions. And we all know how angry these tech companies get when you mess around with their API.
I can confirm that is indeed true. I've actually been using Comet the past couple of weeks, and it's different, but it's not bad. It's very, very quick. And it gives you essentially they call it the assistant, but it gives you essentially Perplexity in the right panel. and then your normal web search in the main panel. But no, it does. It goes and looks for links and stuff like that. So they're absolutely doing that. But I mean, I think this is going to end up being a multi-horse race. It is not going to be, one or even two or three. This is going to be 4 or 5 or 6.
I hate to draw these parallels because it dates me and it makes me look archaic, but don't you remember the early days of the internet, Lycos, Excite, Web Crawler, what else am I thinking? Yahoo. There was just a plethora of them. Then, I mean, does anybody really use anything other than Google now?
No one, literally
and so I totally see this as just, normal progression, then you right size later.
On that, let's get some options idea with Joe.
How about Ask Jeeves, Sharif? All right, that was in my early days. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday. We're going to kick things off, guys, with a name that reported after the bell yesterday, and that's going to be Oracle. A substantial move here, guys, with open interest, and this is going to be leading on next week's expiration cycle. So there's going to be some interesting things that we're going to touch on here momentarily. So open interest, this is going to be the largest out of this week and next week's expiration cycle, 34,200 contracts at that specific zone, 170 that is, and then the volume around 9,090. So that's nothing horrible whatsoever, and 9, sorry. But I mean, weapon. All right, anyways. Okay, so once again, next Friday is the expiration cycle, and then we got a $15 spread there. I'm going to suspect that these contracts are going to jump just due to the fact that this is taken after the right around the close. So the factor and the increase within these contracts isn't in yet, okay? So Delta sitting on that 22 metric, that's going to probably be closer to at the money now, and then we'll see the increase in the contracts after the bell, and then your at the money IV sitting around 90.7%. All right, so you're going to see the implied volatility kick in off of that earnings report. Now, as for NVDA, we were talking about this. Open interest sitting around 266,000. That's substantial, okay? This is some of the largest open interest that I've personally seen, especially on this name. And even if you go a couple strike price lower, you're going to see 100,000, 134,000. I mean, that's almost double. So there's a very large amount of size at this $200 mark, expiring not this Friday, next Friday. Okay, and we're sitting on a $2 spread. Remember on the short discussion that we had yesterday on intrinsic and extrinsic value, understand what you're trying to achieve when you are trading your options contracts. Your delta metric, considering it's so far out of the money, it's sitting around 12, that's nothing substantial, and you have very little gamma exposure as well too. So at the money IV, 44.5%, that's nothing substantial. So I mean, that's relatively I would say modest for NVDA, and we're just kind of sitting around the norm. So not too bad of a look there. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Right. Yeah, thanks, Joe. I wanted to go over here and see what you guys were looking to trade today. I put it out here on Twitterverse. Good morning, CPI out at 8:30. So we're going to figure out what to trade early here. Everyone's going short, so I guess I'm going to go long, says Al Tony. I think that might be a good one. What's up, Sebastian? Hope you're doing well. Short day today, silver, oil, gold. I think that's something that Obi and I sort of identified already. AMD and CRML, so we like that from GIM. And then Aaron going sort of chalk here, AMD, Nvidia, and oil. That's kind of my playlist almost every day, it seems like these days. So, but yeah, good little look there on the options plays. Upgrades and downgrades will be later. We'll get that going. Uber with a deal with Zook, right there, ZOOX. I put K in the chat. Teaming up, getting robo-taxis in Las Vegas. Obi. So the next time you're in Las Vegas, you can grab an Uber, and it could possibly be a robo-taxi. So that came through there, and you get a nice little move up there for Uber now, up 4%, and trying to battle off some of the bottoms there as well for Uber. I mean, this is where I think Uber can, look, I mean, it's been bad. I own this name, and it's been long in the portfolio for quite a while. But at the end of the day, it's not really performing that well right here in this environment. Another name that I think can participate in the tech bounce that I think is about to happen. So I do like Uber down here at some of these levels. $70 seems to be good to me. But again, like, you're catching the falling knife a lot of the time here with some of these names. I didn't actually even look at what Uber's PE is. The fact that Marvell's PE is 24, I can't. I think the best stock right now in the market is Marvell. So, all right, here's Uber right now, 21 forward PE on Uber, current PE of just 15. So like, honestly, these guys are still, in my opinion, a growth name. There still is a lot of opportunity. I know it's a pretty mature company, but I think they can grow into the robo-taxi space. I think they can, you know, like you said, the deal with Zook, the deal with Waymo eventually, with hopefully something happening with Elon Musk and robo-taxis. That's really the fear, is that nothing happens there at all. And Elon just releases an app, undercuts Uber prices, and everybody loves the robo-taxi and stops taking Ubers. So I guess there is a downside play for Uber. This is not a name that I'm going to be buying any dips in, but a name that I still continue to hold and don't plan on selling. But Uber there up 4%. And I don't know, what do you think about the future of Uber?
I think if they adapt well to the whole self-driving thing, I think they definitely have a pretty strong future there. But yeah, no, I don't have really any strong opinions on it. I haven't looked at the chart. I guess until now, since it got that spike, going on the watch list for sure now. But let's take a look at what it's doing on I guess a higher frame right here. This chart will load. Maybe this chart here.
What is that, Uber?
I don't know, it's kind of lagging right now. Okay, yeah, here we go. So we can go to a weekly. Yeah, let's see where it's gapping up into 75.10s in the pre-market here. Okay, so I guess my stuff is frozen right now. So we can take a look at some of those a little bit later. NBIS, I kind of gave it back to break even here. Now we're breaking out of those 107s, those pre-market highs as of right now. So it seems like, you know, not the best there. I did have a risk down into like 105 halves, and I saw that it wasn't really doing too much, but wasn't willing to hold on to it. Unfortunate, comes into 107s. You can see some size showing up at that 107s as of right now here. NBIS, that is on the NASDAQ. So there you go. So let's throw on a little bit of a size filter there so we can get a look-see at some of that size at 107. So a few thousand shares, nothing too crazy in the pre-market right now. Last time I mentioned it was doing about 1 million. Now it's doing about 2 million shares. So we'll see how the story unfolds as the day goes on here. Charts are okay. I have the weekly chart on now, but okay, cool. Yeah, let's see where this is standing. Well, I do have some, I guess some levels marked off from a little earlier here. Where are we sitting right here? So we did kind of break this trend I have drawn on here from about January of 2023. Pretty strong trend. Yeah, technically kind of broken, but if you look at trend, higher highs and higher lows, we're still technically making higher lows, even on this bit of a bounce here. So prior resistance sitting at 78 and some change. We'll see if that comes into fruition today on this Uber news. As of right now, there goes 107 on NBIS. This is, interestingly enough, Sean, it pulled back to its anchored VWAP quite nicely in and around here, right where I got out. This should be an add, if anything. The hold of that 104s and some change, and then 105 consolidation, and then a push towards 107. So decent move there, but kind of fumbled the ball there to start off the game on the day today. So we'll see. Where's the next trade is what I'm asking. And NBIS definitely giving us some good opportunities as of right now. There's some size on the bid chasing it up as well. Let's drop this down to 1,000 right here so we can kind of see that size a little bit better. But yeah, 108s, 109s.
I mean, nothing wrong with looking at names that are active,
yeah.
You know, I mean,
exactly.
And, you know, taking a swing and a miss sometimes will happen, and we'll be back in. And that's why, you know, like you were saying, you don't put up too much risk here in the pre-market as these names go around. All right, Brendan, Sharif, we got 30 seconds. So why don't we go up to you guys now and get ready for the CPI print, looking at 2.5.
Yeah, we'll have a look here at what we are expecting. First off, as you mentioned, just under 30 seconds to go here, 0.3%. Again, on the month-over-month core number expected, 2.5 for core inflation on the year-over-year number. The headline number expected to be 2.4%. All of those exactly in line with expectations. The only one to be careful of here is the month-over-month number. On the core side of things, expected to see a little bit of a downtick in the current environment. Again, that could be a bit of a challenge, but we'll wait and see how these come out. Again, the past couple of these prints, we've seen a 0.1% up, 0.1% down kind of a move, really nothing significant. There's the headline number, 2.4% was the headline number, so exactly in line with expectation. Core inflation actually lower, so 0.2%, which is in line with expectations, but again, a 0.1% decline on the month-over-month basis. So that's good, 2.5% on the year-over-year number for core inflation. Again, exactly in line with expectations, guys. How's the market?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could come back here and say the market was doing anything important here, but as an expected number comes out there, as you mentioned, 2.525 year over year, and I see month over month as 3 versus 3 there as well. So basically, as expected, all over the place. So what does the SPY do? This right there, nothing. Yeah, I was just looking at it here, what I see on, so Brendan just said core was down slightly. So yeah, I mean, I guess the slight number down gives us a little bit of a bump up into the 678. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's literally a absolute nothing burger. So we can go ahead and start to now work on our sticky note because it doesn't look like the market really wants to do anything right here, Obi. It's good to see that everything's in line pretty much as expected there. So we don't get any like war kind of, threat on the CPI number. But remember, it still is backdated. It's almost like the next CPI print will have more of the effect of oil and, some of these commodity prices, gas and all that kind of stuff baked into that print, not this current print. So this one coming out as expected right here. I'm not seeing anything worthy of a talk there. CPI 2.4 versus 2.4 year over year I'm seeing as well. So yeah, not much for me. Is there any stocks that are catching your eyes right now?
No, nothing crazy. I'm just seeing that the NASDAQ, we were talking about that, how we've just been chopping around that 25K mark. Even on that CPI, nothing crazy happening here. So yeah, I'm curious to know what's happening in some other places. NBIS moving around, Uber might be something a little bit later. Yeah, there's
the story that Brendan was mentioning there. I just found it on our headline board there. So actual 2 versus 3. So that's a little bit of a bigger number there. And here is, and I'll push this up as well. There it is. U.S. Thanks, Fabian, for building this, by the way. Here's the core CPI year over year. So 2.5 versus 2.5, previous 2.5. So what's your favorite number? 25. And a big shout out to Bam Adebayo yesterday. I thought I woke up and it was a joke. Don't worry about this, Obi. I got this. Okay. He's plays for the Miami Heat. He's a basketball player. Yes. And I didn't even realize that he last night, even as this was happening, he dropped 83 points, the second most in NBA history, surpassing, obviously, the great Kobe Bryant, who dropped 82 on the Raptors' head a few years before he retired. So shout out to Wilt Chamberlain, still holding the record. I believe it's 125 points or something for Wilt Chamberlain, something ridiculous like that. But congratulations to the fans of the Miami Heat and Bam Adebayo. And I also want to say congratulations to the #1 baseball nation in the world, Italy. They beat the United States yesterday, 8-6 in Houston. I didn't even know Italy had a baseball team. And they just took down #2 ranked, although Neil said they're #1 ranked. I believe Japan right now, #1 ranked. But anyways, crazy. That's what can show you. Anything can happen in sports. Even the USA hockey team can beat the Canadian hockey team. All right, with that being said, let's go back over the desk before I get hate on the chat. But yeah, what a wild day for sports, man. Yesterday, absolutely crazy. Oh, I did see, Sharif, that we had Ronda Rousey versus...
Yes.
What do you think about... Is that going to be boxing or that's
Jake Paul's
MMA?
doing that.
Is that MMA?
I think it's boxing, right, Joey? Are they boxing? I saw it yesterday, Sean. I think Jake Paul's organizing it as
well, he's the only one that pays female fighters, so it's good for that. And then I saw he wants to fight Francis Ngannou.
That would be a great fight, actually. Given, look, Joshua knocks out Ngannou, right? And then, well, Jake Paul goes, I don't want to say the distance, but he goes a few rounds with Anthony Joshua. So I wouldn't mind seeing that.
That guy's a monster.
He is a monster. He's a big guy. In boxing, though, not MMA.
Right, which he switched to.
He switched to.
Going back a year or two ago. We're getting on time here. Let's bring in Luis. He's standing by, waiting patiently, and we'll talk about some small cap ideas for today. Good to see you as always, Luis. It's been a busy week as far as these are concerned. A couple moving around already this morning. DOMO, a few people mentioning already. I'm sure you've been looking at this one.
Yeah, we have been looking at this one, as you say. It is not the typical stock that we like because, first of all, the catalyst is an earnings play, so it's about earnings today. And we don't like either because it has 85% institutional ownership, so it is very likely that it will trade different as the way we like. Saying that, we will short this one in front of VWAP. Sorry, I get a lot of fan on the chat because I say VWAP because I'm Spanish, you know. So
don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. Go for it.
No, it's okay. It's a way to improve. So we will short this against VWAP, and if it goes over VWAP and pre-market highs, we will avoid because, as I say, earnings play, it's not our expertise, and it has 85% institutional ownership. It's like a big red flag for us.
Why don't you just double click on that just real quick? What does that mean exactly for anyone hearing that term for the first time? And why would it affect the price action once the market opens?
Well, it means that 85% of the float is owned by institutionals. So it is not free to buy and sell, let's say, so easy as the free float. So if they want to sell or buy more stock, they have to do some requirements to the SEC and so on. So it's not free float. That means the float is lower and it's more manipulative movement. It is not so much up and down, so much noise, as we like to call, in the movement of the stocks. When you have over 50, 60% institutional ownership, the movements are more linear. It is not so much fighting bids and offers and buying and selling. So we try to avoid this kind of movements.
On the small cap side of things, typically the liquidity ends up being or lack thereof maybe, ends up being the biggest driver of the day. What else is on your list here? What are you looking at this morning?
We have some tickers. Beside DOMO, we have CYN, this one. Very interesting. We are shorting this against previous resistance, 210, 220. We will short against these levels. And if you go to the chart, we have a very important level to short against there. As you can see here, 210 to 20, we will short. We have already short this one against this level, and we will do it again if it goes back at that price. And also, it's very important. We check the data, as you know, always, and this has almost 80% red close probability over 23 gaps up since 2020. So that gives you a lot of confidence that if it's gapping up over 20%, it will close red from the open 80% of the times. And if you are shorting against resistance, you are adding more probability on your sides,
So when you say that 80% of the time you get a red close on this specific name on a gap higher, is there a minimum threshold you're looking at there? If it's 2% or 1.5%, that's just a pass, correct?
Well, yeah, it's a pass, but let's say that we always backtest gaps over 20%, and the statistics says around 60-65% of the gappers up over 20%, they close red from the open. Okay, so if it's over the 60%, you are above the average, and if you are below the 60%, you are below the average of gapping up, closing red or green during the day. So in this case, it's 15 points over the average. So it gives you even more confidence than the 66-65% that already closed red.
A few other names moving around here. One that's been on a multi-day run here, ACXP. Any thoughts on this one? I mean, it had a initial pop a couple of days ago.
It was very interesting yesterday, by the way. It's a trade that we call VWAP Reclaim, and we have a movement up, okay, against these previous pre-market highs. As you can see, we have a lot of movement when the market opened against this previous resistance. You could short it there, of course, but check this. During the day, the volume just dropped dramatically, but the price hold pretty nice, the VWAP. Okay, so if the price is holding VWAP for 2, 3, 4 hours, the price is not fading, the volume is very low. At some moment, shorts are gonna get stuck. As the day goes by, they need to close because probably they will not want or they will not be able because of compliance to hold overnight, because of the risk it has to hold short in a small cap overnight, they will have to close. So when we reclaim the VWAP, when we beat the VWAP again on the way up, this is a very tricky moment for shorts. They start to close. Look at this huge volume here closing against highs of the day. And again, after market, it breaks and it goes, it goes, it goes. Today, we expected this to run overnight because shorts were getting stuck and longs take the control of the stock. And now we will short it only if it fights VWAP. We are waiting for a pop here, 350, 360, and short against this resistance.
Luis, when you see that sustained volume over a couple of days and the stock still holding higher, holding higher, holding higher, on the short side, that's got to be a red flag initially when you're looking at something like that.
Yeah. I mean, you have to look for confirmations. If it's trading below pre-market highs, if it's getting lower and lower volume from previous day, it's better to go short. If the volume is holding and the price is holding, there might be something that we don't know in the company. It's not always about about technical analysis, about the small cap microstructure of the movement. Sometimes it's really fundamentals behind. Maybe this company has something very important and it's gonna keep going higher for days or weeks or months. So at some moment, if the stock keep holding for days, we forget about the microstructure of the small caps and we just look for fundamentals.
And that usually ends up being the time where you get that really nice final, day where it just gives up and you get the huge retracement.
Yeah, it's like a multi-day play and you wait. And probably when all the volume goes to other stocks or other sectors, you look for this crazy fade. We have seen it in the commodities lately, silver and now in the oil, of course. So it's the same in the stocks.
Anything else top of your mind here this morning?
Yeah, we have this MXPL today. We are shorting this one against this previous resistance, 70, 75. Okay, there was a nice short. This is not in the non-compliant bid price, so that means they are not asked by the Security and Exchange Commission or NASDAQ regulators to go over $1. They don't have this, so it's a good way to short against this resistance. And on the other side, we have SCNX. This one, it has bid price compliance, so they have to go over $1. Let me check dates. I think it was 20th of April or something like that, but they have only 1 month to go over $1. So if this stock is holding above this resistance, it might check the dollar to regain this compliance requirement. We have an example yesterday. It was LGVN, I think. Oh, look at this. It was popping over this resistance, 65.70 cents. And when we read the headlines, they had bid price requirement for 23rd of March. So they only have a couple of weeks to get over $1. So there it goes, 60, 70 cents to over $1 during the day.
Great stuff. Great insight as always. Luis Barbato joining us from the Real Trading Office over in Barcelona. Luis back with us at lunchtime once again with the guys on the midday show. We'll see you then.
I will be back and we have some news. As we spoke yesterday, we can talk about it in the afternoon. It will be great.
Definitely. Thanks, Luis.
Thank you, Brandon.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's run through some of the analyst actions here before we have a special guest, I believe. So let's start things off with some downgrades, guys. AVAV getting its price target lowered from $400 to $350 by Citizens. And then we have CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines here, $40 to $35. You can see that we're all negative. AVAV down almost over 10% here this morning. Coles reporting yesterday, Robert W. Baird also giving them the downgrade here, guys, $24 to 20 with a neutral rating as well. And Lululemon, the Canadian company, down roughly 0.4%, getting its price target lowered to $184. Now, moving forward, Oracle up a staggering 10% this morning, guys. Price target increased from $313 to $319. And then we have NEO as well, to neutral to a buy. INTU also getting the nod, guys, down 0.1%. Price target being low, increased from $670 to $700. And then we have AT&T with a price target increase to $28, going from a sell to a neutral weight, guys.
All right, let's jump right in here to a conversation with Raheem is here. We'll go from one to the next here. It's been a busy week as far as energy is concerned. It's been a busy week for you. Going back to last week on the mining side of things, give me your quick PDAC wrap up here. How are you feeling, first of all?
Feeling great.
Enough sleep?
And caught up on sleep.
Nice.
Yeah, for sure. Caught up on sleep on the weekend, despite some elevator issues at our place. Caught up on sleep and caught up with emails from the entire week. People are like, I emailed you. I'm like, you emailed during PDAC. Like, there's no chance of getting back to you. But we've caught up on life, caught up on everything, and it was a great week here in Toronto.
If you had to sum it up as far as, compared to maybe the last couple or the last, 2 or 3, as far as opportunities maybe go,
right,
what would you say?
I think there are a couple of clear delineations on this PDAC relative to post. First, we haven't had a sentiment like this in probably a dozen years. There were people from all over the world, and just everyone knows it's the largest mining conference in the world. 40,000 people come into Toronto, and the sentiment was extremely buoyant. There were obviously the funny guys who were like, yeah, I was finally right about the thing that I called 6 years ago. A broken clock gets to be right twice a day, and because gold's gone up to 5,000, obviously his gold company has gone up, and he thinks it's because of him. So, let's take those people out of the equation. A lot of buoyancy, a lot of opportunity, a lot of money being raised, M&A. The thing that was different this year, though, in terms of the country presence that came in, and the U.S. I haven't seen a presence this big from the U.S. in quite some time, and I know we've talked about it here. The Ex-Im banks, Department of War, Department of Energy, that are making investments into mining companies, into the MP Materials of the world, and they're going into Canadian companies now, they're going into UK companies even. So the American delegation was bigger than I've ever seen. There was one breakfast that they had with the ambassador and the director of the National Security Council. The Department of War, Ex-Im Bank, DFC, and just the audience that came in from the mining community that wanted to hear what the U.S. was doing was really great to hear as well, because for us, it's great because they're our neighbors to the south.
For sure.
And if they're now investing in mining and putting that kind of capital to use versus, call it, say, China, who in the past was as aggressive. So it's good to see that there's a different balance and a new paradigm that's coming.
Good. So maybe we'll dig into individual opportunities or individual names coming out of PDAC in the next a couple of weeks here. Let's talk energy, though. It's been top of mind, obviously, for the past couple of weeks here, given what is going on from a macro scale. Again, if you're just joining, what we heard late in the day yesterday turns out not necessarily as positive, maybe, as the market thought it should be. We come in this morning, looks like the Strait of Hormuz has not only has it not been resolved, but it might even be getting worse at this point. So give me your high-level thoughts here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, you listen to different people, and I'm surprised that there's just that many different opinions on exactly what's going to happen next, because nobody knows. I was with some people last week that are politically associated, and they're like, oh, this thing will be done in a couple of days, and a couple of days have gone. They're like, just give it a couple more days, right, and then a couple more days. And so we don't actually know, like none of us obviously know, but to see that oil is sometimes going and it's not going to go, and then the strait's open and it's not open, and it's all going to be finished and it's not. So there is obviously no correct answer, but the thing that this market is showing us, and that we've seen repeatedly, is that the efficiencies with which our audience is trading, and just the world in general is trading on the information that's out there, is so much more rapid.
Yeah.
If you go back to the Iraq war years ago, the market, it was much choppier. You would see different points of highs and lows. And just the reaction here is just so much more fast.
It's incredible. And it's a great point to make. And I mean, you go back to Monday even, or Sunday night really, the oil futures popped to $120 almost. And then a 30% retracement in the next 36 hours is like, that would never happen.
Yeah, you would never see such rapid movement. And I think part of that's also because there's the political side, the obvious political side. But then in the U.S., I was just watching a thing yesterday. Gas in L.A. at one gas station hit $8 a gallon. Yeah, so Sharif's happy he's got his Tesla. It's imagine if you didn't have a Tesla in LA and you pulled into that gas station, you show up and the president is spending money on a lot of things, and then on top of that you're paying $8 a gallon. So there's going to be right sizing that's coming. That's part of the Venezuela thing. That's part of the Iran thing. That's part of all these things that all come together.
And it's almost like overcorrection, like both directions.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's the rapidness of the movement, right?
Yeah.
Because like normally in a trade like this, we would be talking days of what the impact would be. It was like the impact's done, now what?
And I mean, we've had this conversation on the show before, but I mean, a lot of this has to and goes back to the efficiency at which information is distributed at this point.
Yeah.
Information is
immediate. Yeah.
And then the reaction comes, seconds later. So, all right, with this, there's got to be opportunities, as far as the small cap side of things. We'll stick with a few names that are on the small cap end of the market cap scale. I mean, we talked a lot about the XLEs, obviously, Chevron, things like that, when this move initially happened.
Yeah.
Just generally, small caps followed suit, or wasn't as sustained?
I know. I think the large caps is where you obviously saw the movement right away. And it was funny. I was talking to one of my portfolio managers. He said, "I'll call you Friday morning with a couple of oil and gas names." And I didn't hear from him. I thought nothing of it. Looked halfway through the day. I'm like, "Oh my God, I missed the trade. It's already swung." And so I called him Friday after market. He said, I picked up a couple things for you, but I said, okay, Monday. He's like, oh, no, Monday the trade's going to be gone already. Like, we've already missed it. Monday, you got to over-rotate the other way, and you got to go on the swing side of what the NASDAQ's going to be doing. I was like, already?
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, well, we've had the whole weekend to digest all this information that's come, and now Monday's going to be a new trade, right? So the small caps haven't followed as quickly on that side because everyone's focused on the large caps that are out there, right? So that's where the real, the quick money can be made. On the small caps, it's more of a fundamental, do you believe in this thing? And will then, like one of the guests just commented, if oil hits $200, will things change and everybody moves up, right? Like with the gold companies.
What is that line in the sand?
Yeah, exactly. At $2,000 gold, so many companies are profitable. At $6,000 gold, so many more are profitable, right? So.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about a few individual names here. PEY, this is a TSX listed company. And to that point, a daily chart on this one, I lost the chart here, but a daily chart on this one that really hasn't budged. I mean, looks great, obviously, with what has happened, but really hasn't budged in this.
Yeah, no, it had the up move, and then it had the down move, and then it's come back again. So it's gone as high as and as low as, and has retrenched back up after all the oil and gas names were seen dropping back down yesterday. So that was just a name we thought, it's a slightly, in Canada, we'll call it a mid cap, but it's stuck around that $27 level.
Yeah.
Which is nice to see when all the other ones retrenched yesterday.
Vermilion, another one here, VET again, TSX listed stock here in Toronto. Like, if you look at the daily chart simply and then compare that to oil, these stocks have done very, very well compared to the Chevrons, the XOMs that have been a lot more volatile.
Yeah, no, and again, because they're smaller cap, there's just a slightly less of an audience. It's a $1.75 billion company. Stock's trading around $11.50. But these are companies that are actually, they're reducing their debt. Both Peyto and Vermilion, I thought were interesting. Peyto just had their year-end yesterday. Vermilion had it a couple of days ago. So if you want to just get into the weeds on that and see what their guidance is as well, both things are really interesting. Both companies paying their dividends. So if you want to be someone that's got some dividends, got some exposure to oil, these are nice names to play and just kind of keep over there. You don't have to worry about them too much. They're not going to fall off the face of the planet if oil goes the wrong way, and they're not going to. Unfortunately, they're not going to go to the moon if oil goes up to $200. So.
In risk of dating ourselves, you've been around for a few of these types of moves, not only with metals but also with the energy side of things. We've seen, what was it, 140 plus going back to 2020, 2022. What does the other side of this look like specifically for small caps?
So it's just funny because we have seen many of those moves. I was just talking to somebody yesterday. It's like, do you remember when oil went negative?
We were sitting right here. Yeah.
Sitting here,
yeah.
oil went negative. You couldn't give it away.
Yeah.
And there was a company. There's a woman that works for the White House. She started a company, an oil company, during that time, and market cap was this, and sold it for multiples more just a couple of years ago, and has now since joined the White House. So you're getting better quality people going to the White House on the bureaucrat side, which is great to see. But on the small cap side, you know, it's for the small cap guys, it's always the M&A play. Like, are they going to be the takeout target? You know, you want to get some production going. Obviously, it's important. And then closeology, who are your neighbors? Are you going to end up being a takeout target? Or do you have enough differentiated oil that you become interesting for a production play? So those are kind of the lenses that you want to go in, right? Like when we talked about it a few weeks ago when Venezuela happened.
Yeah.
Who was going to be affected? Were the Canadian companies going to be as affected? Is it guys who have production going east? Is it guys who have production going south? There's all those little nuances that come into play.
And obviously more to understand as far as what is happening on the global scale right now to come. For anyone who maybe heard that for the first time and was like, wait, oil went negative, zoom out. This is a monthly chart of crude futures. It's funny, it was April of 2020.
Yeah.
So it's almost to the date. We're coming up obviously to that. Almost to the date.
6 years ago? Wow.
Yeah.
I just call it the COVID time. That was 6 years ago.
Yeah,
wow.
it was
6 years ago. Oil went negative.
It was negative 41.69.
Yeah, and I was
the low.
I was like trying to drive around in the car, like to see if I can fill up gas cans of just gas.
Yeah,
it was so cheap. It went below $1 here.
I remember that very, very well. Great stuff. Rahim, good to see you.
Always.
You're just talking about there when oil did go negative, right? I mean, it was during obviously the time when, you know, the factories were shut down and no one was producing anything, and there was all this glut of inventory, and they were paying people to put it in their backyards, their oil. But
solid trades on the institutional side by some of the bigger players.
yeah, I mean, if you can afford to hold that, and also watching it run down to zero, I mean, they must have made a lot of money on both ends of that scale. But as Rahim said there, you know, broken clock is right twice a day, and yeah, it looks like for some of these gold companies and, you know, mining companies, their day is now. I mean, they've had a lot of get up in the past, you know, 6 months to a year, and you're now seeing that. I mean, even today, we actually talked about silver coming down just slightly a little bit there, but you know, the fact that gold's at 5,000 an ounce. I mean, there's a lot of things right now that could easily create a little bit of a boon in this stock price going higher, as we just said. Looking at some of the commodities that we talk about now, oil far from settled. Gold continuing going higher, and finding a base now, I think. Like, you know, kind of when it's going, I mean, this is kind of gold going parabolic from August to November. I mean, it doesn't look crazy parabolic on a chart, but for gold, you know, to be up, you know, that 20-30% there in 3 months, that was a huge move. We came back in, and we've really supported this 50-period moving average. So I really like GLD over here. I've got the sticky note going out right now, and I've got silver as a short for today. I think we talked about this about an hour ago, right before PPI. That was 78.50. It's now 77.50 now for SLV, as that's going to the downside as well. Copper has been a big play as well, as we talk about data centers and new homes being built and how that's going. You've seen copper continue to make moves higher, although as silver, and you know, we got to take a look at this and take away maybe the last week and a half. But that's a nice dip down, and I think there's buying opportunities here as well as we try to hold out for this 50-period moving average. It hasn't broken it in a year. So there's the break finally right now. But yeah, lots of interesting plays, junior miners as well. Interesting. It's already 8:58. We want to thank Luis Barbado for coming through and talking about some of the small cap names. And of course, one of our favorite guests, Rahim, always well-spoken and a wealth of knowledge in this space. So it's great to have him around, that is for sure. Okay, man, you're still in Nebius, I see. I haven't even been watching it.
I mean, I've been watching it really closely.
Yeah, I know you have. Yeah.
20% short float. I had to go and borrow some inventory as well. Funny enough, I was kind of posting this 107. I'll move this chart out of the way. I'm like more focused on the book than I am on the chart. Yeah, no, this 107. I tried to kind of chase it down. I was posting. Should just be removing liquidity here on the way back down to 107s, because I was willing to get a little blasted through 107s, but that never really came in. I'm like, all right, cool. Let's see if we can get back down in towards a VWAP before the open. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a balance back down into a reversion to the mean. But yeah, I couldn't really get any significant adds in here, so I just have whatever pieces that I took a little bit earlier into 106s. We're still kind of chopping around here, holding that anchored VWAP. That anchored VWAP sitting around 105.53 I'm seeing, and we got 105.60s on the bid here. So we'll see. Again, nothing too crazy here. I'm still waiting for the open to kind of tackle some of these earnings day one ideas here. AVAV, definitely one of them. There's a little bit of a fill on that Nebius down at the anchored right there. So we are printing 50 on the bid as of right now. But AVAV, a little bit of a gap down, looking for that potential continuation here to the downside. Is it going to be SSR? Absolutely yes. So definitely have to watch out for some of those SSR mechanics here. And then on the weekly, what is this looking like? Where are we sitting? Breaking below some multi-month lows below this 200 level here, Sean. So that's what's got me really interested. We haven't seen some of these levels on AVAV since about June of 2025. You can see the strong earnings report. We're pretty much retraced this one right here, and that's from the week of June 23rd of 2025, and that was a strong bid. What percent was that week itself? That week itself was 46%, probably most of it coming in on the earnings report there, and now today's earnings report kind of washing it right back down into an area where, could be interesting. 200 over under is kind of what I'm thinking here. 194.76. So that's one of my ideas for this morning, and it's looking good. Like in the pre-market session, it's doing what I'm looking for. VWAP is held as a bit of resistance.
It's getting down.
I'm going to be looking for maybe a little bit more of this action here as we continue. So we'll see. I guess 200 was the place to get involved, but you had to be there 7 a.m. We'll see on that one.
You are a much different trader than my friend Neil Roberts right there, so it's interesting to hear your views in the pre-market. We hope Neil's doing well. Back next week, enjoying some spring training ball in lovely and extremely warm. As I said, he messaged yesterday, and hey, Randy, how's it going, my guy? You all right? How was your drive in today? Ugly, I know. It was wet and dark and rainy and this morning. I woke up early because I was going to take the TTC in, and then it was too wet and everything, so I just wound up driving there today. But yeah, we was talking about that Tesla. I didn't realize, Sharif, that was you that yelled out that big little scream there when we found out that it was $8 a gallon. I don't know if that's, can somebody confirm that in the chat? That does seem quite unreal. But yeah, as Raheem mentioned there, never better to have a plug-in at these days right now. But yeah, I don't even feel like it's that expensive around here yet. I did see $1.60 though on the way in per liter, so it's getting pricey right now. Was $1.22 to $1.25, I feel like, last week, up to $1.60 a liter here in lovely Toronto. So yeah, man, that's crazy. And I know you have family down there in California. Did they have any EV vehicles, Sharif?
They have none, Katina, man. That's what made me chuckle, because my sister just got the Cayman, but as we know, there's a new EV Cayman, which I was trying to persuade her to buy, and which she insisted in not getting. So I'm going to make sure to point that out to her today.
$8 confirmed in the chat. Also $370 in Tampa, Florida. Sounds pretty good.
No difference in tax, Brendo, between California and Florida. It's the same look.
Let's have a look at the market here.
Sorry, guys, little spiel. Okay, let's have a look over here. 677 and a fifth, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're below it a fraction right now. We're down 0.13. So look, we're going to use yesterday's closing print as that first level of resistance. If we start catching a bid for whatever reason, maybe somebody tweets something out interesting, 680 will be the second level of resistance. If we start selling off, Brendo, that 672.5 has come into play multiple times, both both on the 3rd and then again on the 6th. So we're going to use 672.5 as support.
All right, as always, if you haven't done so yet, grab this. Absolutely free every single day. Link is below in the description. Second link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. It's free. You know the deal. Let's talk about Oracle here. Nice move after the close. It was right out of the gate, just straight upside. Really no significant hesitation whatsoever until we get to 164. Really nice report here for Oracle.
Yeah, really good report. Let me just load this up if you allow me a second. Everything's all over the place, Brendo. There we go. Now we got it. All right. So they beat on the top and bottom line. It was a really good report from the local section right there. Adjusted EPS 179, beating the 170. Revenue 17.19, beating 16.91, with that top line number growing at a 22% year-over-year growth. Net income as well. 3.72 billion. That counts for about $1.27 a share, but that is a little bit higher than what they took home last year. Let's talk about their different divisions. Their cloud business here, they reported $8.9 billion in revenue of total cloud revenue, I should say, sorry, up 44% and exceeding analyst expectations. Cloud infrastructure revenue, their fastest growing segment, 84% bump year over year, up to 4.9 billion, and that grew at a very healthy 68% year over year as well, accelerating there. Let's talk about their long-term revenue outlook. They boosted fiscal 2027 revenue forecast now up to 90 billion. The prior guide was 86.6, and with respect to fiscal Q4, 1.92 to 1.96 for EPS with revenue growth slated to be between 19 to 20%. We're going to have to wait and see whether they can finance all this, because they keep saying they've got the money and they've got the demand. Let's see. Let's see on a higher time frame as well how much of this move down we can maybe regain here over the next little while. Just reading a note there on Apple that I didn't really understand, but Apple teaming up with TikTok. You can play full song. Maybe you'll know more about this. You can play the full song and listen while in the TikTok app. Allows Apple Music subscribers to listen to a full music playback without leaving TikTok. So now when you're watching TikTok apps, you can also have Apple Music playing? I guess, or you can play the full song, because you know they always give you like a clip of the song so that you can play it in the background for you, but then it'll repeat because you're only allowed to play a certain percentage of it.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually say for creators. It just says Apple Music subscribers can play full songs directly in the TikTok app.
I'm sure you'll have to link your account.
Two different audio playing at the same time. Weird. Anyways, Apple didn't do anything on that, guys.
Yeah, the way I figure, I mean, I look at TikTok here because we have viewers on TikTok. When I say welcome to all of those viewers here one more time, I think it's probably Sharif is right there. I think it's just I would say it's just gonna give a link to the song that you can click, and then it would open up your Apple Music, and then you can play it, and then I don't know about that dual audio at the same time. That will be fun. Okay, so for Oracle, man, I mean, all this does is reinforce the fact that there's this huge demand for AI infrastructure, right? I mean, I think we already know that. We saw Nebius going to the upside today with investment from Nvidia. We know the CoreWeave story as well. But this accelerating cloud growth and massive backlog gives these guys a boost. And I mean, we've been hating on it because of some of that debt, right? And you know, where are they going to get this money from? Are these data centers going to get built? We had a story the other day that it wasn't going to get built, then it was. AMD was backing out, or they weren't. There's just a bunch of nonsense, I guess, regarding Oracle, whether or not they're true or not. Ball doesn't lie, and right now you're up 10% on the day, right? So this capital spending and free cash flow is going to be a problem for Oracle, but if the market can move past it, then so can I. I mean, again, a relatively low PE. I thought I was looking at this thing that was in the 20s when I last checked this out. So let me just go over here and quickly have a quick look before I look at the actual chart of the stock. And it is, yeah, there it is right there. Forward 18, current PE 28. We'll adjust that with these current earnings. That'll get adjusted today, I assume. But yeah, Oracle, I like the stock. I have it written down here as something around this 158 to 158.50 or so level. So it's on the sticky note today. I have Oracle written down 158. I don't think we get there. You know, the market is now bouncing back to the upside. It doesn't look like it wants to fade. But to sit here and say that we haven't seen earnings plays come back in, that would be crazy, because they've come back in many a time despite us liking the report. So, you know, Marvell just kept going on the day of their report. So did IoT. There are a few other names that keep going, and I think Oracle does have that opportunity to do that. But if not, 158. Now, let's go a little more aggressive here. What about just this being a great day for Oracle and we take out 165? You know, you take out that 165 level, you are easily going to this 167, and then I think it's bombs away, and then you're up 15, 16, 17% today on Oracle. You just got to take this out, and it looks like it's going to do that. So I actually like this aggressive long. I mean, it's going to go now, but this trade, it's too bad it's only 909. We have to wait for the imbalances and everything. They'll be dropped. And there are imbalances already, and it's a New York name, so we can double check it now that I actually remember that this is New York. So there is a buy right now on Oracle. That's not going to be a huge amount of shares. So it's going to be the top name on there, so I'm glad we checked. But I really like a break long through this level, but I'd rather it happen at 930. You know, than right now. So, you know, we've seen extension on some of these plays. So for me, it's kind of like a tale of two stories here. Either the market loves this name and we just rip through that top, or, you know, they don't love it and it gives us a good fade opportunity in and around that 158. So I know there's not much there, but at these levels, I'm more bullish than bearish, but I'd like to see a clean break of that top level, and I'd like to see it closer to 930, not now. So that's a trade there, and I think your first stage out of that is 167. So $2 upside, $2 downside if you take that break. It's what I like there on Oracle, and you actually looked at it through Blue Ocean last night.
Oh, yeah.
And had mentioned that 170.
Yeah, we almost got to 170.
Was a little bit of an area.
We got to like 169s and some change last night. So I do have some levels kind of marked out here. I have that 158 that you talked about there. That was kind of at that first pullback kind of area here. I have 160 halves, 163s, kind of this pre-market low area prior day. The reaction highs sitting in and around 164 halves, and then pre-market highs exactly at 166.75 here. We are catching a bit of a bid. This is a 30-minute chart, so I do want to look back and see where we're headed into. So we know that it's been selling off, you know, pretty decently for the past multiples of weeks. See a little bit of maybe resistance here all the way up in the 170s as well. So talk about a prior week breakout, maybe this consolidation that we were having 140s-ish on the bid. We've held these for a while here, now catching a strong bid back up into the upper end of this kind of first green candle in a while, so that's 165s. But yeah, no, we've already kind of went up to 169s in the overnight session. There were definitely buyers overnight, you know, chasing all the way up into 168s, all the way from 162 halves actually. So I'm kind of curious to know if there's going to be more buying coming into Oracle. Very solid news, and it is pretty beaten down from the highs here. 344 highs, Sean. Absolutely wild. All the way there to the 140 lows. That's a 60% pullback from current prices. So we're about at around 50% pullback. So talk about, you know, the classic 50% reversion of this leg. We got almost 100% reversion of this bid all the way from April. That's that presidential bid that I like to call when the president was just like, yeah, let's buy, or you got to buy here, and pretty much almost everything bid up in the market, and that was a nice capitulation here as well. I guess that was off of earnings on the week of September 8th of 2025 as well. So going to be interesting today. One of the top names on watch. It is also catching a bid right now, holding above some of those after hours levels as well. So we'll see which way this goes. I'm excited to see if there's any real opportunity intraday on Oracle today.
All right, let's focus on energy once again. If you missed it, rewind the clock here and go back. We had a great conversation with Raheem about this, but I was just reading, Japan to release oil reserves as soon as Monday. Germany to partially release national oil reserves, same timeline. The European Union is exploring subsiding or capping the gas price in the EU as well. XLE did have a bit of a downtick on that. More inventory or more available inventory in the market, obviously not going to help support prices at all. But I mean, we can look at USO as well. That's been quite the volatile name over the past couple of days, also with a bit of a downtick here on that. But here we go again.
Yeah, what an afternoon it was yesterday. That was just madness with the tweet and the deleted tweet and the different conflicting information about what was coming in and coming out and still going on, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about possible new supply coming on here through the IEA, especially member countries. So apparently member countries collectively hold 1.2 billion barrels of oil. So that's what they've got in a strategic reserve. Of those 1.2 million barrels, there's a proposed plan that could release 182 million barrels, would exceed, I should say, the proposed plan would exceed the 182 million barrels that was released during Russia's invasion of Ukraine back in 22. So this is apparently considering the largest release of emergency oil in history by these countries. Obviously, there were many different reports yesterday with reports that U.S. forces are sinking Iranian vessels near the strait, including 16 mine layers. Apparently now the Iranians are set to be putting mines in the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump threatening them vis-a-vis a Truth Social post not to do that with serious repercussions. And then we saw other ships as well, non-American ships, non-American flagships getting hit in the strait. I think you were mentioning a Philippine ship?
No, it was Thai.
Thai,
One from Thailand, an oil tanker from Thailand. That was just, as we came on this morning at 8 o'clock, they were reporting that. So things far from settled over there, it looks like, guys.
100% far from settled. Yeah, I mean, that would be awesome if we got a settling moment. I don't think we're going to be getting anything like that here today. But oil seems to be relatively calm here right now on the USO front. We did just have a run up into 107 there on USO. I'm going to talk about USO instead of oil. Let me just give a quick little look at the price of oil. We have the ability to trade the futures here at Real Trading and on Trader TV, but I think you and I, Obi, both like to use USO as the vessel. There are so many other names. I just want to remind everybody of some of those tickers. You could trade USO, XOM, Occidental, Devon Corp, DVN, ConocoPhillips, COP, CVX as well, Chevron, and then the lower ones, TPET, BATL, EONR, all moving around. But up there, I mean, there's that $88 mark again. So if we go over to USO, so right now you're up a little bit here on oil. USO is going to show a little bit of a different percentage because it's tracking from the close yesterday. And yeah, I wrote down on the sticky note 104, and that was just sort of these levels here that we had a problem with yesterday. Although when we got that story, we did go up into 106, and that's where we are right now. I was just looking at sort of this consolidation level right there of 104, and right now I have it written down as a long. I mean, I think with all of this sort of back and forth and controversy, are the ships going through, are they not? Are they accepting this insurance? Not. Is this Thailand boat hit or not? It's just, I don't think there's any reason for oil to start to come back to the downside. I think we are far from settled. I mean, I think it just takes one ship to get hit by one of these mines to prove that, they have laid some of them into the strait. And if that does happen, I think oil can shoot right back up to the north side again. Obviously we had a capitulated moment on the weekend there where oil got to 118 or 19 bucks, right? And then just came right back in. Well, yesterday was a little bit of a green day, back up to the upside right there. And it looks like today we're trying to go again. That 110, I feel like, wants to break on USO. And then if we go back over to the J contract here, and we're getting ready to flip it over to next month already. But, this, I know right now, as we look at where we're trading, 86 bucks, if we go a little longer time frame, this little breakout right here of 87.50 into 88, that I think could happen here today, and it's only $2 from here. Then we blast, and then it's gone. So I think there's a lot of consolidation from yesterday and yesterday afternoon that's happened. I feel like once we break through there, then it's a go on oil. A name like that BATL yesterday was about $20. Same thing today. Big short float on this name. Could go as well, and you are seeing a bottom here of around $18 on BATL, so we can see if that wants to hold. That's 19 here. That's that shoot up spot from yesterday, and then we came back into the afternoon and held that $19 mark. So again, you can see these names are moving with the news. So if you want a little bit of a lesser priced instrument here, go over to BATL. It does follow the flows, and looking again to break through this $21 mark and then get going on BATL. So I like a break of 21 there, and on USO, I just kind of find it hard to write down a level. So I'm looking at that 104, 103 to 104 area right into here, see if we get some support, and not something to say like I'm bidding 1,000 shares there right now. I'm not doing that. We just want to see if it comes down, hits those levels, and we go from there. The important thing is that you're now tuned into the best station for energy plays, because the minute something hits, we will have the story for you ASAP, and then you can make your own judgments. I mean, we had for myself, one of the better oil trades, and you were in it as well a couple days ago. Yep. And then yesterday, we were all over that story again. So just be prepared. Seems like everything's happening in the afternoon when President Trump speaks and when some of this Department of War gets going. And I guess it also coincides with evening time, I guess, over in the Middle East, right? So,
lunch. They're just chilling. They're on their phone, making some tweets.
Lots of exciting stuff happening. Yeah, making some tweets or not making some tweets, or making some tweets and then pulling those tweets. Yeah. But what an exciting day it was there yesterday. I think that we're in the right space looking at oil moving forward.
Yeah, no, I think USO is definitely going to be my vehicle of choice. And if you guys haven't been here for the past couple of days, I'm just going to reiterate, probably one of the better vehicles to kind of watch and trade. Again, it's, especially if you're not really able to trade the actual crude oil futures. Yeah, a few levels I do have marked, but just going to be referencing kind of a news. I said this yesterday as well, and I'll say it again. I'm just going to be patient to wait for some news to come out to see if we get any sort of direction here. It is very news-based, so you definitely have to kind of feel it out and see what the action is doing once those I guess reports come in here. Strong bars here. This was the trade that Sean was talking about on Monday, where we dropped from 114s all the way to 98s here, and then yesterday we finally kind of cracked that 100 level and traveled even lower down to a low of 94.23s. Bit of a reversion there. You can see strong volume. I did kind of mention this did look a little capitulatory. We're trading a little bit higher here in around 105s, 106s again. So yeah, I'll continue to watch this. I also have an anchored from this flush on Monday. So this is the intra-week high here, and we're holding that as of right now in the pre-market. But again, these VWAPs, these levels may not mean as much to me if and when the news comes out, and that's kind of, and we're expecting that. News has been coming out on USO pretty much all day long, and some of the more market-moving articles and tweets or whatever coming out later on in the evening, as you mentioned. So I'll be patient, wait on my hands, and wait for the snipe to come in again. And when it does come in, I think that's the key there. You don't want to be kind of trying to mess around with whatever levels intraday. When the news comes in, everybody's kind of looking at it, and that's probably where I definitely want to be. I don't want to speak for others, but that's the arena that I want to play in on USO today.
Let's talk about Nike here. We're back to the upside once again. Couple of days kind of chopping around, but nice upgrade here today for NKE.
Yeah, Barclays, Brendo, with an overweight rating up from equal rate, raising the price target to 73 from 64. It's analyst Adrian Ye. He said the upgrade reflects improving operational momentum and a more favorable, what he calls, risk to reward profile after a very prolonged period of investor skepticism with this name. And if you look at the chart there, it has seen better days. The firm does believe, though, the market may be overestimating some of these near-term risks while underappreciating the operational improvements that are already underway. He likes better inventory management. He likes the better supply. He also says the company's turnaround strategy, especially in North America, appears to be progressing according to plan. He also sees double-digit growth in the running category, and Barclays views that as a good tailwind for the company. One key positive he did note is that sales are now growing faster than inventory. And just think about, what we were talking about. We were talking about being a glut of inventory and them being forced to rely on markdowns just to move it. That doesn't seem to be happening anymore. He still says, though, that there are some issues in China and international markets, specifically Latin America, where they're still lagging. And
many, many more popping up almost on a daily basis. It seems competition in this space continues to be just rampant. Nike, though, not a lot of volume here so far this morning, guys, but looks pretty good.
When you get sales outpacing inventory, I mean, that's going to be a good thing. I mean, inventory glut was a problem for Nike for a while there, as it sort of mass-produced all those Jordans and everything. And then there was a collectible market, and then there wasn't all of a sudden, as people were spending millions of dollars on NFTs and buying shoes and buying everything now. It seems like right now Pokemon and collectible cards are the thing to look for right here. But I don't, you know, I think like, it's just like, this move down is just not great for Nike. Like, I thought that they were fixed there. They had a good quarter back in December, and yeah, it's like it was a battle right back up into the 200 period moving average again, and then we failed off of there, man. We haven't really been above that. This is October of 25, and you were 80 bucks, 70 bucks, the high there of 80. Now you're down to 57. I actually don't really like this name. I mean, I'm in Lululemon, which is no better. Lululemon had a nice move higher there. We were able to get a little bit out of Lulu, but I don't know if I like the space, man. I'm not, you know, it's difficult. They went to their sort of online, you know, buying everything off the app and pulling things from Foot Locker and some of the stores. But now with Dick's Sporting Goods owning Foot Locker, I feel like that's going to be good traction for Nike and for people to get back into the stores and potentially, you know, spend a little bit more money. I'm a little bit worried about the competition as well, heating up as we talked about On and Hoka and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, the other thing is there's a bull case here with the World Cup coming through. I don't know how popular for football soccer shoes are or anything like, or Nike shoes are for football. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think it's just another shine on sports. And hopefully with the World Cup kicking around, more kids will be out there getting active and potentially buying some Nikes and getting that brand loyalty back. But I just don't know if they have brand loyalty anymore. My kids love wearing Nikes and any shoe, really. I mean, kind of my girls wear Uggs, and I don't know, my boy is wearing right now. He's wearing my old Yeezys, actually, right now. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't like the stock. It's in a downward trend, and it just looks bad. So for me, nice upgrade Barclays, but not enough for me to get excited here as a day trade.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's definitely other names on watch. It did show up on in my morning watch list as a bit of an upgrade, gapping up, maybe breaking this trend here. This is a 3-hour chart, so breaking this trend. So maybe we get a little bit of a push here. But in the pre-market session, not really doing anything too crazy other than holding above some of these prior day highs. Again, not top priority for me, but we'll see if Nike will just do it.
Tesla trying to test session highs right now, back above 401 and change, currently on the back of the initial pop anyway, on the back of positive China numbers.
Yeah, it's good. When you look at it year over year, it's good because it was such a depressed year the year prior. But month over month, it's still questionable. Let's talk about this. They reported 58,600 Model 3 and Model Y deliveries specifically from the Shanghai Gigafactory in February. That includes, guys, exports to Europe and other jurisdictions. The figure represents a 91% increase compared to with February of last year, marking now 4 consecutive months of year-over-year growth. But despite the strong annual growth, you look at February deliveries, they fell 15.2% compared to January, typically reflecting seasonal weakness here. Production and deliveries, Brendo, also impacted by a partial assembly line shutdown. The shutdown was preparing the Shanghai Gigafactory for the new Model Y that we codenamed Juniper.
And the new Model Ys that are going to be coming from China to Canada.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Leave it at that. I know we're tight for time here. If you were wondering, UPST, they're trying to get a bank charter. So big move at the end of the day yesterday, chopping around through to $29 right now, up nicely though on that news, guys.
Thoughts on Tesla?
Yeah, no, I'll be watching it. Kind of, you got to remember that the market's moving around with some of this oil news as well, and some of the Mag 7s that do follow that beta will be affected. So maybe some scalps off of that. Yesterday we saw that short come in at the end of the day at the low day / opening range low consolidation breakdown. I guess that was a quick nice scalp as well. So I'll be watching for moves like that on something like a Tesla there. So.
This KALA, thank you for the super chat. I don't know if we have that there, Andre. I just saw it right there. The story is Kala BioShares are trading higher after the company announced that its first commercial healthcare product will be ready to ship in 14 days. So I don't, that's 2 weeks, so I don't know enough about this company or this product, but we want to thank Jose for all this. So thanks for the alert, Kala. I also think we'll break the 150 mark. So if we zoom out here, okay, I don't, I'll have to double check if this is a split or what there. but 20 bucks down to $1 right there, down into 40 cents and looking to break higher. That is that $1.50 mark right here. So that's the last time we got going. Can you guys hear that? Anyways, we're going through some renovations here. We apologize and want to say thank you to everybody for putting up with that. That was a little tough. Okay, just moving on right now into the day, man. As we get going, it's 9:28 right now. Let me just call up the imbalance locator, see what's going on there. Cost is here, SCO, Oracle. Yeah, nothing really on the NASDAQ side to be worried about too much. We'll check out what's doing on. I mean, the market's ripping right now. So silver, I like that trade. We like that long in and around 79 or 80 bucks. That's coming through very, very soon on that one. Sorry, short. Sorry, 79 to $80 silver short. I like the Oracle long, but we probably already missed it with the app. There it goes. So we said a 165 breaks gets us to 167. That almost already happened. So we'll have to wait to see if Oracle pulls back a little bit there, Obi. I know you're out of NBIS, probably a good thing. Maybe you'll probably get back in if I could guess you.
I got out and it just drops back down to 105. So I'm like, all right. But like I got in because I didn't really want to hold for that volatility off open. But here we go. In about 30 seconds, we may get that. And 166.75 is pre-market highs here on Oracle. So that's kind of what I'm watching as well. That's the level I've marked out. Actually 166.60 is what I marked out. 75 is the high. We're already kind of knocking against the door of some of those levels. Maybe we get that 167 push right off of the open, but I'll be patient and watch to see what happens. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. Good luck, everybody.
Let's go. Yeah, good luck, everybody.
Gods be ever in your favor.
Yes, exactly. May the trading gods forever be in your favor. Okay, we are looking for IBIT short here. Right around here, man. I mean, IBIT's had a nice move higher. Let's just see if it wants to continue. These were the levels that I liked, in and around $40 here for IBIT. But look at this market. Wow, are we running today or what? Like, I wasn't sure if this was going to be a long or a short in it today, but it looks like we are starting the day long. Tesla, nice bounce, man. What in the hell? Huge gap up right there for Tesla. We were just hitting at 400. Now you're at 404, 405. We had a great trade there yesterday on Tesla. Remember I said, man, the tech names, I don't know. I just felt like there was a bullish run coming in the tech space. And so it looks like maybe it's happening early right now. We don't have to get too excited about it, but it does look like right now with Nvidia tipping up to 187 right there, that's going to be a good little look as well. Obviously a little bit back down. Oracle, just a quick look on this one. Boom. 168 already going, OB, as you and I just sit here and wait. But Oracle, watch out for that 170. You had mentioned yesterday in the ocean that was a key level. So we'll check that out as here goes Nvidia. A little bit back down now. Maybe that high just got hit there on the NASDAQ. We'll see if it pulls back. 25,000 back retaken on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, that NBIS drops down. I was like, if it breaks 105s, then that could be something. We drop down to 104.50s there on the swipe. But this is the volatility that I'm talking about. We swiped up to above 106.50s and then all the way down to 104.5s as well. And even Oracle kind of with this, it looks like a 20, 30 penny spread, but it's moving about 30 to 50 pennies at a time. You can see this right here. Yeah, I was just watching the book and I look away, I look back. We're already past 167. I'm just like, oh boy. I gotta hold on this one. Let it calm down. It's New York as well. It can have like a late open at the same time, but the opening drive is very much intact through that 166, 65 or 75 level here as of right now. We got all the way up to 168 and some change there.
Oh boy.
On Oracle, 168.14s I'm seeing, and we were just talking about Tesla. Tesla is ripping to the upside here, 408s and some change right now on Tesla. So we held that 25,000 on the NASDAQ and giving us a little bit of a bid here. Got to keep eyes on this USO at the same time. Let's see what USO is up to. 104.50s as of right now on USO. Some of these other earnings names here. I had that AVAV. Let's take a quick look at that AVAV. There goes Nbius up through that 106 halves, pre-market highs being those 107s, and then ultimate resistance is at 110s. If we can really distinctly push into 110s, I mean, ideally, if I'm sitting there watching it close, I'm trying to take inventory into and through that 110, but we'll wait and see if that actually comes in here. But AVAV was one that gapped down, and I was talking about it being SSR as well.
410.
Strong bid off of the open. No, not even off of the open. Let's see. Let's get in closer. Yeah, going into the open, strong bid, and then a bit of a chop zone here as of right now. So we'll let this one cook at the same time. CBP, another one. Let's see how this one's cooking here. Is that the right one? CPB.
One Campbell's?
Yeah, CPB, not CBP. Campbell's Solutions. Campbell's Company.
Campbell Company, yeah, soup.
Campbell's Company. So this, yeah, it doesn't really look like anything crazy here. We pop right back up into some of these reference levels from the earnings report and just chopping around. So not really doing as much volume as well. Yes, Adair.
So you're saying Campbell's doesn't look appetizing?
No, not
You
at
had
all.
that first pun. I thought you were going to give us the appetizing. I was a little disappointed.
So yeah, no. As soon as I came in, Campbell's was one of the tickers that Adara mentioned. She was like, okay, yeah, no, it's gapping down. Not really an amazing report there. But I was looking for that continuation. Not really doing that continuation right now. But Oracle definitely with the continuation, almost at 170.
Oh boy.
Sean, 169 halves here.
Who's going to punch that long?
Oracle. I think the punch long was at 166s, but I'm going to be a little bit more patient. Maybe even look to take the backside of the move on this one, but we'll see.
I mean, we called that play at 165 break. Does it happen in the pre-market? We should have maybe taken it anyways right there. I was saying 165 to 167. It does look like it gets to 170. We have to slap a fail on our first attempt. I mean, we tried IBIT there short at 40. I thought that was going to be a good little level there, but obviously it's ticking higher now. 71,000 coming into play right there. So I don't know, man. I'm sort of thinking about this Oracle 170 play. We've seen many key names, hit key levels and get faded off of those levels, but it looks like Oracle right now might have the juice to
there it is, right through.
To break it. And there it goes, man. Maybe we have the break and fake now. It doesn't look like it. There goes Oracle right now to the upside. Maybe if it pulls back a couple pennies, we'll take it. There it is. We're long at 170.15s now. And we'll see if this one can get going a little bit. The high rate there is 170.30s or so. We'll see if we can sit there. We just get that fill. And now we'll see if we can get a little higher now in Oracle. We'll see if we can make back a little bit of what we lost there or lose more on that play. And we've talked about the fake, the break and fake, and that looks like what it's doing right now. But there it goes, reloading that 170. We're long here, not a huge position. Obviously, we, as Obi had mentioned there, we had liked the long down here. The base rate now, though, 166.50. We can't let it go that low against us here, but a little bit of a retracement back. How about prior bar low break, like basically 169? So if we break back down through 169, then we can say adios to this trade. But I think it's worth sitting in for a minute. Let's go to 168, like maybe 70s or so if we break lower through that, and then we'll get out. But for right now, let's see if we can hold on a little bit to Oracle here and get out near that 170.50, sort of where we did our first little spot. So we're into Oracle there on a break higher. We're only going to give this one about $1. Try to make $1, give $1, so on and so forth. Average in a little bit down here near 169.50 or so, as here come right back in. Like we were just at 170, so this is going to be pretty violent, needless to say, here at the top side. But it's Oracle, and it's moving higher. All right, Tesla is on one, man. That just broke 411. So there it goes through 411 right now. Tesla just elevated upside, and it makes sense, right? As we sat there and talked a little bit about EVs and the price of gas, and I think a lot of people, might run to this stock here today. It doesn't mean that people are going to go buy more cars. So there's definitely a story here with Tesla, but up to 410 and change right now. Interesting to see where we go. All right, man, we did get our last little fill there on Oracle. We do get that 169.25. So nice little higher push. We need to still break through 170. We're long right now, 169.70. So we can get back up to 170. That'd be nice. For me, you guys know where our stopping spot is, and we're back to flat now on Oracle. Let's see if there's momentum to take this thing through.
Yeah, no, I'm watching this one as well. I kind of took the other side there as we pulled back into 170. But again, still a little bit of the front side of the move here. What is the high there? 170.44 is there. Yeah, you know, sometimes I like to dabble on the front side of the move. It seems like the bid is definitely still here into this 170 level, but I did punch a little too low into that 169. As you guys can see what I have there, 169.18s, but I'm giving it a little bit of a wide stop there. The market is pushing to the highs there as well, so I probably have to kind of wait for that one. Nice. So we do print some fresh highs here, 170 halves as of right now. But you can see we're pulling right back into this 170. So a lot of chop, a lot of volume kind of being done here at around 170, and that was a wick of the highs as well. A little bit at that 170.60, so maybe I like that a little bit.
I feel like it is getting top heavy there, Obi. Like I was just able to get, I got some out at 170.55 there, believe it or not. So I am thinking that, you know, let's get another offer there in the mid 170s, like 170.20, 170.30 or so. But to your point, I mean, I know you're short. Here it goes. So you're short. Oh, well, it's just in the money there, and now we're out at like, this is back and forth $1.50 right now. Pretty aggressive and pretty violent. So I feel like we can both actually win on this right now, as it seems like we are having some top troubles there in and around 170 on Oracle. But I'm still there. You guys know sort of the plan of action for myself. Let's move off of Oracle just quickly because both he and I, Obi, are on this name. So here's USO right back into 104. This was a level that we were talking about. So we'll see if we can wind up holding it. I mean, I'm going to try to wait to see if there's going to be a news you know, trade or something like that here on USO. But for right now, just calming down and waiting to see what USO wants to do. Looks like it maybe break a little lower there now, down 2%. Silver could also be one of those plays. There it is. So I got out, so there goes the move down.
170 was a spot. As soon as we wick that high, so the prior high
we did 3 times.
Yeah, we tried like 170.44, and it comes in. If you guys go down to a shorter time frame, like sub-minute time frames, you can see that it wicks that high by about 15 pennies, gets slammed right back in, and then it just it's churning the 170. So it's distinctly different than the kind of action that we had going from 166s on the pre-market high breakout all the way up to 170s as well. Now this could very well pull back, find a base a little bit higher, like 7 halves or 8 halves, like it is doing right now, and continue back through that 170. So I am being wary and watching that potentially come in. And NBIS, I talked about that 110 being the level of a bit of resistance there. We got all the way up to 110. So yeah, had to be long through some of these pre-market highs, 107s to 110s. That was the opening drive trade here on NBIS. Now, you know, as part of a playbook, I call it the large cap association trade. Ooh. And NBIS being definitely a smaller cap than Nvidia, there is no larger cap than Nvidia.
No.
Right? So it's like talk about an A+ large cap association trade on or setup on NBIS today. VWAP hold that 105. That 105 had an immense amount of size in the pre-market, and I was just like taking it short, seeing what we do with that 105. And luckily enough, got out of that short maybe a little too early, but came into those 105s, held those off of the open, and then blast off through those 107s, 107
wow,
halves,
look at Amazon.
110s. What's happening?
Amazon's off right now. ASNS, no idea what this is. Actelis Networks, yeah, so another one here moving around, man, up 18%. We can find out at Darrow, put her on this one, ASNS, see if you can find some news over there. We'll basically go flat on Oracle. I mean, you saw when we got punched out there. Good, yes?
ASNS got an order from the Japanese government. It's not, they don't name which organization it's with. They're going to be providing, quote, dozens of units of their Metalite networking solutions. I believe they had a deal with California DOT last week, so ASNS, this is not like the first catalyst we've had in this, even within the last week or so.
Okay, boom. So ASNS, thanks for the super chat and thanks for the story there, Darren. We'll see if it breaks that 45-cent marker. I'd sort of mentioned their Amazon Obi, and this one's getting going for sure. And I had said that I thought this one was overdone, man, on their earnings report, and I should have. I'm long this name, but we did not buy more down there as we rip up to the top side right now, breaking through 216 and trying to hold some of that top as we get deals with Zoox and Uber today. So Uber actually climbing today as well, up to that 75 and change, a nice little pre-market level, potentially a nice little fade level here I would think anyways, on Uber as it's just holding out 75, 60, figuring out what to do. Google also a little low here today, considering what the GOOGL, why did that not load up? Okay, come on, Google, come on. Don't tell me I'm getting these charts again. Relatively flat here if you're looking for something to do. Maybe it's a Google trade today, but not much going on. Nvidia did pull back into that 185 or so area, and then just shot up. This is a ridiculous long that I should have been a part of. That is so stupid that I'm not, and I'm upset about that one because we love AMD and Nvidia, and as I say AMD, oh boy, Obi, AMD is a rocket. If you're looking to pull something back in, man, this seemed to shot up to 209 and change. AMD looks like it's going. Check back in on IBIT, still kind of hovering around. It does make that high there at 40.30 and give us a little bit of an area to get short if it does come back up there with some of those wick tops. Still looking at Oracle. I know you're in that one, so we'll pass on that for now. And then Tesla bouncing off of 410, it seems like, as well. But it's Advanced Micro Devices that is absolutely shooting the moon right now up to 209 rejection, but a nice move there for AMD up 2.5 today.
Yeah, no, there's still a lot of chop and churn happening here on Oracle at that 170 level. You can see the market with a little bit of a top wick here on this 15-minute candle with about a minute left. So yeah, this is the close of this current 15-minute candle. Okay, so that 170, that was a stronger push into 170. Let's see if it gets stuffed once again, or do we continue to push even harder here? So yeah, this is a lot of chop and churn. Again, trying to stay light here. Definitely understand that this is very well the front side of the move. There we go, back into those 170, 80s highs as of right now. Let's see if we can get to the 171 as well. Yeah, it seems like 171. There's some size on 171.
Holy shit, why did I drop that?
20,000 shares on that 171. Let's see if we can slap that size up there. But the end of this 15-minute candle on the NASDAQ, man, strong selling potentially coming in here as of right now. So 110s broke on NBIS, so that one's actually going pretty decently. Let's see if we can sustain above those 110s, as if you look on the weekly, that is a prior high level. That was interesting to me as well. And again, nice little continuation happening here on NBIS. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading and what names you guys are involved with off of the open today. Lots of movement, lots of craziness. You can see here there's a NASDAQ. Let's see how this one starts printing this second 15-minute candle here on the NASDAQ. Wow, there goes NBIS just blasting off 111 halves. That was the one.
That was the one, yeah. And the one was Oracle, actually. Like, I was in that. I know you're still short, but we were long that one. I feel bad about dropping that. Tesla did have a increase in China sales. So there's that as well. I'm going to try. We just got some out here at the 25 period. Just thinking the NASDAQ may be due for a little bit of a pullback. We're just going to use this day high there and see if it runs that level. And getting short right now in the NASDAQ. What's up, Adara?
Here, I know you've been talking about and involved with Tesla here, Sean, but yeah, they're apparently at a 2-week high now. Again, even though there was a month-over-month decline for their China-made EV sales in February, there was a year-over-year increase, 91%. That's the deal with TSLA. I know you kind of just mentioned it, but just to recap of that story for you guys, also letting you know, no 9:45 a.m. numbers. Obviously, it's now 9:46, but there aren't any 10 a.m. numbers either. 8:30 a.m., of course, very in line, nondescript CPI release. We also had Fed's Bowman at 8:30. I'm not seeing any other Fed speak or releases later in the morning. Back to you.
All right, we're making some money back here, so it's going to be a good little move for me short. As we just reloaded it, we talked about that one, so we go reload up there. And it wasn't really a reload, I guess. I mean, I just like that. I kind of like that graphic. But it was just more of, okay, back up to our levels. We like that 50 fill. We'll see if we can get it out. So we're getting it out now at this 25 period moving average. And again, just an early little scalp here on the TQQs, which of course would be the NASDAQ, and just seeing some top heavy movement there. Maybe potentially due for a pullback. We saw Amazon lifting this market, Nvidia now coming back in. We can check out to see what Apple's doing. Obviously, Tesla's got the feels under it today. 410 still for Tesla. Apple pulling back should help the NASDAQ, I would think. And then Microsoft right now as well. You got to look at all these names if you're going to trade the TQs. So we just have to make sure that we're not ripping faces off. It's Oracle that's going higher there. You're still in it, so I'll leave that to you to talk about. Tesla 410 doesn't seem to be doing much up at this level for now. I still like my boy Marvell, man, and I've been telling all my friends, and I'm telling all you guys, and I really like Marvell, and I said that this morning. I thought it was one of the best opportunities in the market right now, and great earnings call, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with buying higher on Marvell. I'm actually getting ready to do that. I was loading up my account today to see if I had any more room to deposit more cash to buy more Marvell, and there it goes upside right now, breaking through these levels. Really like this stock, can't say it enough. MRVL, I own it, so but I've owned this name for a couple years now, and it was one of my picks of the year, so so be it. All right, man, now we are really starting to print, man. Nice downside play. Look at that size on the bid. See ya. Bang! That's a monster trade right now as we make that money back on the NASDAQ right here. 35 cents in the money on this one, man, as there it comes back in. So let's see now what winds up happening. We get almost top of the day into VWAP right now, and now we can hold. We're out of exactly half. So I feel like we've done pretty good right now on this play. And let's just see if there is a little bit more of a dramatic pullback. I'm actually going to take out one more piece down here if we can get it. I just bid 74s. And again, for us here, we talk about fee management. It's better for us to bid than to remove liquidity on a fee side thing. So me just getting hit at 74 there, I'll actually get paid a small amount per share for taking that fill. So this is how sometimes you see OB less so than me, but taking many fills, we're not paying $5 a fill or anything like that, right? It's just whatever clearing fees or SEC fees are associated with the fill. No actual trading, no actual gateway fees are charged to us if you are adding.
I'd like to be sized well enough that I'm paying $5 a fill, but
oh yeah, that'd be good too.
Yeah, not yet.
Did Oracle come back down?
Yeah, Oracle did come back down with that market move there. So VWAP sitting at 167.50s right now. We're trading at 168 halves. You can see how I kind of did that right there. Didn't really get too aggressive here, but as we started to actually break the trend, I did get a little bit more involved as of right now. Let's see what we do with VWAP. This is a bit of level here as well from before. And again, let's see where it finds a bit of a bid here. 168 halves trading on Oracle. What's up, Adara?
I want to let you guys know here, USO is going to be on watch in about 11 minutes. IEA, and that's going to be the International Energy Agency Executive Director Faith Birol, is going to be delivering a statement on energy markets at 3 p.m. CET. That translates to 10 a.m. EDT, which means it's going to happen in now 10 minutes. Of course, I will be covering that for you guys. Not sure if there's going to be a stream. I'll be reading the comments regardless, but at 10 a.m., not only will we have our Happening Now segment, we're also going to be getting this statement delivered by the Executive Director of the IEA. Now, of course, we know the IEA was reportedly considering releasing some of these oil stockpiles. So if you are in USO, be careful right now. We could get a move with this statement. I'll keep you guys posted when I hear anything else. This is all I've heard on this so far. Back to you.
I'm going to refresh because I want to make sure I'm hearing all of the news as well. Thank you, Adara. We have a button.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Isn't it amazing that President Trump...
You're welcome, President Trump.
Yeah, isn't that amazing that President Trump said that about Adara? That's crazy. You guys are... Yeah, don't worry, Adara. Let's just pretend it was. Okay, so yeah, really great. Okay, now I've got it in my ear. All right, man, let's just start ringing the freaking register. I don't know what you're doing with Oracle, but I'm right now gonna start taking some out, man. As we get right back to this low side, getting a little bit lower here. We'll bid some more out here at 49.50 if we can. Let's just get a little bit more out here at mid 50s there, then a little bit lower after that. We never know when we're gonna get that one like whoosh down moment in the futures, especially if we do hear some of the stories with oil, as we had just heard from Adara right there, 105. So we had written down, at an unbelievable turn of events, we wrote down 104 on the sticky note here for USO, and that is the temporary bottom. Maybe we get a little lower on that right now, but there it is, 104. Yeah, good little look there. Tesla's still holding higher. Did AMD finally come back down again? We're going to look at some lower names as well very soon. There goes AMD to the downside, so that's good. ASNS was a super chat. Your super chat, we'll look at it. Good call on that one, man. You super chatted this one down in the mid 40s. Now you're up to 54. Congratulations on that. And just really quickly, I want to check out that one other stock that we had super chatted earlier. Go into fan funding. ASNS, KALA, that's what it was. Let me just go have a quick little look at that one and see what's going on there, because the shout out was real this morning, as many of you super chatting in and letting us know what's good. And there goes KALA up 50%. So yeah, Amazon's working out right now. Well, actually, Amazon came all the way back to the downside there. Did not realize that. Maybe it's time to get long again. Here as we have a little bit of a pullback. Assuming your Oracle's doing well, do you want to give any updates on that, Obi?
We came back into 170,
Okay.
kind of knocking on the door of 170 here. Let's see what we do with that. A lot of volume, again, churned. Earlier, we did have a nice little push up into 171, 172 area, almost 172. What is the high there? 170, 175. I'm seeing as the current day high. But yeah, a lot of volume kind of being traded here. And the fade came in with the market pulling back in, but you can see right here, right now, the NASDAQ, that red candle just went red to green, so going to keep a close eye on that as well. Strong bid off of the open. I was like, okay, nice. CPI comes in, we were selling off into the open, and then that aggressive bid just comes in right off of the open for, I guess, a reversion of some of that CPI selling there. So continuing to just watch this this Oracle here. That NBIS is just chopping around that 110. So I guess we pulled back to 109s and some change here on NBIS, and holding a higher low relative to this prior one right here, which was in and around 108 and change. So I did like that we went all the way to 112. So talk about an opening drive, which was absolutely beautiful. Again, these large cap association trades are definitely something, especially when you get something like what is the cap? There goes Campbell's company, by the way, coming in to its low. So I guess sellers finally stepped right back in on this one here. But NBIS, let's take a quick look at what the market cap on this one is as of right now. Actually, you know what? 27 billion, so not that small, but still relative to a, I guess, over $1 trillion company like Nvidia. Cap association.
I wanted to bring to everyone's attention that right now I feel like there's an issue with the pink sheets. There's something going on. The quotes just aren't really doing anything right now on the pink sheet. So no volume. Here's another name, DIDIY. Sometimes I look at this and it's absolutely doing nothing right now. And I actually went to their website. So I actually sent a message. I have Mendel on WhatsApp there. So nothing going on right now on their current market board. So something going on there. I've got out the APB over to Mendel. So we'll see when he gets back to me right now. He's probably plugging in the wires right there. So we'll see if he can get back to me. I'll let you guys know. Just for you guys out there looking at the pink sheets, or the OTC market, I should say. Okay, Apple's not a PK name. All right, so there it comes back in. Apple right now, zeros on the board for Apple. But they've fallen right back into this nice little level, into like a nice warm pocket, looks like of 260.50 or so. So I kind of like that. It's hard to go long Apple and remain short the NASDAQ right now. But that bounce off VWAP is pretty nice. I'm still leaning towards the short, but Amazon also is playing at a key level right now in this 206 area that we've held on to. Come on, man, what's going on? I apologize, guys. Obviously, Amazon's not 206. My chart's just not participating. There it is right there. There's 214. The 200 period is what we're getting at right now with Amazon. So I think there could be a level of concern there. But yeah, we're just going to continue to watch the short here in the market. Watch out to see what oil's doing. The CLJ contract, I was just looking at it, wasn't doing much. It seems like we might have ticked the bottom there on oil, and we had called this 84.50, which is 104 on USO. Doesn't look like we're getting too much reaction right now to the oil space. There's 104, 104.50, so kind of just chill right now on that space. Silver, I really liked that short. 78. I wrote down 79. We didn't quite get there, but with the 200 period making this kind of a move down, we could adjust our expectation, maybe a 78 if we can pop into that. There might be something going on that side of things. And let's just, Adair's going to come with some updates, but let me just quickly look again at the broader market and see what's going on your S&P 500 for right now today. The S&P 500 itself as an index right now is flat. We're down 0.02 right now on the SP. You can see a lot of gray. Gray is going to be basically the indicator of flat, all right? When you get under, less than, or over 1%, under 0.5%, goes gray. So we got Nvidia right now, green side, AMD kicking around 1.6%, Micron, Marvell's not in the S&P 500, it's crazy. So that's not in here. The financials all red today, so that's not great. There's Robinhood downside, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs down 1.35% as that's going through there. Looks like the consumer durables led by Tesla today and GM and Ford. So all of these space. And yesterday we had that crazy trade at the end of the day on Rivian. Maybe we should look over there. Energy names today, that looks like that's where the safety is. What's up to my guy Valero, man? We really like that stock, $225 right there for VLO. Good little level for them coming through now as well. And on the low end of the stick here today, you know, Procter & Gamble, Philip Morris, man, Altria, Pepsi. So as I had said, I think the switch is over to tech. I'm pretty bullish on tech names and think that the other names have gotten a little too spicy right now on the PE side of things. So for me, trying to get bullish on tech, I know that seems crazy because I'm short right now, but I like tech for a little bit of a longer term play. I'm going to get out some more here right now on the TQs as we're definitely holding VWAP here at 49.70.
Yeah, I'm still watching. So Oracle finally got back below VWAP there. USO holding VWAP, so something similar to that of yesterday happening there on USO, where in the morning session you just hold that VWAP. You know, over and over again. Let me pull up this USO book here as well. That's going to be on the MX right here. Do we have our size filters on? Yes, we do. All right, cool. So size filtered for about 1,000 shares right there. Yeah, look at that coming right in. So 105s. We saw that 105s kind of holding on.
Yeah, I like the 104.
I don't know if there's news right now, but you do got to check. There's some aggressive.
Yeah, there's some news. There's a
little bit of news here.
Do we want this short now?
I think the VWAP was
too short. Yeah, I mean the market's ripping on whatever's happening right now as well. So we're going to give a little bit back here. I still don't mind this short at the high of the day, but remember, guys, we are going to blast ourselves out of this thing if it does get too much higher than where we are right now. We can put a little bit of a reload on here at O's. I'm waiting for $50.10 before we get going here, but yeah, it looks like I was just, oh man, sometimes I can't get caught here with rose-colored glasses because I like the long down here. It's not like it's gone yet on Apple, but I also liked Apple and I like the Amazon long, and both names bounced cleanly there off the 200 period moving average. So a little bit of a missed opportunity for sure there in the longs for the market. Should have just stuck with sort of that thought and maybe dumped the TQs when we were that low, but whatever. We took out some money. You guys I told you we're out of half of it for much bigger of a winner than we'll lose here, apparently on the way back up. There's definitely stuff going on. All right, what's going on over there, Dara?
Yeah, Sean, honestly, I don't have anything for you. Apparently, some drones struck fuel tanks at a port in Oman. Iran's new leader was already injured during the first day in his post. That is all I am seeing, and that is quite honest here. I'm seeing some more headlines coming through right now, and absolutely nothing market-related at all. So yeah, sorry about that, guys. Nothing to tell you. I'll do happening now while I'm here, though. NASDAQ hanging out near intraday highs and now trying to break new intraday highs. Nice push to the upside. I'm going to keep an eye on oil here because, as we know, IEA, we are expecting to get some data here on whether or not we're getting these oil stocks released. If I get that, I'll let you know, but I'm really not seeing anything right now. ORCL on watch with earnings, beating EPS and sales guidance, generally better than expected here going forward, though it looks like their sales guidance for the quarter kind of mixed, actually. TSLA sharply to the upside. Not only did they have better or year-over-year increase in China sales, but Business Insider also reporting more AI agent efforts from the company. And Amazon on watch here. We know they've had this Euro bond sale. It's going to be a record bond sale here, 8 parts. I'm still looking here for market news, guys. If and when I see anything, I'll keep you posted. But apparently EIA, this just came out 20 seconds ago. IEA members have agreed to release those 400 million barrels of oil. So keep an eye on USO. 400 million barrels of oil have been agreed to be released. This came out as expected at 10 a.m. So this was just released. This was not happening heading into that 10 a.m. Back to you.
All right, well, I mean, I went short oil on that. It doesn't look like it wants to work. Right now, we're out of the money about $1 or so here as the levels are starting to blast off. President Trump saying there's not much left to do in Iran right now, and he thinks that we're getting close to being over with. So I don't know exactly why oil is not reacting a little more to the downside right here, but I think we can use our 104 area now as a stop, and it'll be a hit, obviously. But now Trump is speaking The Iran war will end soon, he's telling Axios, which is why we get these TQs blasting to the upside there. See, man, I switched over to it and then my chart didn't go again. So the short was fine. We did reload it there, but now you can see it coming back in. So we do get stopped out there on the day high break. We unfortunately had to pay about 10 cents too much there as the Qs really got going on news. So we'll be short oil now, waiting for a down push here. Don't know if it's going to happen though, Obi. Oil right now just hovering around. We got more news. We'll go over to Adara.
Yeah, more context on these comments from Trump. He didn't necessarily, he did say that oil, that the war will end soon, but he more specifically said it'll end anytime he wants it to. So whenever he wants to end it, it's going to end. Not necessarily that it's going to end right this second, but that does, of course, come from an interview with Axios. So it doesn't look like he's speaking right now. It looks like he previously made these comments to Axios. He also said there's, quote, practically nothing left to target within Iran. I'm also seeing a headline on Meta. Unclear if this is brand new, if it's being recirculated, but I will mention it here because I'm seeing it come through. META deploying 4 new generations of MTIA chips within the next 2 years. And one more, I'll just repeat that headline one more time here for USO. IEA members going to be releasing 400 million barrels of oil to help get these oil prices lower. Back to you.
Well, he's not helping get my position any lower here as oil continues to go upside right now. We got a little bit of a shake and bake. I think that was a good move there, Obi. It looks like right now on USO. So trying to be patient with it now and letting it sort of flatten out here. We're short at 102.50. So we're out $2 here right now on USO as we get ready to watch out for 104.50 or so coming through there on USO. It does not look like the short is good to go there. We were waiting for news. We took a shot. Might not be the story that we were hoping for. Well, it's kind of the story we're hoping for, but not the reaction in the oil markets right now. So here we go. Let's go figure this out. But right now it's USO time, upside for oil.
Yeah, no, that was a strong bid. I was watching that flush down to 101s. I'm like, yeah, something's definitely happening, and then it just flips on that 101, 102, just right back into this 104, 105 area here. So yeah, I am watching it. There goes the market. Nice, that was a strong bid. But you got to remember, we've already been bidding pretty aggressively off of the open, and then strong flush right back into what seems to be, I guess, some overnight highs there on the Nasdaq. 25 120s-ish area, and then you get a little bit of a top wick back down into that, I guess, level of resistance. Let's see if that resistance turns into support after a strong bid. I don't know. I'm just kind of, speaking whatever's going through my mind here. A lot of the time it's kind of jumbles, but I'm just like, okay, is this was resistance before? Is there going to be more supply there? Does it turn into support? I have no idea. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, so what happened here is, in addition to Axios reporting that Trump said he can end the war whenever he'd like it to, apparently we're also hearing that officials are preparing for at least 2 more weeks of strikes. So, and that's also reported by Axios. So not only, I guess, President Trump can end the war whenever he sees fit, according to him, to Axios, but then also we're going to be preparing for more strikes, at least 2 weeks worth. Also still seeing comments from IEA Executive Director Faith Burrell. If I get anything of note from Faith Burrell and or her organization, I'll let you know. But one headline, quote, flows of oil and gas via Hormuz have all but stopped. Back to you.
Yeah, wild times there. Thanks, Adara. And like I said, man, Adara's going to have all the news for you guys ASAP. We do have something exciting to talk about because last week, Trade the Pool hosted a live draft where 12 stock coaches built their starting 5. 5 stocks they believe can survive the bracket and win the tournament. Now it's your turn to join the madness. There's 2 ways. There's challenge number 1, pick the coach you think has the strongest team. If they win the tournament, you could win an evaluation trading account. Challenge number 2, think you can beat the coaches? Build your own core 5. If your picks outperform the tournament champion, then you can win the grand prize. Sign up as a group and your prize pool doubles if you win. Trade the Pool is putting up $2 million in prizes on the table. The tournament starts March 16th. Wow, that's coming up. Scan the QR code right now to get into the game. And we want to thank Trade the Pool with an interesting idea there for March Madness. And yeah, wow, that's starting up very, very soon. So we have some fun there with March Madness, and Neil and I will probably be talking all about that as we go. Yes. Trump said the Maple Leafs are going to win the Stanley Cup this year. Okay. Well, that's definitely not going to be happening. All right. here goes oil, man. It's getting real aggressive now to the upside. I was just going to stop out, honestly, at 105 and change. It's not a huge position because oil's not moving the way we thought it would. On that story, I was like, all right, we're going to the downside. Then we took off. We average it up into the 25 period moving average right there, but it does not look like this war is near over. As Adair just mentioned, many more strikes apparently coming in the next couple weeks, which kind of is like talking out the side of your mouth. Like 1 minute, President Trump says literally not many targets left in Iran. And then the very next comment is, we're not even close to being done yet, man. 2 more weeks. So let's just hold on to this. We do have our target out. Hopefully we don't get blown out to the upside, but it's not looking great now as oil downside. Oracle chilling, but you've got that position on, so that's going to be a good one there. We can see what's going on with silver, maybe the US dollar having a reaction to this as well. Let's just check out the DXY quickly, and then we'll go back and see what OB's up to. So here's our daily chart on the DXY on those recent stories. So yeah, I think that was a good call there. DXY does make the move down, just similar to oil, and now bouncing back upside. So it looks like we're starting to get a little blown out here on the top side of USO. So I guess this is not sort of the story that we thought it would be, and we're getting stopped out on the upside. Here it comes at 105.50. We're going to get stopped out of half, and then after that, man, we're hopeful. I just don't want to get stopped out of it all at the 200 period, but I do realize that obviously, where's my mouse? That this is a point for concern for me. I mean, we use that level as our stop out normally anyways. So there's an out. We got out of just a little bit more than half for an L here so far on USO. Let's see if that is the spot. Wouldn't mind going short again, but something's going to have to change to put on some serious shares here of USO. All right, let's go back over. What's up, Adara? More stories on this?
Yeah, I have more, but this is from the IEA executive director. That's going to be Faith Birrell. She is still speaking. Of course, IEA announcing that the member countries are going to be releasing 400 million barrels of oil from the strategic stockpile. Now, she's saying that can't all happen right away. It's going to happen over a period of time as the member countries see fit. They're going to be providing for the details of how this action will be implemented, quote, in due course. So we don't really have a time frame for this. We don't really have a strategy plan as of right now, but they are going to be, I guess, announcing said strategy shortly. If I do get more details here from these comments from the IEA executive director, I will keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you, very much, Adara. So Oracle almost back into opening prices. I kind of like that. That's a trade in itself. A back through open. I like that. Opening price on Oracle is 166.45. We're only about 40 pennies away from there. This VWAP chop was a little bit aggressive. We got strong flushes into the bid, strong bids all the way back up into the. I guess I have an anchored here. Where's that anchored from? I guess. Off of a volume event from this morning here, just kind of off of the open there, and I'm like, all right, cool. So we're kind of sandwiched in between that. Didn't really hold VWAP too well as of right now, but we'll see if it can get down there. As of right now, the current low is 166.78. So almost got to the opening price there on Oracle, but yeah, with this market pulling right back in, you can see that 15-minute candle with about 4.5 minutes left just went from green to red, but anything can happen. There's news coming out that's really kind of moving this market, up and down, kind of shake and bake right there. AVAV is continuing to the upside here, so we talked about it being a potential continuation. That did not work out at all. Instead, we pullbacks into VWAP held quite well, and now we're trading a little bit higher on this one here. So eyes on oil. Oil's back at USO's back at 105 halves as of right now. In terms of the Mag 7, I guess Tesla was the most strong, but we talk about another name that's been stronger than the others as of recent. And take a look at this one, Sean. Goggles. I can see that this is the strongest of them all, holding its highs pretty well. 310.30s is the current day high here on Alphabet, so that's holding up pretty well. And then Nvidia, of course, Nvidia 187.60s. I'm seeing that is probably the second strongest one right now. So NVDA, that was a great long as well off of the open there. Now, again, they have an event coming up next week with I think it's called GTC. As I'm thinking about cars half the time, but yeah, no, the GTC is next week, and maybe we're going to get some more moves on Nvidia off of that. But right now, again, very news-driven market, so you got to watch out. So you got to have your news sources up and ready. And I definitely want to thank Adara for bringing us the news in a very prompt manner. If you're asking what is the news,
oh shit,
it's probably too late.
Yep.
So you got to be on the ball in these markets.
We just we tried to hold USO there. It does not. I mean, it goes through 106. So unfortunately, you know, averaging up into that trade, we're just gonna have to wait until we get a little bit better news coming through for. Or for the short, or for the long, or for the short, but just something else different, because right now we are trending higher on oil and lower on the NASDAQ. So it's funny because we initially liked this short there, and then that's blowing down through. We didn't, I mean, really the loss today is USO. I mean, everything else is completely fine. Oracle, great short there. You nailed that one. We're in and out of Oracle pretty quickly. IBIT, again, like we have the short, it's printing, but now it's downside and we just didn't hold it enough, and that blew through, so we're fine with all of that. I don't know, man, like, did we just get taken out at the very top here of USO or not? Because now it's coming back in a little bit at that 105.50 level. Maybe this is a spot. I'll try it again here, pretty light, right here at this level though. Maybe this is the move to come back in now on USO, but yeah, I don't want to be caught stubborn here and be like, you know, this has to come down. It does not have to do anything. Right here, USO. So let's give this a little bit of room now to see what it wants to do. But yeah, we'll try the short again. And we just got taken out, so not a great trade. I was thinking about Amazon actually here at the nether bounce spot. We've already been down here once or twice there, including the open was here. Then we hit this. Then we go back down into the 200 period again. So maybe instead of just keep on shorting oil, why not thinking about a long potentially here in Amazon? All right, looks like it's trying to hold this 214, 215. We did get, you know, we can go back over to Zoox and Uber right now, because Uber did have a nice upside play there today. It's trying to hold the bid as well. Underneath VWAP for now, but not looking horrible. Let me just go over and see, we already looked at, oh, you know what, we didn't have, I think maybe tomorrow maybe we have Mitch on, because we could ask him definitely at Thursdays about SoFi, because this name again had a nice move up, now trying to come back in a little bit here, SoFi, and really barcoding in between this $18 to $19 range. So SoFi is a name that we could have a look here for sure today, SOFI. It looks like oil's trying to make a move back in. We're 50 cents in the money, who cares? We just lost $2. So we're looking to make a little bit more on that play if we can. Because we looked at SoFi, we might as well have a quick look at Robinhood as well. They were up pretty nicely earlier, yeah, and it faded back as well. So as this market comes back in, you could see a name like Robinhood also seeming like it wants to come back in just a bit. I still like Robinhood at these levels. And then, yeah, that was interesting. I did hear something about Meta as well, Adara, and the story, I guess, with Meta was that they were introducing some new chips or something. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't seem to be.
I read it. It's going to be over the next 2 years, so there's nothing remotely immediate about it. But yeah, MTIA chips.
Okay, so yeah, a little bit of an interesting spot there for Meta. So we can have a quick look. Not doing too much there as they talk about introducing some new chips there. So thank you, Adara, for all of that. And yeah, right now, man, we're just going to hold on and see what winds up happening right now with our most recent oil position. And I'm thinking about silver as well. I mean, I just think oil had its run up here. Let's see if it does make its move back in. Potentially not. We already have the high of the day there. 76.50, good low for silver, holding underneath VWAP as well. But I don't think this oil trade, man, I think we might just be kicking tires here. Big Bear AI up 6%. So we like that one for now, as Big Bear AI making moves higher. I'm just letting your Oracle kind of simmer over there. Have you been taking outs near the lows there?
No, I've just been taking ads. So yeah, no, I did talk about kind of how I want to get a little bit better at pyramiding, and I think I'm doing okay here. So kind of, you know, adding slowly into this as it kind of, you know, makes lower lows and lower highs as well. We're currently holding that. I want to see it get below VWAP. This it almost got to opening price, Sean. It got to 166.63s. And then bounces back up almost $1 there. So yeah, watching it closely here. Let's see if we can get back through open. But again, we sold off pretty aggressively from the highs, 170, 175 is the day high, and market pulling back as well. So market tailwind definitely on our side here. USO pulling back a little bit back into that 105 area, which again I guess continues to be a little bit interesting for me at the very least. Let's see what I guess Uber didn't really do too much other than pop and drop into some pre-market levels. So we can take a look at Uber as well here. All right, people talking about HIMS in the chat. Let's take a look at the HIMS right after this. But you can see Uber pops up on that news in the pre-market session. That's where it finds some resistance. Off the open, finds some resistance there. There were sellers there before. There's sellers there once again here on Uber. So HIMS, let's take a look at this one. Wow, no way. Today was the day.
Today's
Come on,
the day, eh?
Come on. But here's the thing. I took this opening drive, which was absolutely beautiful yesterday. But the drive today, a little bit more, I guess, nuanced than yesterday's push, but a strong bid nonetheless here. Pulls back, holds VWAP as well, 25. So prior day high is at 26. Don't forget, this is day 3 of the news now. So we got that leg consolidation, kind of a leg there. That's what I was looking for. Didn't really come in. Pulls back into those prior levels there, holding 22 halves. And then now today, absolute strength and some decent volume as well. Sustained volume, I guess, is a little bit better way to put it. There's sustained volume as it pushes up into its day highs here, 25.88s, printing fresh highs as we speak on him. So great look there. AMD weakening, saying DJK. Okay, so we can take a quick look at AMD here. Yeah, I guess it's made a high a day. It's made lower highs here, but still holding in and around that VWAP. I do want to see if we're looking for pullbacks on some of these tech names here. I want to watch this Nvidia here and that SMH at the same time. Sometimes I've shown you guys what my tech splay is, where I look at Nvidia, AMD, Intel, SMCI, SMH. SanDisk, TSM, Micron, and ARM. Those are kind of like the stocks that I like to kind of watch and work with if and when they set up. As of right now, I see that Intel has absolute strength here, Sean. So INTC to the upside right here. Look at this, looking absolutely nothing like that of Nvidia, and actually doing some relative volume. Look at that. Back up to 48.76 as we talk about this one being bigger picture. Remember that consolidation, and we saw
we asked
Brian Shannon.
Yep.
Yesterday, was it the evening? I think so.
Yeah, he was here at 2:30.
Yeah. So in the evening, we talked to him, and he was like, look at the all-time anchored VWAP, and it consolidated at the IPO for Intel for about, almost 7 months before continuing. That was absolutely beautiful there. And now we're seeing that stair step kind of, it's in those consolidation boxes.
The 40-year VWAP back to its IPO.
Yeah, exactly.
So we were talking about there. Oil finally starting to come back just a little bit there. I did hear Adair clapping. Are we going back to her?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then let's go back over to Adair and see what she's up to for 10 news, I think, and 10:20 update.
No news, Sean. I was actually just clapping for that, the 40-year anchored VWAP, because I was right there with you when Brian Shannon brought that up on our market recap show. I want to talk about BATL, and I'm going to actually mention a couple of these oil energy-related small caps, because why not? BATL, Battalion Oil, EONR, Eon Resources. This one not doing too well. The other one that we've been seeing a lot of action on was TPET, Trio Petroleum. All of these are going to be on watch as we get more news with regards to energy. IEA, or the International Energy Agency, announcing they're going to be releasing 400 million barrels of oil to combat rising crude oil prices. The timing of this release is unclear, but it is going to be the largest in the agency's history, largest release rather. ASNS, just pulling back here from highs. This is a penny stock. It has rallied in the past and even pretty recently. Actellis Networks, roughly 8.5 million share float. Market cap just under $5 million, releasing orders from an unnamed Japanese government organization. So some organization within the Japanese government. And apparently the goal of these orders, I guess, is to provide dozens of units of their Metalite networking solution to said unnamed government organization. KALA, I remember Sean mentioning this one, Kala Bio. Apparently, they're trying to be the Palantir for biotech. They have a new AI platform that they think will help them achieve that. KALA does have a $400 million market cap, so much larger market cap than ASNS, given that they're both penny stocks. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, Make sure to follow us on X at TTV Research. And we're going to go over to Sean and Obi.
Thank you very much, Dara. So Oracle kind of got back through its open, chopping around right now, doing a decent amount of volume there, expected. That's the opening price. A lot of interest definitely was there. That's where the bid came in. And anybody and everybody who was longing the open session is probably now a little bit underwater. Below some of these prices, but expected, might get defended a little bit here. I'm watching it pretty closely to see if we get any sort of continuation there. USO still at 105, so I like that. But yeah, let me know in the chat, what are you guys talking about? Marvell first red day? Hello, okay, let's take a look at that real quick. MRVL, first red day, I guess, in how long?
Well, it's from earnings since Thursday.
Thursday, okay. My browser's kind of laggy here. Okay, so almost. You can see we're not quite below day low, but we are below day open. So that seems interesting here. Let's take a look at the daily as well. I was going to say, yeah, first red day since earnings. Yeah, almost right there. But here's the thing. First red day, nice. But look at how these prior bars are holding on the daily. I like that as well. Prior day low is probably going to interest me a little bit more. That's sitting at 91.62s here on MRVL.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I really like Marvell. We like Big Bear AI as well. That's up 4%, so we can see what's happening over on Big Bear AI today. I mean, this has been a good rebound name off of their earnings and off of their sort of low peaks of $4. So we can see now, if you bought the $4 low, that was pretty good there. We got a little lower last week into 380. That's off earnings, but holding $4 here yesterday, holding it a little bit here again today, and moving higher there. Damn it, man, I cannot believe the NASDAQ is now negative, as we did have. It's funny, man, I switched out of this and went into the short oil when it was short NASDAQ. That would have still played. So there it comes back in, man. Oil back up, NASDAQ back. Wow, shoot, man, that's too bad, because we did have a decent play on board right there. I see oil just like, we have oil release coming soon, so you can obviously see an upside play here happening right now for oil. I was just going to give this to the top of 106 again. If we do wind up breaking it, then fine. We were able to actually, as we were talking, and, it does come right into VWAP, so we'll just try to reload what we did have right there. So a little bit of a stop out at the high, stop out there when we broke there. So 50 cents each stop right into there. But the trade, it didn't really, we did have shares there, but it was more putting it on right there at 104. So that's why it was like about a $2 hit on the biggest, well, that was half and half. So $1.50, $2. So those hits came in, and then we were short at 105.40, and then we covered there at like 104.70s. We got some 104.60s there as well. But today is Wednesday, so we do have crude oil reserves numbers being released at 10:30. So that could spike or drop this market. And we do have our out. I'm just going to use this as our out again. And if we wind up losing $1 on this one, then we do. I'm going to give it a shot here. All these things, releasing of 400 million barrels, all these kind of notes today, I would have thought oil was going to the downside. But what I think doesn't matter. The market is clearly telling us that oil's upside. So congratulations to everybody that's been going long on oil, because I am not. I'm going short, and it's been bad on that one. So, all right, BATL. And I want to be able to hold it, because we do know that there are big moves in USO these days, and at 1 minute, it could go the other way. We have it defined out. So BATL down 7%, so that's working to the downside. XOM today, still hovering around this 151 area, right? I mean, it's a big move today. It's 147 was the low, 148 up to 151. So it's a nice little 2% day here for ExxonMobil. As I guess oil price is looking to stabilize a bit, and ExxonMobil, one of the best producers, we can see up 2% there. The Venezuela story is still getting lost in what's happening now here as well. So we still have a lot of oil coming out of that nation, and XOM and CVX apparently the best positioned to take advantage of that, let alone what we're seeing in Iran right now. So 186 up to 189 CVX. Most of these names are near some of their highs. Yeah, I know, Hamster. I mean, this is what I don't know if Trump's played his hand. I don't know what's been happening here, but all I know is I'm getting it handed to me on the oil short, and it could get spicy on oil. Yeah, for me, it's already very spicy right now on this, and we've lost a little bit too much on this trade here today as we try to go short on oil, which it does not look to be the right trade. The right trade is OB short on Oracle, so congratulations for that one. Yeah, so for right now, we just got to wait to see what happens. Hopefully I can hold out for 1030, but it looks like we're going to run the top here on USO, OIH, all of them starting to go back up there to the upside as we follow the proper underlying asset here as oil bounces. It's just so crazy that I wrote down long 104 as we approach 106.50 here on USO. But there's oil making new highs right now of the session up to 86.50. So taking names and taking out levels here is crude today. Your Oracle's still underneath that 167.
Yeah,
all right.
It's kind of chopping. Like, it's still kind of struggling a little bit with this opening price, 166.50s-ish, keeps on getting chopped up. But you can see that market is really coming in pretty aggressively. ES almost about to come into those day lows right there. That's absolutely wild there. What's up, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know, nothing massive here, but keep an eye potentially on Taiwan Semi, because I am seeing some headlines about the U.S. and China and Taiwan, so I want to let you know that this is occurring. Global Times reporting that China's military tracked and monitored U.S. P-8A patrol aircraft transiting Taiwan. So I guess there's been some monitoring there with U.S. transit within Taiwan. Again, kind of a vague headline, letting you guys know just with regards to TSM. If I see anything more here, I will keep you guys posted, including more details on the headline I just gave you. Back to you.
minute
Yeah, some
and a half.
chop happening.
You might not be able to hold out to this.
Minute and a half for
USO, but it's oil reserves. But I'm going to get stopped out, and then we'll have to react to the trade when it comes, because we're right now running the top of the day here on USO. So I do see the super chat in there. I want to thank you for it. Why did we go short when the trend broke on oil? I honestly thought that this story was going to create more moves to the downside, right? I mean, we've sat here and we've talked about that a little bit here, right, over time. And then it came up into a level that honestly, and me and Obi sit here and we talk about where does technicals land when we're talking about oil? And I always said probably not that important, because right now we're so news-based. So I did trade it underneath VWAP here, but then it broke, it got going, and I was thinking about the day's high there. But since then, man, we really haven't been able to hold out for this, as it just keeps on moving higher. So I think you're 100% right there. You know, trading trends, and I said yesterday, the best thing for me to do would be to learn a little bit more on trend trading and stop fighting the trend all of the time. And that's just something that I need to work on. We still have our rules in place, and we still follow our line. Oh, there goes oil. Just ran 106.30, of course, my out. So let's go over to Adara as we've got these releases in 10 seconds. It looks like it's going to be better.
Yeah, that's what I was going to be giving you guys here. EIA crude oil inventories, 2.5 million. Forecast prior, 3.475 million. EIA gasoline inventories, negative 2 million is that forecast. Okay, so crude oil stock change coming in at positive 2.824 million. Again, forecast was positive 2.5 million. EIA gasoline inventories, that's going to be negative 3.654 million. Let's take a look here at USO. US oil, not reacting too much to this, kind of continuing to push higher. We'll send you back over to Sean and Obi.
All right, so it doesn't look like, thanks for the update there on oil. We got roasted on that one. So oil just straight upside today. We tried it, does not work. Oil right now upside. I see Oracle starting to go upside as well. As this market may have found a bottom again. I don't know. I'm not sure when to reshort this thing, and I probably won't do it. 3.824 million barrel build versus a 2.8 million barrel build estimate. So that's what we're talking about with crude. Distillates come out as well on a draw. So, but it's U.S. crude oil inventories, 382 versus 28 on the build side. So more oil out there than expected. And maybe now we start to go down. I mean, I'm going to short it now. Yeah, I'm going to put my hands up in the air and just wave them like I just don't care right now on oil, because we've been getting hit on that one. We're going to have a break lower now of the 200 period 105.50. If that breaks, then maybe we can re-engage for a short time. But for right now, let it just cruise higher, man. We've been trying to go short, just has not worked. $1.50 there, $2 hit there, and about $1 there, I guess, on the hit to the downside now for oil. So Not great trading by me today. Much better by my guy over here, as Oracle still in the money for you. So I do like that.
It did pop up pretty aggressively there. And again, the market started printing a fresh 15-minute bar. I'm watching that as well. But yeah, pretty aggressive bid back into VWAP there for Oracle. But I guess still technically making lower highs and lower lows. So I think I did okay to add a little bit more on there into that push. Again, trying to get a little bit better at the whole pyramiding concept. I understand that if I'm using smaller structures, I might be getting stopped out here. Yeah, and that bid definitely came in of people just rushing into the ask. There was actually a buddy on Memex that got filled for 10,000 shares just on in the lit market. I'm like, all right, let's see what we do after you get filled, and we just slap up another $1 there. I was like, yeah, that's an easy way to make a quick 10 G's right there on something like that, and get rebates for it as well. So that 167 to 168. Shout out to whoever that was. Again, I don't know if they're I don't know if they're selling more or doing whatever, providing liquidity. I have no idea. It doesn't really matter. But it's always interesting to see some of the price action that unfolds. Whoa, see, right back down into the lows right there.
Oh, Oracle white.
VWAP. That's what I'm saying. It was kind of unnatural. I've been staring this thing down, and I see it swipe up like that, and the market's pulling right back down as well. I'm like, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to be a little patient. Yeah, it got right in the VWAP, and I kind of added there as well. Maybe that's the ad that I have to be a little bit more aggressive on. But again, every day is a learning opportunity here as we kind of try to piece more into this. This is back at that opening price. It's back at that opening price. It's been an exciting morning, Sean.
I cannot believe it's already 10:30.
When we're having fun, times go. Time goes by.
That is true. I'm not having fun.
Having fun isn't hard when you've got a library card.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
From Arthur, by the way.
Is it okay? I need to get a library card right now. My kids like to go to the library. That is for sure. I'm beside myself that we're
since undergrad.
Oh man, you should go. Yeah, I don't know if there's any books in libraries anymore, though. That's the problem.
All my books are on my phone.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Look at the NASDAQ, man, bleeding to the downside. We did have that short, and I'm not having fun looking at that, that's for sure. And then oil, I was actually thinking about reshorting if we can actually break the trend back down through 105. But I was just looking at the time, man. It's almost 10:30 right here. Wow, we're getting really on in time right now. All right, let's see what else is going on right here in the market for you guys and what you want to talk about. Let's go over here and have a quick look at the visualizer. There he goes. Oracle takes 166 finally, so that's going to be a good one there. IREN, CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave on Nebius deal probably, right? That's up 10%. We can go check out NBIS and see what's going on over there. USO can go straight to hell. That's a nice move there. Up to 106, up 0.2%. Palantir kicking back down, 151. Is that right for Palantir? Oh, yeah, we actually had a bad day yesterday on PLTR, and it is did make a move up to 153 today, back down to 151. Tesla, the big one there, and you already mentioned HIM's up 11%, so that's going today as well. There's your Nebius. I know you were messing around with that in the pre-market. That's now up 16%. Wow. RDW, a name that we could possibly look at, that's up 4%. A lot of votes there. Silver, not too many. That's down 3%. Yeah, that's what you guys wanted us to talk about. IREN is a name that we haven't looked at in a minute, so let's have a quick look over there. As is Iris Energy, another way to play all this movement as well in the energy space. So up 10% as they've been getting hit too. Yeah, so you guys have brought this name to our attention a couple times, down into the 200 period moving average. IREN, possibly a great buy. The reason why I said, right there for that is because AVAV, that was a name there that, and I know it's, we talked about it. I have Big Bear AI, Neil's got this one. And what a move down, man. I was actually, wrote it down, not on this sticky note, but on another one to look at buying some AVAV today. And unfortunately, so did other people. That got down to 195, guys. Earlier, and we actually zoomed out and we showed you that this was $200 marker, goes all the way back. Remember, that was to that May level. And yeah, right now, not doing the best is AVAV today, but wicked move off the open. So down 4.5% on earnings, not good. They missed top and bottom, but AeroVironment nicely back up 5%. USO, so I am going to take a break of 105. We almost broke that. So I'm going to go short here, and we're going to see what we can get. we'll try a couple hundred shares, just see what winds up happening back down to the downside. If we do break that, it looks like we didn't necessarily get stopped out at the top, but pretty close enough to that at 106.30 there. The high is 106.60. As now we get the release of the oil inventories. Build was higher than expected, so that's probably creating a little bit of a move down. But yeah, I might be losing the idea here with oil. I just feel like there is a potential move down, and I want to try it back to 106, but maybe we just leave oil alone and pick on something else. I mean, we've been really trading well on Palantir lately, and that dip just went into 151. That was your 200 period moving average. That was probably a decent buy opportunity down near those lows. Amazon also right here could be a trade. That was one that's made its move lower here, Amazon, and trying to find a bounce. What does this have to do with what does this have to do with yesterday, Amazon? And then we'll go back over to you, Obi, as I see Oracle's kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I was looking at this level, so that was the level. It is indeed the level from yesterday, 213 to 1250 there on AMZN, a possible look in on Amazon there as well. So, yeah, and then unfortunately, guys, we did have IBIT there today. It does make a move down. Yeah, this name could break out through 71,000. I'm just a little frustrated there because we should have traded oil a little better, but we'll be back. Well, we're still here. That's that. You've only looked at one name, right?
Yeah,
Nebius?
I mean, it's
you don't need more than one.
Exactly. It's you hear this in the trading world. Shout out to Mr.
We're short US
Fury there. You only really need one good trade, right? I mean, I wouldn't call this one good trade, but it's an one okay trade.
One trade idea.
One trade idea, and I was just like, all right, well, let me try to catch the. I mean, the opening drive was nice as well, right? We can go to the 1 minute chart. I covered a decent chunk here because I'm like, okay, well, if you're gonna crack this and kind of stall in here, I'll take off some. I'll take some off here. I guess the only piece I really have left is this most recent one that I added underneath this 168. Again, not enough of an add there. I think, but I did okay. It's not like we talk about trying to pyramid, but it's not necessarily like a perfect pyramid. I should be, I'm chasing into here. This is not really part of the pyramiding, but I should be here. I should be here. I should be here. I don't have an add here, that's an issue. That's okay. That's a bit of a chase to the downside. Wow, there it is. 165s and some change. I definitely covered a decent chunk of my position all into here. Boom, 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 boom. Which is like, again, that's not necessarily what's happening here. Here, so I guess. It's like zoomed in, so that's why on the screen. That's why I was like, what's going on there? So here, I'll just keep it in here, so we can kind of take a look at it a little bit better. But I did. One of the rules for the pyramiding is like you have to you trail your stop down. So it's like if I'm actually trailing, this was the most recent significant pop. So I should be stopping out at 168.80s, right? And then after this happened, I should be stopping out at 168.30s. No reason to even take profits here, right? Sure, maybe it might have gotten to target, which can be the opening price or the day low right there. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, well, we got to day low, we got to target, but at the end of the day, the target sometimes like I come up with that price. That's all on me. And what I think really doesn't matter. The market, if the market's showing me that there's no reason to cover, there's no reason to buy, why am I buying? Right? That's, again, just me speaking to myself as like, this is not necessarily the ideal way to do this, but we try to get a little bit better every single day. There's that 165 crackdown. So GG's on that one. What's up, Adara?
I can tell you what's not up, Obi, and that's actually a lot of sectors in this market. Communications sharply to the downside. I think this is the second day in a row that we've had this. T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T all down at least 1%, and notably more than 2% for TMUS and T. Non-energy minerals weak, commercial services largely weak, consumer services weak. Utilities has some, spots of weakness, notably CEG and Vistra, both down pretty sharply. These are like the kind of, I guess, data center type plays in the utility space. So them being red is significant here, guys. Consumer non-durables also red. Health tech red. Finance red. More concerns here about private equity and some of these limits there with regards to private credit. Retail trade is going to be red, and you have some, smatterings of green across this board. Energy minerals, of course, very, very strong. More ongoing geopolitical uncertainty when it comes to the situation in Iran. Consumer durables really strong as well. Uber with its Zoox AV news. Nice look for a UBER, one of the lone bright spots in this transportation sector. And then you've got these tech sectors. You've got electronic technology, Nvidia, Micron, Intel, AMD, all spots of green. AMD, I think maybe the most notable here in terms of a catalyst. CEO Lisa Su reportedly set to meet with Samsung next week, March 18th. So that's going to be on watch. Tech services, you do have a lot of weakness or names that are flat, but then you've got Oracle up 10% in earnings day one, though. As you know from OB short, they have declined quite a lot from that high. And Google also up today. So it is kind of a weaker or mixed look, but that doesn't mean there aren't areas that are strong. Back to you. Also look at Thermo Fisher at 2 p.m. because Trump's visiting them.
Hey, TMO, good little look there. So we'll look at TMO tonight. 2 p.m. So good little look there. I didn't know that. So that could be a good look as well. I'm bidding some mid 60s here just to take a little bit out. We're only short here at the 80s on oil. It's finally we got a little bit of a winner here. I'll take a little bit out, but we're just trying to scalp out. Like we said, we weren't starting it with a huge amount of shares or anything like that, but we are making a move back in. So we'll capture something down here, hopefully a little lower into the 50s. We just bounced. I just put a bid at 57 there. I don't know if we spiked that up or not, but there it goes, making a move back in. Hopefully is oil. It looks like it's trying to, shit, man, we can't even get it to go lower. Trying to bounce off of, okay, here we go. I'm at 57. Hopefully that it should print, right? We're 2 cents lower. There it is. Okay, good. So now we're starting to make moves back in here on USO. So we'll be able to hold just a little bit. This was that move that we had liked. Comes right back into 106. That punch in was a little early. We did talk about that. Our average price is 93s. So we're 50 cents in the money now as it's coming back in. I'll bid a little bit more here. I don't want to be like just covering because we did take a hit, obviously, on the way back up. But in getting back to schedule programming here, I'm a much better, obviously, at scalping than at holding for longer periods. You can see Obi over there has sort of broken down his strategies for holding, and I commend him for the stuff that he's doing over there. It looks great, Obi. And here we go. Let's go, man. Maybe we're getting a little lower now. We just punched out a little bit more here in the 30s. We'll do a little bit more again as it's coming back. So we'll go 60 cents in the money here on, again, just couple of shares, and we'll see if we get lower on this one. And we're not going to make everything back, but we're back in the money. We made back 35% of what we lost so far. Not great, but down into 105. That is your 50-period moving average right there. VWAP would be a nice take for us. So let's put a bid in and around here, and then we can see if we can let it settle, man, and see if we get a little lower. Maybe there's a move, but we're making back a little bit of that sloppy trading earlier as finally we have reasons to go short there after the release. But it looks like now the market wants to go back up, bouncing cleanly off the 50-period moving average. We did get out of 40% there. So as I said, made back a little bit, but still not the greatest stock. I heard call for Adair. Let me know when we're ready. Tesla's still up 3%. So let's go over and see what Adair is saying.
I do have oil to talk about here. So CNN reportedly told by a source, I guess, on the ground that Iran is now actually laying those mines in that vital waterway in the Strait of Hormuz. So again, Iran now, we've heard reports they were going to lay the mines or they were going to start planning on laying the mines. And now they are reportedly actually, taking the effort to lay said mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Also, Associated Free Press reporting that Emmanuel Macron, who is the leader of France, has asked the G7 to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz ASAP. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, Nobi, of course I'm short oil, and the news we go to Adara is, they're laying the mines. So that's not good, but we'll cover a little bit more here as we get going on. Oops, that's still Tesla. As we get going back up to the upside, just a couple more covers at 50s. Right there as we blew through. So 52s and I think maybe even 48s or something. So a couple covers there on US. So we're basically into half now left. So we cover that 10% on that little story. I wouldn't be surprised if oil rips on something like that, but we still have our outs and we are covering on that kind of news. So not a great trade there for oil so far today, but we're going to hold on to this short and see if it wants to go. That's USO. Someone in the chat there. Adobe, HIMS, yeah, what's up, Mac? Wow. Adobe reports tomorrow, maybe a name we could look at, definitely on the midday, or we'll look at it too. HIMS now up 15%. What a good story from HIMS on the weekend there, getting it all figured out with Novo Nordisk. Looks like their products are going to be back available. And here goes HIMS right there back up to the upside. A short float, definitely player here. And it just keeps on going. So early take in the pre-market, nice little level right there. And now we're getting higher into 27, trying to break long on HIMS. It looks like you guys have got that one right as it's going upside now on HIM to the S. Ms. Adara, again, what you got in your mind?
Yeah, guys, I have some other tickers you could potentially look at with regards to that story that I reported. And again, that is CNN saying that Iran has started laying these mines in the waterway by the Strait of Hormuz. Another way to play this could be some of these deep sea mining plays like OPTT and KITT. KITT we did discuss yesterday. Nauticus Robotics. OPTT is another small cap name that's rallied in the past. Ocean Power Technologies, both of them getting at least a little bit of a lift on this catalyst if I get more. I will keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
All right, man. Your Oracle's almost out.
Yeah, I'm pretty much out of more than 90% of it right here on that 165. Just holding on to that last breadcrumb to see if it actually does anything. Anything else? Not really concerned about the rest of it. But yeah, you can see here comes into some of these lows. The market's kind of bouncing off that 25K as well. Once again, a lot of chop and orbit around that 25K. But NBIS is the one that I want to talk about right now, as you can see how cleanly it's holding up off of its prior lows, right? So I like to throw on that anchored as well. It's probably going to be in and around the same place as VWAP, but let's throw one on off of the open because we're actually doing some volume, and you can consider that a bit of an event as well, and get rid of this one because that's the same as whenever you got news in the morning. The anchored VWAP tends to be relatively similar, around the same price or around the same areas as the actual VWAP on the day. It's the overnight session ones and the higher time frame ones that probably, are going to differ the most there. But you can see how well it's been holding up on pullbacks. Now, I traded this a little bit in the pre-market session, and it was a little choppy. That 105, there was a lot of size at 105, and I guess that got taken. Whoever sat on the bid at 105s, I bet they're kind of laughing right there, as we pulled all the way up to 112s, 114s.
That's crazy.
At the highs here. Again, they had news this morning with a deal with Nvidia, but right now I think we got some news with Adara.
Keep an eye here on SYK. Looks like I've seen over the last 30 minutes, I've been seeing some reports here. I just saw one headline, so I looked further into it. Looks like this has been going on for about 30 minutes, but SYK trading sharply lower. Reportedly, according to Wall Street Journal, they were hit with a suspected Iran-linked cyber attack. So Wall Street Journal reporting that SYK has been hit with a cyber attack suspected to be linked to Iran. Staff apparently found remote devices running Microsoft Windows were wiped. So keep an eye here in SYK. Also seeing some comments from Maersk with regards to shipping. So, maybe I guess for looking at some of these logistics plays, you could keep an eye on this. But tons of Middle East news, even tangentially involving SYK here. Back to you.
We're going to look at that. Job with that one. Okay, we did take a little bit more there. Now it's breaking through, and we did average it back out at 75. We took some O's out at some 75s. Now we're starting to go to the downside again and blasting back up there. We're still going to wait for that stop out. We only have half our position back on this trade right now, so it looks like we might just go flat on this one, as we do wind up taking a decent winner on the downside there, but bouncing right off 105.50. So not great action here for the oil trade for me today anyways. All right, so Amazon, we said it was a nice little bottom there. That 151 on Palantir seems to have been a holding spot there on PLTR. Let's let oil settle out and just figure out what's for lunch, and then we'll get back to this trade here. Because honestly, Obi, you had mentioned time goes by when you're having fun.
Yes.
Not having that much fun, but the time is definitely going by. I'm playing around. I'm having a good time. All right, March the 11th today. All right, let's go. It was, to Sharif's delight and all of our delight, I think, eggs this morning, just hard-boiled eggs. So I heard Joe say the other day, at least it's real eggs, and I think that's good. Or is it? I mean, they could be genetically modified. They're all there, but I guess you can't win with losing these days. Okay, here we go, man. Yesterday, I've never had piri-piri chicken that tasted nothing like piri-piri before. That was really, really interesting. I didn't feel like there was no spice on that, but it was pretty good, though. I don't want to throw shade at it. Just the spicing was not the greatest there yesterday as far as piri-piri is concerned. Good one. And I said to Sharif and Sharif's like, you know what, man, the protein's actually been pretty solid. They do give you a decent amount, and hard to complain today. With my trading, I think I owe the caterers today money. All right, grilled Brazilian pork. Oh, the flag is Brazilian. Okay. Sorry to ruin that a little bit there. But we've never had this before. Grilled Brazilian pork. Interesting. Chopped salad. So I don't know what that's going to be like. Roasted vegetables, roasted potatoes. Ooh. So, I don't know.
I like that. You know the mini potatoes.
I love the mini. Those are my favorite.
Those are so good. They're
all you can do. You can roast those or boil those. That's it. A little bit of butter. Sprinkle some salt and pepper. Chef's kiss. That's a good one, Obi. Thanks for bringing that up. Made my mood better there. But yeah, no, good times abound for that today. Grilled Brazilian pork, chopped salad, roasted veg, roasted potato. I don't think Assassino's going to think this is truly Brazilian food, but that's okay. He can maybe have a look at it and have a look. He can give a visual. He was just saying that pescatarian is Andre. So although from Brazil, enjoying that fish from the sea. And why not, man? If you're in Brazil, man, take advantage of what's fresh around there. That is for sure. But okay, so that's what's for lunch. Yeah, Palantir not really doing a whole heck of a lot. We'll sit in this oil trade till we're stopped out of it, which is the high of the day, 106.60. Sorry, that's PLTR, but this is USO right here. We just covered a little bit more, actually, at 75 again right there. That's 77. But that's the look right now. We just shorted O's out a little bit. We're kind of in scalp mode, but we are definitely aware of this top eventually breaking out. So we'd like to take, instead of just taking 40 cents or 30 cents on these trades, we'd like to take at least 1-to-1 there, which would be 60s. So we need this to get back to that 105.60 area to make a little bit of money on this one. Okay, Obi's flat. I'm only in this name, and Adara's got something else for us.
It involves talking, and it does involve the cash money, as I overheard Sean say as he threw it over. Let's talk about the U.S. dollar, because, again, this uptrend in the daily chart, just super clean. We did, of course, have these 2 days now of resistance at that 99.7 level, so that's still going to be a level for the DXY to clear, but we're right now poised for our second straight green day. When you guys hear these big oil stories, as Sean has mentioned many times, and for good reason, keep an eye on DXY as well, because it can sometimes move on these types of catalysts. We did get some economic data today. It was kind of a snoozer, nothing super exciting. CPI month over month and year over year, as well as core CPI month over month and year over year. All these prints exactly dead on, in line with estimates. Though, again, as we were expecting, core CPI month over month actually down compared to last month. But once again, we were expecting that. So nothing super shocking or out of the ordinary. Now on Friday, I have to prepare you guys. We don't have one economic data release. We don't have two. We don't have three. We have four major economic data releases on Friday morning at 8:30 a.m. PCE and GDP at 10 a.m. JOLTS job openings and University of Michigan consumer sentiment. It's going to be a big one. Make sure to join us on Friday morning and also every day and all of our shows, because lots to keep an eye on here. But in the meantime, yeah, I mean, like we talked about the CME FedWatch tool yesterday. Traders really not pricing in that cut. CPI data today not really likely to change that. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. Yeah, no, I'm just out of that oracle there. So we did kind of pull back into 165. Didn't really, no real like capitulation or anything down there, but I'm just like, all right, it's getting a little bit extended. I'm almost thinking about that, reversion back up as well. And again, we talk about preparation. Guess where it bounces off of? It bounces off of that earnings reaction high from last night. This was the ultimate high at 164.50s. And I'm like, okay, watching it. Maybe I should be watching a little bit closer, because guess what? That's also a pull into the anchored VWAP from earnings, which is sitting exactly at 165.05. So again, a bit of a fumble, covering a little bit too much at 166s. And not really kind of observing some of the stuff that I've already kind of put on here. But 165, as you can see, that anchored held pretty well as we're catching a bid right back in. And does it confluence with the market? Absolutely it does. The market's been catching a bid for the past two 15-minute candles with only about a few more minutes left on this one. So prior highs right here at 168.38. Again, solid opportunities on this one. The opening drive was where it was at. 166.62s or 166.67s, pre-market highs. Sure, we pull back into 165.65s. It's about $1 down, but you got to understand, with the way it was moving like crazy both ways, sometimes you got to be like, all right, I'm going to risk about $1. I'm going to risk about a point on this. Or if you want to go with percentage of ATR, is which I kind of like to do for sure. This is what that $1 is well within the percentage of ATR I want to kind of give this on the day today, especially with the kind of relative volume that it's doing. And you saw me kind of do that on the way up when I started sizing in a little bit lightly and then got a lot more aggressive incrementally as we did start to get the backside back in here on Oracle. So great trade both ways, I would say. We'll see how much this can bid back up into some of these prior highs there. I guess back through open was a good trade here as well. 166.40s that we talked about. Nice little push back into VWAP, but it seems like we've been continuing. There it is, another lower high. So maybe a potential to reload. I don't know. My continuation playbook definitely needs a little bit of work, but I do like the way some of the reversion playbook, nuanced reversion playbooks are working here on the day, for me at least. So where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Guess what? Something that is potentially setting up for some sort of reversion is no other than hims and hers. Day 3 push on this one. 27.12s is the day high on this. I don't know if I have to borrow shares on this one just yet, but I can figure that out in a few more minutes. But HIM's definitely looking good there. Campbell's CPB. Yeah. This was the one. This was the one to get short off of. I mean, even if in the morning I was like, yeah, that soup is doing absolutely nothing. But guess what? It does start to do something once you start breaking opening range low. You start breaking some of this consolidation from the pre-market. Look at that continuous selling and with expanding volume. So that's even better. So talk about a beautiful sell-off here on Campbell's. And we kind of talked about this yesterday, where it's just like some of these opportunities that are really good are probably in places where not a lot of people are looking, but enough people because it is doing relative volume. So there's definitely traders that are on this on the day today, just not me there. But if I'm watching multiple different things, Campbell's, it's on my display. I almost want more screens. Because I'm like, I got to switch between screens. Because I got this.
You have some empty spots up there.
That's because this goes there.
Yeah, okay.
Right? We got the chat up there. Got 2 charts up there. I have 8 charts here. I have 2 main charts that I trade on, plus the NASDAQ and the ES. And then I got my books and L2s on this side. And I got my Discord open. I got my X open. I definitely need like 2 more screens just for charts. So I can have that market perspective being like, all right, this is in play. Where's the next trade? Boom, boom. I don't know.
No, I think sometimes you get a little
more screens.
Yeah, you should. I don't know if there's any space around here for that. Yeah, we could put one on the roof. Yeah, for sure, on the ceiling. All right, thanks so much, man. It's 11 o'clock. What a great show we've had so far here today. Oil's not really doing a whole heck of a lot right now, so we'll hold on to this and see if there is a downside push. Looks like it's trying to happen right now for us. We're short at 106.10 right here on USO, looking for lower, of course. And we'll see if we can get it. But good show so far, Obi. We're back at 2 p.m. We've got the midday ready to rock and roll for you. I heard Sharif talking about HIMs, so we'll see a little bit of that trading happening there as well today. A couple other names, ASNS, and a few different names that they will talk about. Make sure you do get the votes in the chat. And great short there, obviously, on Oracle. As Oracle's now breaking right low again. Lower here for Oracle.
The gift that keeps on giving.
It might be the gift that keeps on giving. And we all know Adara's opinion on Oracle as well. So, all right. Thanks so much for watching. We'll be back at 2 p.m. All right, let's go There it is, man. See you at 2 over to the midday.
All right. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif. And we got to say hello to everybody, Joey. Guys, ACXP is going, so I'm just going to have to say hello, but ACXP, it be going. Mr. Leahy, we got Mike P.D. Ryder, Stuart Varun, Daily Day Trade, Hangry Wife, She Hungry. Shout out to Vancouver, V-City. We got Trust Fund Baby, 1320 Wolf, Dino Vinceri, Huri. We got Jacques, we got Aswan Wasim, DAP 420, Bud Monster joining us from jolly old England, my man. Buffalo Soldier, Los Polos Hermanos, Bastone, Adventures, JT, Soberer, what does that mean? Green Day Dean, shout out to Pizza Gang, Aero Sen, Andrew Chow and Witty, the Poo Guru, I love that one. Anthony and Sky, shout out to Harto, Heart Media, and Lolo, Minnesota Trader, and Omar Oshiri. Love Cool. Shout out to Leanne. I know that's you, Leanne. AT Nerd. We got Stone Broke, Hill Dog, WS Lone, Don Sharifo. Always makes me chuckle. M. Kelsey, Roof Ninja. And who else, man? We got Cubis Mo and Mr. Panda, Mr. P Panda. Don't forget that letter, Joey.
What's up, Mr. Leahy? Probably one of the greatest Canadian characters of all time. For those who don't know, maybe you have to look up Trailer Park Boys, in my opinion, one of the funniest shows. Next tip, people just do nothing. All right, guys, let's get right into things. That's English humor for you, Sharif. Extremely dry.
Love it, Joe.
It's the best, in my opinion. All right, guys, one trade today didn't work out. We were looking for the continuation here in the long with the TQQs, and it didn't rock and roll for us. So we had that pullback. Inverse correlation with USO. We were selling a little bit at this point, and I'm like, all right, let's see if we can get a test of the high of the day, maybe head into 51. Hasn't been the case so far. So I've been sitting on my hands, just one trade here today, and that is it. But aside from that, guys, what am I looking at from a daily and what I had on my list today? We had ORCX, that is going to be a leverage play there on Oracle for the long, but we didn't take anything. Congratulations to Obi on that short. A nice look off for those highs. And then we had TSLA, SLV, which we kicked to the curve essentially, and the TQQs always in our peripheral vision. Now, we had a nice strong move in Tesla, opening up around 401 with a high of around 417. Supply zone at 420. We couldn't quite get there yet, but we have yet to break the volume weighted average price on today's intraday session. So maybe we'll get some form of continuation in strength. I got my eyes on USO and the TQQs just due to the fact of that inverse correlation I was just referring to. And then we have obviously Oracle. Oracle strong, gapping up. Earnings report, you see that nice strong 5-minute drive off of the print, and then sure enough you get a little bit of a continuation here today, but starting to sell and come back in, heading towards some key pre-market lows. We can pull up the actual underlying asset. Other than that, been relatively cool for me here today, as I mentioned, and that's it. And we'll be patient. We'll wait for some high quality opportunities. I wanted a specific target on this one, so I'm like, all right, let's see if we can if we're going to put on a trade, we want to try to eliminate our past couple days of losses. That hasn't been necessarily the case just yet. But never count yourself out until the end of the day. So that's the narrative of my session. Oracle, we'll head over to yesterday and what we had there, a nice strong 5-minute opening break, climbs up to 165. And this morning, we were talking about that supply zone at 170. Momentum drives us up into 172, and then eventually we start to come back in a little bit here, a little bit more. Before we send it over to our boy Sharif, I want to point out one more thing here on TSLA, and that is going to be on the options chain. So a little bit of a supply zone expiring this week at that 420 mark, and that's what we want to keep an eye out on. So 420, 20,900, that's going to be the largest that we've seen that are out of the money. Those 410s are in the money currently, but things can change. We only are points away from that.
All right, ACXP going. What's the high? $5 on the dot. I've got 87, only one profit taker so far. 2R, 529. 3 are 549. That's all well and good. We got to clear 5. 5 is an obvious area of resistance. Keeping an eye on the 5-second chart on my top screen, trying to spot areas of liquidity. I'm going to stop out if it breaks 479, okay? So that's my look there, knowing full well that that $5 area could be a tough area to clear. So keeping an eye, there's 480, continuing to watch. Here comes the breakdown now, and we're going to stop out here. Let's get back in with some more. Let's get ready for this one. If it finds support at 470, there is a buyer previously at 470. Let's see if he steps in again. Continuing to watch over here on this one, looking for a move back up on ACXP. I'm speaking, guys, sorry, about ACXP, up 65% and change. There is an interesting area here. I'd like to be able to kind of maneuver into this one. Let's go ahead and do just that. Sorry. No, there we go, 469. We'll give that one a little bit of room for set amount. So let's see what this one has to offer us. What did we get? We got 80s, there's 85. There's gonna likely be resistance at this level here because this is gonna be a lower high. So if we drop down below 470, that is where we found buyers before. If we lose that level, that is the end of the trade. Keeping a close eye on this one, as this one can turn around in a hurry. It is extended, but I was trying to see if we could catch the break through 5. Doesn't set up this way. It's fine with me, right? Let me just make sure that I have my stop at that level, and then we're gonna give it all the way down to here. Good. And we'll put in for that many shares. Continuing to watch here, want to see if the buyers are going to step up at 470 again. Right now, we're getting a buyer at about 475. We're not making any higher highs. Locally, there's resistance at 85 to 86. If we can clear 85 to 86, I think we can have another clean attempt at 5. If we lose 70, I think we're going to go much lower, likely to be to about 450 or so. Their breakout area on my chart is around 440. That's where the price action resistance was. But you got to give it to 4. You got to keep an eye on 450. Yeah, this is going to lose it in a hurry unless it really catches a bid here. Here comes 470. Let's see if that buyer steps up again. Right now, there it is. So we got stopped out again. All right, so we're going to have to set up in a different way. Let's wait now. Let's see if it breaches prior bar. Prior bar on the 5 is 460. That's not an area that I earmarked. I earmarked 470 buyer, but there is prior bar low, which takes us exactly to 460. Prior bar high, which we needn't concern ourselves with at the moment because we've already touched 5. As I mentioned, $5, but just for your own information, prior bar high, 487.5. So this one is on a bit of a prolonged pullback, so we're going to have to give this one a little bit of room. Again, I like the 450 to 440 level. Let's bring in the black side charts over here to see if we can kind of get a better idea. This is the price action support that I see. It also overlaps with the 10 EMA on the 5, so you get that 1005 bar that ends up being a topping tail candle, but it did make its way up to 40. And then the 10 EMA is also at 40, but we need to be alive to the $half buyers. That's all predicated upon it losing prior bar high. So that's what I'm going to be looking at here locally because I know that this one can catch a bit of a bid. As I mentioned, prior bar low 460. So let's see if this one can continue making a downtrend or what its situation is going to be. So prior area low, I should tell you, is the buyers stepped in at 466 for now. That is for now. Let's see if they come back in again. 466, which prior bar low is 460. So continuing to watch that, Joey. I'm going to be looking to set up either at close to that 460 area for it to hold prior bar low. If it doesn't, I'm looking 450 to 440. I've got more to talk about, but I definitely want to keep an eye out on this one because it's a fast mover. We'll get to the other ones in a minute.
All right, man. Good stuff there. I was looking at OCGN. My boy Toby pointed out, typically what I say with these ones, OCGN, yeah, man, this is a rocket ship, no questioning that. $1.83 up to $2.31. But you can see that we run into liquidity issues. And for me, I need a little bit more liquidity. Not that it really matters, right? Like if you eliminate the price, this is some good PA, if you ask me. We head over to Oracle because we've been talking to that. We'll be talking to enough about this name throughout the intraday session. A nice indecision print right there. But I don't know if we're going to bounce, right? Because we still have this downtrend still fully intact. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration. Now, I was looking at Apple earlier this morning. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a nice print off of the lows. Maybe this will give a little boost to the market because we had Nvidia climbing, but then we had a couple of the larger participants, the Microsofts and the Apples, moving to the south side, and that really dragged the market down with it. USO still relatively choppy. I know Katina Man short from 106s approximately, so nice work there on that one. We're heading towards the volume-weighted average price, but I'm looking for that inverse correlation. If USO is going to tank, or I shouldn't say tank, but sell off, I want to see a nice little move in the NASDAQ, but we're not currently seeing that as we bounce off of the volume-weighted average price and head a little bit lower. So I'm just on the scan right now. I know Mike Peter Ryder is always hitting the scanners as well. So look at the big boys. Amazon putting in a new low of the day, Apple heading towards that neck of the woods, and then we have Google hovering around the highs, but starting to come back in as well. So we definitely have to take that into consideration and account for what those larger participants are doing. QuantumScape and QUBT, I was just going through the charting last night. So what I typically do is, I remember I would spend like countless hours just like game planning after, but I kind of cooled down on that because I found if I'm a little more easier on my game planning and more relaxed and not so antsy about waiting and looking for a precise position. So what I found myself doing as of late is I have my list. I'll go through the intraday price action at the end of the day, and then I'll just look at patterns, because essentially that's what trading is, right? You got to just, even though I was doing that before, but it was a lot more intensive, Sharif. Now I just scan through it, like, okay, there's that, there's a nice indecision print. So instead of me spending multiple hours and then coming in and being like, oh, I can't miss this, I can't miss that. Now it's just about an hour or so I spend. But there goes the NASDAQ heading right towards the LOD, guys. Not too good of a look. And what has silver been up to? There was a nice pre-market move that I was looking at, but now we're giving up the majority of that. But you can see that the Q's really starting to tank, and it's most definitely being led by these participants here. There goes Amazon, just absolutely blowing past that LOD, so not too good of a look. Oracle was looking for a long, but we have now breached some of these key support levels and continuing to tank. So we got our eyes on some potential trades, but we're not going to be too quick to pull the trigger here.
All right, man. Setting up for a couple of different trades on ACXP. I'm looking for a dip trade, which it looks like I'm not going to get. I put it a little bit above the $0.50. It looks like it's defending it for now. The low of this current candle is 58. I had it at 52. I also see resistance at around that 78 penny level. Let's see if that one ends up coming in. I have a breakout trade possibly for the breach of 482. So if I don't get the dip trade, which it doesn't look like I'm going to get for the moment, who knows, I have that breakout trade into 482, which I think gives us another attempt at 5. I see a local area of resistance around 75 to 78, but I don't want to be caught on a wick long, right? Just it ends up wicking and then drops. So I'm putting it for a little bit higher than that 78 penny level. Here comes 61 again. Close to the current bar low. I'm talking about the 11-10 bar on the 5-minute chart, the low of which is 58. The buyers keep stepping in at 60 and 58. What I'm looking at on my top screen is my 5-second chart, okay? And I'm trying to spot buyers and sellers as one would typically do on the level 2. But as I've mentioned in the past, when you look at the level 2, obviously it's very effective, but it's very transient. So if there was a buyer at a specific area or a seller at a specific area and you move away from that price, you're no longer going to see what was there or what wasn't. Whereas if you're looking on a shorter term time frame, you see the price rejected 458 and then it doesn't delete, right? So continuing to watch, we opened up a new bar now. We are on the 11-15 bar now, okay? Let's watch. The buyers are still stepping in at around 60 with a low of the prior bar at 58. Current bar is like few seconds old. Low 61, high 67, so undecided. Nothing for me to do at this point other than to watch and to wait. Continuing to do that. I'm not gonna chase this, nor am I going to take aggressive positions. I have a bias that the small caps, the last, I want to say, essentially since the war started, so to speak, they've lacked a little follow through, a little bit, not I would say this week a little bit more than last week, okay? In the lacking of follow through. Okay, watching, here we go, 472, a trend change coming in, selling right at that $0.75, looking for that move above 78, looking to go long 82, packing the patience. We're holding prior bar low, mind you. This current candle is green, but it has not breached prior bar high. Prior bar high 72. Now we're at prior bar high. So we've matched it 472 with a higher low. So there's a seller on the 5-second chart, very clear seller at 72. And you can see multiple candles rejecting 472 over and over and over. So we know for a fact that there's a larger seller at 72. Let's see if we can shake them. 72 showing up again here on the time and sales, unable to shake that level. Yeah, at least for now. You could get in here, you could give it to prior bar, but you haven't proved that you can shake the seller. And there it comes down, and now we're long here at 50. It has to hold 39. Okay, that's the 10 EMA. This is looking into an aggressive retracement. It probably caught a lot of people long there as it matched that prior area high. So we have 52s on now. Let's continue to watch. Let's see if this one recovers, turning into a doji candle now, equidistant, bottom wick and lower wick. We're holding some shares here. So the first area I'm going to look to wet the beak at is prior bar high breach. Okay, prior bar high breach takes us to 472, Joseph. Let's see what we can get, and we won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil, who's having a time.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here, Sharif. We're not going to let the market get to us here from an emotional basis, that's for sure. So I'm looking at a long, nice indecision print right here on volume on AMD. And yesterday, I was going to take this opportunity right here and right here, but never pulled the trigger. So if it happened once, happened twice, and happened on a couple other occasions, maybe we can just put ourselves in the right place at the right time here, considering strong opening drive, channel to the downside. But one thing that's kind of keeping me alarmed is this consecutive lower highs. So this is fully intact, but we can get rocking and rolling if we're fortunate enough to sit on the backside of this trend. First things first, we have to get back up there. As soon as we breach the low of the day, I'm using AMDL, so it's literally 10 cents worth of risk for me. If we get stopped out, 68 is going to be our out right there. Relatively tight considering. It will put us just below this this prior wick low. So, well, let's see, man. Let's see if we can finally get something to start printing for us. Boom.
There goes ACXP. Here we go. Into 80. I'm going to go long at 82. Added into 82. There it goes into 95. Let's freaking go, baby. There it goes through 5. All right. Calm the hell down. All right, here we go. I was saying calm the hell down.
I thought you were saying me, man. I was in the bang for you.
No, bro, I'm telling myself. I wouldn't say that to you guys, man. Come on now.
Man, I won't hit the bang for you anymore.
No, man, come on. Don't make me look out like the bad guy here, man. All right, man, here we go. We're dancing here, Joey. Topping tail candle, big move. That's a bit of an aggressive retracement, but boom. Nah, man, I wouldn't say that to you.
Wendy's,
Are you crazy,
Wendy's,
bro?
man. Why do you gotta say that
like
stuff,
that, man? I don't talk like that, man. You made me feel bad, Joey.
Why would you feel bad? If you didn't say anything, no reason to.
Boom. Yeah, I am self-coaching random rally. There it goes. We got top wick for now. I'm loving my entries at the $0.50, added at 80 aggressively, through 5, into 510. That's a good trade. But what, as Obi would say, what the hell is the next trade? We're going to keep an eye out on that one. 510 high. This candle is super bamboozling. Goes through 5. Breaches prior bar high. Takes out the entire day high. It actually breached prior bar low. That's how your boy went long. Ooh. Super, super bamboozling. Here comes into 98 again, Joey. Into 5. Let's see. Can there be continuation? It's a 510 high. All right, it spent all of no time above 5. So we know for a fact, at least for now, 5 is still that resistance level. I don't care if it went up to 510. You can see the selling. Here it comes again into 503, continuing to watch. Let's see, can we add into this one above the 510 high for a continuation into 5.5? Possibly even 6. Let's see if we can get that. If we breach 510, I think that's a bullish signal. Let's watch here, Joey. We're going to take less risk at these highs than we did at the lows. What do you got?
All right, man. Beautiful stuff. All right, so yeah, this is what we're looking at here. I mean, AMD not really doing too much. I feel this one's going to be a little bit more of a slow burner. IBIT, nice price indecision prints below the volume weighted average price, and you can see that we're bouncing. We took a couple attempts on this thing yesterday, no continuation in that bullish move, and I mean, that's consecutive. That's over. So what time did we start rallying at here? 10:15, and we start to cool off at 11. So that's a solid 45 minutes right there with no red candles. Let's see if we can head right back into that kind of momentum. This is what we want from Bitcoin, right? Have we based out at 35.64 on IBIT? What is that around on Bitcoin, 67 or whatever it may be? But we want to start seeing some signs of strength and the selling pressure starting to cool off a little bit, all right? We just don't want it one-sided. It may take some time if we're fortunate enough to get a squeeze, but we're still down substantially off of that high. Man, oh man, I was telling Sharif and a couple other people just the amount of unrealized gains. But it gave you so many opportunities to get out. I did sell a little bit of my position, but I don't think it was for very much. I mean, it's better than nothing. So whatever I had gained in the past couple of years, just boom, slowly dwindled and fell through my fingers here on IBIT. But there goes AMDL. We'll take this all day, every day. All right, there's no issue. AMDL. We're gonna try to diamond hands this until $13. I don't want to speak too loud because they're listening. So. Gotta shoot it. If you put
there was someone who used to sit right in that chair
and say the exact same thing.
And say the exact same thing.
I mean, if a lot of people think that they're listening, maybe,
you don't know,
that
bro.
they are.
And
right?
now with AI,
yeah,
let's
they're
cut the
definitely
crap,
listening.
man.
I remember when the floor was here. I used to sit beside Justin. Do you remember?
I remember Justin.
Justin?
Big boy Justin.
And we would talk about this stuff, and we'd be like, shh. And like we like write things down because they're listening.
What?
Man.
That's crazy.
You gotta write it down, man.
That's
just in
crazy.
case they're listening. So
how's he doing? You keep in touch with that guy?
No. Last time I seen Josh,
he's cousins with Josh, right?
Yeah. Last time I seen Josh was a little meetup over there at the Firkin.
The Firkin.
Yeah. So aside from that, guy,
Joshua's doing good.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think he's doing pretty good, man.
He used to play ball at my church. He played basketball at my church. Little punk, he didn't even pay, right? Because you got to rent out.
Coaching.
Well, I don't know. It was like an anecdotal story. He's like, they're pretty lax at your church with the payment. I was like,
that's good,
bro?
man. You need the lax. You need the lax payment
man,
there.
we broke, bro. We
can
need money.
squeeze in by all means. But there it is, guys. We did break that trend. Now let's see if that momentum can be sustained. We do pull back aggressively. Not always the positive sign, but a nice strong rebound here. And that's what we want to see as the NASDAQ is finding a little bit of a bottom. And that's what we want, a nice pump up. That can lead to some nice strong momentum here in AMD. Let's zoom out here because what we got going on, a channel to the downside, I mean, whatever we want to call this, let's hope that we can break it and then maybe head back towards that high of the day. So that's what I got going on here on AMDL. A nice grab off of this indecision print. I know my boy Gorev and Los Polios been crushing Oracle. Congratulations to you guys. And if you've been on a solid green streak or having a solid green day, keep it up. And I wish nothing but the best for you. Put in those PRs, guys.
All right. I heard the call. So now we have to go to Adara.
There is a post from Elon Musk. This is like 5 minutes ago. I'm seeing it circulate now. I'm just gonna read it out here. It's from Elon Musk. Keep an eye with Tesla. He's saying that, quote, Macro Hard or Digital Optimus is a joint XAI and Tesla project tied to Tesla's XAI investment pact. It's going to be run on Tesla's AI for hardware. It's going to be priced at $650 with, quote, relatively frugal use of XAI NVIDIA systems. So Macro Hard announcement from Elon Musk on Watch. That is what he has named it, guys. I'm not making that up. Back to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I did look at OCGN. It's right here, OcuGen. It's up 30%. It's on the side chart. Sorry, guys. But when you got a runner like ACXP, it's like when you're at the blackjack table. If you got to go to the bathroom and you're hot, you wet your pants, okay? Because pants are going to be like $50 to change, but you know what I mean? I'm exaggerating for effect.
I remember years ago, quick side quest story here. I was in my early 20s at the time, and we had a work party in Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Anyways, I was around New Year's time, and I was on fire on the blackjack table. Anyways, everybody from the work left and went to the club.
Yeah.
And I just stayed at the blackjack table. And I'm not even gonna lie.
Okay.
It was a blur that night. I was in a blur. I wake up.
Why were you in a blur, Joey?
We had a lot of beverages that evening, and I wake up, and my pockets were just full of Casino-Rama chips. And I'm like, yes, that was a great time, man.
That's excellent, because usually it's the other way around. It's usually money's missing. You look through the debit card and the transactions. All right, we got to pause for a second. There's breaking news at the big desk.
It involves Rivian. Like minutes after a Tesla story, we get a story for RIVN. 2 minutes ago, RJ Scaringe posting on X about Mind Robotics, $500 million financing. And I guess the point of this, though, here is that RJ Scaringe, CEO of Rivian, saying that the company is building AI-powered robots, models, hardware, and deployment infrastructure. It's going to be performing real tasks in real plants at real scale. So big robotics investment here, it looks like, for RIVN. They did get a little bit of a spike off of this. It spiked like 10, 15 pennies, which for RIVN, not bad. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, guys, continuing to watch ACXP over here. I'm looking to go long on the break. So it's a 510 high. I'm looking to go long a little bit higher than that for a breakout trade. I don't like pulling back here. I don't like what I'm seeing necessarily as well on the 5-second chart, especially with this consolidation with lower highs south of 5. This is what I'm looking at. This is my 5-second chart that I keep on the top screen. Obviously, you know, not everybody's going to want to employ a 5-second chart. Not everybody trades these type of stocks and requires one, but I think it's still pretty useful for other names and other types of stocks, just based upon the fact that you're able to spot areas of local support and resistance. And so I think it's directly applicable to other trades as well, but I know not everybody likes it. Anyway, so we got a 2-candle red pullback, which is not good on the 5, of course, but the thing about these are they've got a lot of bottoming tails. 2 candles in a row, these bottoming tails, basically showing you buyers are picking this up in the low to mid 80s. There's obviously a lot of buying in and around that level. So I'm packing the patience. I want to get in, but I want that better setup. And I think that if we clear 5 by a nice amount, we take out the prior high, that could set up something here. So I've put in a breakout trade. We'll see what we get on that one. Now, separately, OCGN, you guys asked about that one, and I was alive to it, and I'm still alive to it. I like a hold up here, possibly. It's a 4-candle consolidation right now on this bad boy. There's a buy zone. My buy zone is essentially from the volume weighted average price a little bit below 215, all the way up to about a little bit below 2.25. The reason I say that is because you've got a couple of bull flags here of note. You got the initial bull flag. I shouldn't say it's a big one. The initial one, 9 o'clock, consolidate for 15 minutes, breakout again at 9:50, right? There's bull flag number 2, and now the consolidation component of bull flag number 2 has a bit of a range, a much wider range than bull flag number 1. 224-ish to the high side, and I want to say 213-ish at the closing print to the low side. So that creates a bit of a consolidation zone, right, for the bull flag. So if that's the case, then I want to pick it up somewhere there for possible support. That's my thinking on OCGN. If it doesn't hold up there, then it doesn't hold up. We give up, right? Well, of course not. We're going to look at the next trade. But all these ones are pulling back, okay, as you can see. None of them are going. None of them. TSSI, NBIG. These are ETFs for bigger names. NBIG, HIMZ, obviously, and NVTX. These are leveraged ETFs. These 3 making an L shape right here. That's what's fine. TSSI breaking down. OCGN on a bit of a pullback. ORCX, which is obviously another an ETF for Oracle, pulling back as well. VELO. This one is looking okay. It's got a bit of a consolidation area low over here at around 14.75, but it's not exactly appetizing either. So I'm not really, enthusiastic about going long. Let's see what you guys are talking about. All right, let's bring in the side chart. Look at some of these names. ANSN says drop systems. ANSN, here we go. Nope, that doesn't work, brother. ANSN is not a ticker. So tag me again, let me know what you're talking about. Oh, he put it, ASNS. I remember this one from yesterday. How we doing? Oh, how you doing? This is a nice one, thank you. Tissy just lost its spot on the side chart. ASNS. Yes, and there we go. That's a good looking one here. South of $1, of course, but the setup on this one is quite nice. It does look like there's a lot of selling with a bit of a possible flat top in and around, I want to say 60-ish pennies, but it obviously goes higher than 60, 62.28 area high. So be on the lookout for that. I do like this one though, not a bad look. Let's throw this one up on the side here. ASNS. This one's up 63, almost 63%. Here comes looking to break out again. Thank you for that one, Drop Systems. Didn't have eyes on that because it's south of 85 pennies. And I probably need to change that now that I'm trading these ones a lot more. Here comes into the high of the day. So what's this been respectful of? Well, it seems to be finding a lot of support at the 20. And you can see that here, 935, 940 holds up at the 20. It does a more prolonged pullback, mind you, 1035 to about 1055 holds up at the 20. So to me, at least for now, the money fills are at the 20, in and around the 20. Now, you could do one of two things. You could be, you know, pretty risk averse and wait for the 20 EMA on the 5 to come in, currently showing 55.25 pennies. Or you can try to get the money fills, right? And we often talk about these money fills being between the 10 and the 20. That would take you to around 56, maybe 57 pennies in that area with a stop below the 20. So you don't risk all that much. I would think, a good risk to reward ratio here on ASNS. But we got to pause for a second, Joey. We got to go back up to the big desk.
What's up with Wendy's tendies today, man? I don't know. Anyways,
I suspended him for, well, there you go. If he's going to continue to act a little crazy.
Yeah, he's having a bad day. He's a regular, man. We're a little lenient, but just chill out, man.
Take it easy, brother.
Take it easy.
I put you in a timeout earlier. Don't make me do a little bit of a
again, just relax a little bit.
Here we go.
Go touch grass.
Well, he's gonna
leave him alone right now. He's in a bad mood, but he's typically a good sport.
Well, I mean, it's tough when you lose money.
Yeah, well, as I said to him, you can't say that stuff,
brother.
man. It's all right, man. All right, we're going to Adara, right?
Yes, sir.
All
Crypto.
Not too much to say here because Bitcoin is basically flat on the day, opening around just below 70,000, high of day 71,000, low of day 69,000. So we're moving in like a $2,000 range here, 1,000 either direction. Very tight trading here for BTC. Take a look here at Ethereum, see if there's anything of interest over here in ETH. ETH also pretty flat in the day, down 0.1% right now, open around 2037, high. Like this is literally within a 100-point range, sorry. So like between that 2,000 and 2,100, not breaching in either direction. Let's take a look here at XRP. XRP slightly red, down about 0.75%, which given some of these other moves, that's going to be relatively significant. We'll take a look at Solana. Solana also is going to be down about 1%. So it looks like some of these other crypto names that are not Bitcoin or Ethereum faring a little bit worse. But again, both BTC and ETH exactly flat right now. There are some comments coming through from Emmanuel Macron, president of France. Nothing super of note here, but just be aware they're happening. I'm also seeing a Lucid could potentially be on watch here. It looks like Nvidia just released an update. We know Lucid and Nvidia do have those robo-taxi or I guess autonomous vehicle deal. Jensen Huang reportedly had said that this Alpamayo technology was ready to scale from L2 plus to L4 robo-taxis. This comment was reposted by like another source. This could be just recirculation of older comments, but either way, LCID did move a little bit off of this. Again, circulation of comments. I can't even tell when these were made by Jensen Huang about potential scaling here for that Alpamayo technology. LCID has reacted a little bit. Back to you.
No, I didn't say that. Mr. Leahy, you're absolutely hilarious. Yeah, just a little drinky poo, calm the nerves down. Bailey saying instead of touching grass, put the grass up in flames, essentially, and you'll be a little bit more calm. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, we're going to ignore him for now. Anyways, 82, we had an aggressive pullback right now in AMDL. We're starting to recover a little bit here, guys. As NVDA was sliding, we put it a new low of the day here on the TQQs. But now we're starting to get a rebound. So if any name in the market is going to find its way back to the top side, I think I'm going to pick one of these ones. AMD with the bounce. We didn't breach this indecision candle low. That's something positive, all right? So we're holding on to it. I was a little bit worried about how aggressive the pullback was. Never mind the leverage derivative I'm using. It's just that as you punch through this this trend line, you see the volume pick up. But then it was met immediately by some defense. So always keep an eye out on your volume by time profile. If we're playing that breakout and we're playing the break of trends, we obviously want to see that effort and result really step in. And then if it's met by an immediate defense, it can be alarming, but you don't also want to have analysis paralysis. But there goes the market heading lower. And I know someone was mentioning, hey, when are we going to long this oil play? And I think it's kind of been the narrative. Substantial volume prints right here, and then steady higher lows. So, I mean, it's in play. Until you're on the backside of this, maybe the market continues to slide here on the intraday session. Strong drives out of the open in Tesla, but now we're starting to head back towards that 5-minute print high. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. Oracle still looks like it wants to sell a little bit and head towards this pre-market low around 162. Other than that, man, this is our second trade. We're aiming, we have a higher target. They heard me. I told you guys, as soon as I mentioned this, they're like, we're gonna send this one a little bit lower, but we're sitting right around the break even right now, a strong rebound, couple of pennies, and I'm not gonna add to this position or anything along those lines. So AMDL up 2.4% here today. Is this a 2X or a 3? I'm curious, I don't even know what vehicle I'm trading. But anyways, that's essentially irrelevant as we're looking at the overall market. It's not good. Every uptick in oil could mean a potential downtick here in the NASDAQ, so we have to keep an eye on that. Now, moving forward, let's go over a couple of names. What's gold been up to? A little choppy here today, guys. You reject this previous pre-market high and then come back into a lower zone. Same with silver, choppy. It's not in play like it was a couple of months ago, and I've mentioned this on multiple occasions. This was fun and smooth sailing. This, not so much fun, Sharif, for me personally. This was a good time trading SLV. And then for all my volatility writers out here, nice workout on that. Nice work on that one. That worked really, really well. Now, Ethereum, how have you been performing today? We'll head over to the 5-minute print because I thought I seen an indecision. Well, I did see an indecision print on IBIT. Is that going to be correlated here with Ethereum? Now, where is my IBIT? And let's figure out what this bad boy is doing. Okay, so we reject that one, but another 5-minute print off of these lows with substantial volume right here. If this closed green, I would like it much more, but there could be a potential trade right here on IBIT, Sharif.
All right, man, I'm continuing to watch ACXP. I've set up a dip trade for ASNS. I'm gonna let that one trigger if it's going to, but ACXP is having a lot of trouble with 5. So we have a double top at 510, that's fine. There's only one candle that's actually closed above 5, and it's the one that's immediately prior to this current one. The 1130 candle did close out at the high of 504. It was immediately followed by a red candle, which is losing the bid. Here we go again, and it just breached prior bar low. That's an aggressive move down there for ACXP. Very, very volatile, but there is a consolidation zone. You can kind of see this off where I got in initially at 60. I was in a lot lower. I was in at 52, so I got the money fill there. But most of the, if not all the prints have closed above 60, 460 that is. So this one is ranging right now. ACXP is the one I'm talking about. It looks like as if my ASNS trade it's not going to come in, sadly. I put it at 57 and a half pennies for size. It didn't come in either to the 10, which is not where I actually had my order. I had my dip trade in between the 10 and the 20 at 57 and a half. The 10 currently is at 58, I want to say, and 3/4. And it didn't even touch that. The current bar low is 59 and a third. So it holds the 10 like a glove. It's trading near the high. I'm talking about ASNS up 64%. Both of the names I'm trading today start with the letter A, right? So it could get a little confusing, but let's continue to watch here. It's about to take out the prior high. ASNS is all gas, no brakes. 64 penny high, currently showing 62 and change, 62 and a third. But it looks like it's having a lot of trouble closing anything above 62. So certainly the shorts and or the profit takers are looking at that level. I'm flipping to the 5-second chart on my top screen here to kind of get an idea of where the buyers are stepping in and where the sellers are stepping in, habitually. It looks, as I've mentioned, 62 what is a bit of a tough level, but here we are. We're at 63. We're about to take out the high of the day, 64. It's ASNS. I'm just going to call this ASNS. ASNS's world. We're all just living in it. There is a move into 64 again. Good strength on this one. Yeah, I'm not going to chase this down here. Now that, it kind of shown its hand a little bit, we're going to be looking for a pullback into the 10 EMA. So I'm going to do two things here. I'm probably going to get half the position a little bit ahead of the 10 EMA, because that's what the last candle did and didn't quite make it down into the 10 EMA. And then I'm going to leave another order for the other half of my risk. Again, probably closer to the 20 to get those money fills, with the ultimate out being below the volume weighted average price, which is about 55. So that's going to be my move on ASNS. Let's see what this one does, what this one has to offer. I also want to mention Ocugen, OCGN, is coming in pretty quickly here to the volume weighted average price at around 215. This could be an entry. Remember, my bias was essentially from 2.25 to 215 as a buy zone, given the bull flag range had that about 10 penny range. So be on the lookout here. OCGN could be another mover, and it could catch a bid. Let's see if it does. I'm probably going to get in with a tight stop below the volume weighted average price. Now, that could be trouble. Let me tell you why. VWAP may not be the area where you want to have your out. Look at this candle low at 10.15, the low of which there is 211. It's a little bit below VWAP. I don't know how I feel about that, but let's watch to see what Ocugen does. If it closes green, breaches prior bar high, we needn't concern ourselves with that. We'll put it below VWAP. But for now, Ocugen is in wait and see mode here, Joey, as we wait for that to set up. But it's in the right area, so that's a start.
Yeah, Turk Tank, man. To be honest with you, I'm not a coffee head like that. I don't go to all the little shops and see what they got going on. Yeah, Los Polios, nice little look here on AMZN. Indecision print right around these lows, 211 to 212. I mean, I've seen what you said, but don't say that out loud, because like we mentioned not too long ago, they're listening, and you have to, you don't want to put that out there. Palantir, how have you been performing today? Nothing substantial here. A steady downtrend. And what I was referring to earlier, Los Polios, here on Amazon, is the same narrative with what we got going on with AMD. The longer it takes for us to break out, the less I like it. You see how quick some of the typical breakouts happen? Right, so this is a counter trend move, and you have to be willing to accept it. It may take some time, but you have that base being formed. You widen your stop. I like how you have these consecutive higher lows here on the lower time frame, and then you just draw your trend line. If it does breach, then maybe it might head a little bit lower and break through some of our key signals. So that's how I would be looking at it. Same narrative here with AMDL. We're still holding up, and that's what I want to see. We're curling over. I'm kind of getting that feel that we'll curl over, and then maybe we can get a nice move. And the ultimate goal here would be back towards the high of the day. What is that going to send me there on... okay, that's not horrible, I mean, but if it does really give me some more feels that we might find somewhat of a rebound and I see USO really start to tank, maybe we double or even triple up our size here. We're not sitting bad, but we can always add more into a working thesis, and I think that's essentially the narrative that we got going on. What has MSTR been doing? Yeah, it's bleeding its own blood right there. Not too good of a look on MSTR, and probably BMNR, same narrative. Oh, a nice little indecision print, but with these names, it's like when I talk about the NASDAQ and say, hey, we have to keep an eye on what the larger participants are doing, it's the same narrative with BMNR. If Ethereum's not climbing higher, then good luck. But some nice prints, and that could be telling. And I thought that maybe at some point yesterday, the way that MSTR was trading, that it could be somewhat of a leading indicator, but I don't know. It's selling while Bitcoin's just hovering around the volume-weighted average price. Adara.
USO just did an orderly little march higher. If you did see, I put this on the screen as well, but I'll read it out to you guys. Looks like the Speaker of Iran's parliament posted on X, quote, Iran can target any location it chooses with fewer missiles. Today, the Iron Dome appears to be an irony. So a little bit of posturing and a pun from the Speaker of Iran's parliament. Back to you.
All right, Joey.
Hydration Nation. We'll throw that water back there. Yeah. Just because you're paranoid don't mean they're not after you. Oh, I don't really understand. I wouldn't say that I'm that either. So when I say they're listening, I couldn't be more sarcastic. And if you can't read the tone, then it seems like a you problem. But anyways, Tesla.
Oh my days.
Is it not true? Like, when you think they're listening, they got microphones everywhere. Come on, man. Come on. You never know, though. But anyways, aside from that, IBM, PLTR, QCOM, AMD, that's the name that we keep going over. We want to go to the bottom of our list. What is my boy Walmart doing? I heard Sean talk about its PE sitting around the 40s. That's not good, especially after, from a daily perspective, we had that 134, and now we're trading almost 8% lower. Let's see if this is going to hold up, but I still like Walmart on any form of a pullback streak.
All right, man, I'm still watching ASNS here for a possible entry. I was looking at 61.5. New candle opened up 60, a little bit less than 60 is the 10 EMA. So I'm continuing to watch this candle develop. Current bar low, 61.06, prior bar low, 61.01. So this one marginally higher. You can't even really say higher here, but continuing to watch. I want to see if we can get in closer to the 10. That's where the buyers have stepped in pretty aggressively, but my price is not coming in quite yet. So let's continue to watch. I'm looking for a move here, a little bit lower. Now I could just put my, I can put like this, and then we can give it to prior bar, which I've already said, 59 1/3. So we can go just like that. I'm gonna go 60.5 for that, but it doesn't even look like it's gonna move down. So I'm just thinking this through here, especially with the amount of risk that I wanna take. What's the 5-second chart show? It's still a downtrend from that 64 area high, lower highs all throughout. Now it's starting to catch a bit of a bid here into 62. So here comes 62.5. This could be a nice move. Yeah, there it is. I think I've missed that there. Yeah, I should have had that with prior bar low as the entry, but we're still not really through either. So just continuing to add. I don't want to be too aggressive, especially on days or times where I've been made to pay for being very aggressive. So let's continue to watch here. 62 and change. If we get through this, we're probably going to be looking at around 75 to $1. Here comes 63 pennies. This one's really making a move here. Yeah, I definitely missed my area. Crap. Let's continue to watch, though. How many shares did I want to take there? All right. Let's see. So we hold current bar low. Current bar low puts us at 61.06. Okay, so that's not a bad area there. Let's continue to watch. ASNS. Yeah, 64, 63. Okay, here comes that 63 again. We're above prior bar open now. Let's give this a try. We're going to give this to prior bar low, to current bar low. So 61.06. Can I send it to you?
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
Put in my stops here.
All right, man. Let's see what we got going on here. Currently out of the money, and the market is starting to slowly curl over as USO is grinding higher. I mean, let's see. Yeah, there it goes. It breaks. Okay, so this is my green light to get out. It's not very strong right now, and it seems that the trend is most definitely down as Oracle is continuing to slide. I actually do this because you know what? You see. Listen. Hold on one second. There, bang. Later.
Skater.
Put it over there. Anyways, yeah. Aside from that, let's see what we got going on here. Starbucks. Not really finding anything too attractive right now, to be honest with you, as the market is continuing to go lower and USO is potentially going to break out. I mean, we can take a look at Netflix. Looked all right earlier today. Let's pull that up and see how it's doing. Is this? Oh, okay. No, yeah. So it is breaking lower. So, I mean, that seems to be the narrative in the tech trade right now. We're starting to form a lot of these indecision prints, but we're breaking through them, just making them essentially invalid. And I mean, you can continuously try. We don't want to catch a falling knife too often. So we tried it on AMD, didn't work out. Didn't have that breakup. We thought that we were going to see something along the lines in which we seen yesterday. Not necessarily the case here today. So what do? Wait for an additional pullback. You're getting these micro pullbacks, and then you're heading a little bit lower. So I think you just have to go with the flow. Boom. Talk about your boom there, Sharif.
There goes ASNS. All right, man, we're doing well today, guys. Took big boy shares through the break. I didn't have the best price, but, you know, that's kind of my problem there. 67.60 high, we've got 63s on. Looking for continuation now into $0.75. I stop out at current bar low. Current bar low, as I mentioned, 61.06. So we've given it a little bit below into 61. Still holding the majority of the position. Looking for that continuation into the high. This is a very aggressive name. It's up 75%. It's up into the $0.0002 now. Whether or not we retrace before possibly making that move into the $0.75, but this one's very, very aggressive. Now, there was a buyer, there was a seller at 64, and you could visually see that on the 5-second chart. Very easy to see. Let's bring it down. Pardon me. There we go. Just wanted to be able to see the level 2 there. 67. Here we go. We're about to take out 67. But there was a buyer, or seller here at 64 that was shaking, that we couldn't shake. So if it does come into 64, I could be adding here a little bit. There it goes into another high of day. 67.60. All gas, no brakes. Waiting for a move into 70 before I take profits. 2R for me on this one is 70. Exactly 70 on the dot. 3R is 74 for me. So looking for that move for the majority of the position into 70. In fact, what we're going to do is we're just going to put it at 69. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to put, the sell order there at 0.69. Let's see if we can kind of work up there. 67.60 still is the high of the day. Let's see if we can flash something a little bit higher than that, possibly some 68s. But this one's got a lot of buyers right now, and now the shorts are on the ropes, at least for now. We know how this is, right? There's a whole ebb and flow to this. There's 68. It's a 68 penny high. Let's see if we can work up one more penny. I'm waiting for that 69er. If that comes in, we're taking 2R there, and then we're going to, of course, as always, save a piece for the dream. And this one likely will run into $0.75. I hate to say likely, but, you know, just from my observations that, you know, when you get into that 2/3, you're going to make a move into 3/4 or even the dollar. Selling here, 68 pennies. This doesn't look good. Topping tail candle now. That's just turned red, but we know it's not the end all and be all in the world of small cap gappers, as people got to take profits. Believe you and me, I'm still looking at Ocugen, which has a 3-candle hold now above 215, which just happens to be the volume weighted average price. So if I start seeing that curl on Ocugen, OCGN is the ticker, your boy's getting involved. For now, I steer clear. ACXP is bleeding its own blood. It's a unbroken downtrend now. I have a bias here of a buy zone between 4 1/3 to 4 1/2. Reason is, on ACXP, we got the volume weighted average price showing a 1/3, and then we also have the breakout level. Not really the breakout level, I should say, pardon me, the $0.50 psychological support or resistance at 50. That creates a bit of a zone for me. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. I'm not liking the look of Asness's jib right now, coming down now into 65 and change with a 68 penny high. Just to give you some information, prior bar is where I get out, 61.06. The 10 EMA on the 5, though, has moved now above my my entry at 61 almost and 2/3. A little bit more than 61.5. So let's keep an eye out there. Here comes 64. That buyer at 64 just stepped in. So I missed that. Look at that move into 64. It comes into 64 1/4, and then it ends up rocketing with a great wowzers, Joey.
Wowzers.
Look at this. Look at that 64 hold that we're talking about. Look at that. It comes into 64 1/4. Rocket City. Mistake by me.
Rock City.
Rock City. So continuing to watch there. Let's see if this one can kind of move up into 69 so we can get our 2R. Yeah, that was a mistake by me. I should have been adding into 64. I should have been more aggressive there, especially with that buyer obviously there on the 5-second chart. Mistake. Hopefully I won't make that again. Oh, baby. Back into 67 we go, Joey. We know it's a 68 penny high. We're still in the same bar right now that we have that we took prints on, by the way. It's 54. 54. So we still have another minute or so until this bar closes. Just to give you some information, current bar low, 64.30. Current bar high is the high of the day at 68. So if you want to put your out, if you're going to get in here, you haven't been in, current bar low, 64.30. I would stop out at current bar low just to, keep everything kosher. And then I'd be looking possibly to get back in at around the 10 EMA on the 5, which is around 61 3/4. That's if you haven't already been in. If you're already in, it's a different story, different risk parameters, etc. Looks like there's selling here though, guys, locally at 67. So 68 penny high, but we've been rejecting 67 now, multiple 5-second candles, all rejecting 67 or thereabouts. So now we know the selling is coming in at that predictable area. And it's not the first time. It's not the first time we've been selling at 67. Take a look over here at, a little bit, about 7 or 8 minutes ago at 48s. We were selling at 67. You get the price spike up into 68, and now we're dealing with that 67 seller again. This could be a head and shoulders pattern. Watch out for the loss. I would say at around, the neckline is showing 65, but we know that support is at 64, so it's kind of hard to read in that sense. So yeah, a bit of a convoluted look over here, Joey, but keeping a close eye on this. Yeah, well, Lemon, I know, brother. I'm probably going to make it again and again and again and again and again. But if I can make the mistakes smaller, for example, I didn't get in at 64, but I don't have to get in full position at 64, right? I can get in like 25% of the risk. So if I can just actually execute at that level rather than, not executing for fear of losing profits, I think that would be the first step, and then it kind of spirals from there. So that's what I'm talking about there. Shout out to my man. Shout out to Tisha. ACXP is the only ticker I'm watching, she says. It's holding up, Tish, at around 460 and change, but we're going to keep an eye out on that one. That's a good winner for me, but we're looking for a little bit more on it, Joey.
All right. We're heading over to Adara.
Go to Adara, yeah.
Looking at oil, we of course know that IEA countries agreeing to release 400 million barrels worth of the strategic oil reserves. It's going to, apparently this is like a record, significant, but also these countries are going to be doing the releases themselves. We already heard from Macron saying that basically they're considering doing, I think, maximum 14.5 million barrels of oil. On Fox Business, U.S. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum was asked about their announcements, and he said that would be left to President Trump. So looks like we're not going to get a response from oil from anybody but the president in terms of their plans for the strategic oil reserve release. Also, keep an eye on oil and some of these deep sea plays, a lot of which are small caps like OPTT, which just got a pop, and KITT got a smaller pop here. Reuters reporting that Iran has already laid roughly a dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Yeah, man, this mine business is going to be it's going to be troublesome.
It's going to be an issue.
I just personally, like off topic, obviously, I just think that they have absolutely nothing to lose at this point. So it's going to be, that's not the right expression, all hands on deck, but everything goes. It's going to be no holds barred. I think
so
that's
you're just saying they're going to throw kind of
going to be no
rules out of the window,
exactly.
and just do whatever they please.
Exactly. It's going to be like, all right, you wanted to mess with us? Here's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And I worry too about sleeper cells and stuff like that all over the world. I do.
Yeah.
Genuinely worry about that. Yeah. Even in this country, man. Doug Ford, the premier of this country, was asked about it yesterday, and he's adamant that there are sleeper cells. Now, whether you believe it or not,
look what happened yesterday just down the street.
Oh, yeah. Oh, guys, somebody shot at the U.S. consulate yesterday, literally down the street. Kind of stupid thing to do because it's like a place is a fortress. It didn't even graze the glass. Like the glass was like scratched.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they used the handgun.
Yeah. Anyway, so it's not a good look at all, man. I'm not pleased with what's happening there, but what can you do, brother? What can you do, man? So I saw that in Toronto, said Casey.
Oh, Gorilla, yes, we do. You got to think about it. I wish I could pull up the statistics. Per capita, we're up there, right? Because up until firearms per individual.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're up there. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's surprising. You got to think about how much of it is like country and forest and everything along those lines.
Bro, some places in the north, you can't go without a rifle with a long arm. You cannot go because there's polar bears.
There's bears and everything.
They'd be like, you're not going anywhere without a gun.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Trust me.
Joey, just want to say one quick thing. Guys, SAFX is going. I'm so sorry. I did realize this, but we digressed digress there. 40 penny breakout on Safex, up 52%, 44 penny high. It's really, really going here. So watch out. Another penny stock name, but it seems to be the penny stock names that are getting all the love, these sub $1 names. If that's the case, that's the case. What can we do, right? We're going to have to trade them. I'm going to trade them in the same way with the same risk parameter. Obviously, the zones mean different things. So as you approach the dollar, to me, on these sub $1 stocks, it becomes a bit of a different look than the ones that are north of $1. But in any event, we have taken out now on SAFX the aftermarket high and the day high today. Look at that 40 penny area. That was the aftermarket high yesterday that we couldn't shake. It was a very clear area of resistance intraday today. And then on volume, a lot of good volume there, but 1 million shares, we break through it. So it's a 44 penny high on SAFX. I'm looking on that one. ACXP is starting to curl here, Tisha. I don't know if you're keeping an eye on this in the chat, but look at that. Now, a couple of candles here with some higher lows. This one's looking to possibly take out that $495 again. Let's keep a close eye on that one. Just before we go to Adara, sorry. Mopar for life. I love that name. Shout out, you must be a big fan of Stellantis. That's sleeper cell. Joe's right hook. I'd be afraid. I agree. Was that a right hook or it was a looping right? Because you're conventional, so you have a left hook, right? But it was a looping right hand.
Yeah.
My boy.
Out there.
There goes ACXP, Joey. It's taking out the levels. It's on the way to 5. Here comes. Be on the lookout here for a 5 break. I still have my order to go active above day's high. 510 high. Keep your eye on that. We're going to happening now with Adara.
I have a headline, probably nothing massive here, but McDonald's apparently planning a new $4 breakfast meal deal. According to sources, there's not moving on this, but I thought I'd let you guys know just in case it just came out. Last time we spoke here in the morning happening now, so just 2 hours ago or 8 15-minute candles ago, we had like highs of day being broken in this market. Now the opposite's true. We're actually kind of hanging out here, not only near low of day, but also this pre-market low. So let's see how the Qs fare on that 605 halves area. S&P 500 actually already below its pre-market low and near its low of day. So SPY faring a little bit worse than the NASDAQ this morning. DIA well below pre-market lows and also at low of day. So Dow I was seeing was down at least 1%. DIA faring a little bit worse. Something that's certainly faring well, I think, here is oil. USO is going to be in watch here. Tons of geopolitical headlines continuing to relate to the Middle East specifically and Iran. USO is popping a little bit higher. We did have reports suggesting that they've already, or Iran rather, has already deployed a dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So all of these deep sea names like KITT right now pulling back a little bit, or OPTT are also going to be on watch when we get these headlines. OPTT actually still faring quite well. Now, another kind of geopolitical adjacent headline here involves SYK. This is Stryker. They were reportedly, according to the Wall Street Journal, hacked. People are expecting the hack was related to Iran. So interesting look here for SYK. This obviously down quite a bit, down about 4.5% right now for Stryker. Now, keep an eye on Thermo Fisher at 2:30 p.m. today. Now, much like when President Trump visited Ford a couple months ago, we're going to be getting a visit now for Thermo Fisher Scientific, TMO, a name that I know Sharif picked for the year. That's going to happen at 2:30 p.m. Very unlikely to be moving for this stock, but just be where he is going to be at TMO at 2:30. I'll cover that for you guys if there is anything of note that comes from that visit. But in the meantime, hit the like, hit the subscribe, send you back over to the midday.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to pull
I'm
this
getting
up.
rinsed on that Thermo Fisher trade, right?
Are you?
Yeah. I was picking it.
Down?
I have no idea. I picked it because I felt like one of the more underserved areas so far, at least like in the few years that we've been really in the AI world, has been biotech. So I was kind of thinking, there could be, that move now to use AI to kind of
buy thing?
Yeah, like, how much these trials cost, dude? Like phase 1, phase 2, they cost billions of dollars.
Big time dollars.
Imagine being able to cut some of those out, right?
Yeah. I just want to pull this up here. Look, man, we're like 6th or 7th on this list right there.
Oh, for guns?
Yeah, loaded
Who's number one?
today. Who do you
Falkland
think?
Islands. That's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
a country, bro.
I don't even know, but
That's off
that's per
because
capita,
there was
yeah.
a fight. There was a war between
even know
England
where
and
this
Argentina
place
over
is.
there. It's
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
South Atlantic. Yemen.
But we're up there, yeah.
Everybody's loaded in Yemen. Your boy, the Houthis there, they got a lot of weapons.
Yeah, the rebels
Joey.
over there, but yeah,
New
we're
Caledonia. None of these countries count, man.
Yeah, but look
They're
at that.
small.
No, but you have
Can
to
we
think
filter
that
by
you gotta
population?
You got to go by like civilian firearm right there. I mean, there's as many people as there is guns. That's why it's essentially impossible to invade it. So we're up there, man. Don't think that we lacking, as the kids would say these days. We going to Adara?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and it actually involves Nvidia. Apparently, they've introduced the the Nemotron 3 Super. We already heard about those, the Nemo Claw AI agents they were going to be introducing. They now have this Nemotron 3 Super. Apparently, this model delivers 5 times higher throughput for agentic AI. So, new agentic AI model for NVIDIA by the name of Nemotron 3 Super. Back to you.
All right. You going to get that Nemotron, Joey?
I can't even. I already used up all my credits on Nano Banana, so I don't. I don't know.
Brendel went through like all the credits on Perplexity computer like in a day.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's like it's so expensive.
All the confused, man. All right, so yeah, let's take a look at some of the top volume names here, guys. I mean, from a higher capitalization standpoint, anyways, we got NVDA. Where did HIMS just go? I seen that one on there. HIMS was at the top of the around the top of the list, and then it just kind of disappeared on us. But NVDA typically in that first place spot. Oracle, same thing. USO breaking through that high of the day. So let's keep an eye out on that one. Let's pull up HIMS and see how it's been performing. I was looking for this breakout yesterday in the past couple of sessions. This is where I was looking at it yesterday, and then unfortunately it tanked. And we didn't participate on the long side, now just blowing past that previous high on yesterday. So, I mean, keep an eye out on HIMS, performing pretty well. And from a daily standpoint, guys, not too bad of a look whatsoever. Massive gap up, breaking that trend line, and then sure enough, now you're getting a sustained move. Didn't really break down, never filled this gap or anything along those lines, and then off to the races we go. Pabst Blue Ribbon over here, it's not, it's Petróleo Brasilio. We know Assassino knows this one. Steady, whoa, look at this move. That's pretty big. So PBR over here, 65% since the beginning of the year. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. What's Brooklyn up to over here? Vesco Senior Loan ETF, okay. So, I mean, a lot of things popping up on our volume scanner. I don't know why HIMS, oh, there it is. There's HIMS, we already went over this name. SOX L, performing relatively decent. This is a daily. I mean, these aren't investment vehicles, right? Directs on daily. Semiconductor, I don't think so anyways, but not too bad of a look. All the way up from 23 to 55. Maybe they may be, who knows. SoFi, how have you been doing? Heading lower. I mean, SoFi's been getting absolutely shellacked. Dara, what do you have for us?
The Iran headline cycle continues. CNN reporting that Iran has claimed it has launched high-speed underwater launched missiles. So Iran saying, yes, we have placed these high-speed underwater launched missiles. Now take it how you will, if you believe them or not, but CNN is reporting that this is what they're claiming. And for what it's worth, oil actually at a new high of day. And again, other tickers with these undersea-related catalysts, KITT, and today I think the much better performing one is OPTT. This one is a penny stock, and we're just going to send you back over to Joey Options.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. So yeah, I mean, we don't got much going right now, guys. I find the market a little bit choppy, and it's moving to the south. Nothing really distinct for me or definitive other than USO continuing to climb, but I don't want to punch it all the way at these highs. I just don't think that's logical of a trade. Your risk to reward, I mean, it could be as you break through, essentially, I could be completely wrong and this can continue to climb. But for me to be proven wrong, it's either the south of this of this support level around 106 or the volume weighted average price, and that's like $3, right? So you'd have to drastically size down and allow this thing to really start working for you. And then considering you're giving it $3, what are you gonna do? Wait for a $6 move to hit a 2-to-1? I mean, that'd be putting you around $14. And I think that's why it's really important to just really gauge your risk to reward ratio and be patient and wait for that high quality opportunity. If USO is continuing to climb, we've seen the narrative on the NASDAQ. It's just been selling, and relatively a quiet one for me. 2 trades on the day, and we couldn't really get the ball rolling. We were doing okay on AMDL, but I was waiting for a specific target. But unfortunately, that downtrend came into play. You bounce off of the resistance zone, and then you establish a new low of the day, and you've just been stuck in that steady downtrend here today. All right, so Robinhood down to 77.25. Let's see what IBIT is up to. Where are you? Watch list. Because there was an opportunity. Okay, yeah, so it is steady grinding higher. If you can catch the lower end, 39.80s, anything south of that, I think you can find yourself a quality opportunity, considering how much below the volume weighted average price the NASDAQ is. And we're trading above here, or just a little bit above here on IBIT, Sharif.
All right, man. We're in Ocugen. Just took the first print there. 2R for me on Ocugen. Takes us up to 232. So that's the high of the day, okay? So I'm going to have to pack the patience there. We're going to save the bulk of the shares for 2R. Let's see if it makes it up there. I stop out now that the trend is on. Prior bar low. Prior to that, it was not prior bar low. It was right at the volume weighted average price of 215. I put it right at VWAP because none of the prints actually touched VWAP. So I was like, okay, well, if that triple bottom, almost a quadruple bottom, gives way, what the hell do I care about VWAP? Here's what I'm talking about. Look at these candles. 1140, 1145, 1150, 1155, all defend 16, the low of which on all these candles is 216, right? All right. So I'm like, okay, so VWAP's perfect. Let's just put the stop at VWAP. So I got in on this candle here, the 12 o'clock candle. So that's where I had my stop. But then we take it out. A very clear breakout on the 1205 candle, and now we're opened up the 1210 candle. We're still not above the 1205 candle high, but I'm going to give it to the 12 candle low, the low of which is 218. So it's just right below that. So looking for a move here into 232 on Ocugen. It's up 26.5%. There it goes into 24. We're going to take another little profit taker at 25, but again, very, very small. We're holding the majority of the position for 2R. So let's see if it makes it up there. If it does, great. Doesn't, Nick, quick scalp into 224. My man. So we're going to take profits very close to the same level. So shout out to you, Nick. You got the right idea. And I think, who was it in the chat that reminded me that this was making a move here into, what's it called? Drop Systems. It was you, Drop. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. So we're going to keep a close eye on OCGN. Now, let me make this point, though. I am a little concerned until we can clear that $0.25 level. And the reason I say that, 2 reasons. 1, $0.25, $0.50, 3/4, whole. Sometimes areas of support and resistance. Moreover, look at this area that we rejected earlier, around 10 o'clock, the high of which there was 24. So for a fact, we know that the buyers or the sellers can come in, and we're already rejecting 24, dropping down now into 21, so it doesn't even make its way up into 25. So that's what I'm keeping an eye out on there, and I feel a lot easier if this one actually cleared 225, just so we can take out that initial bull flag, second bull flag high. So I see one bull flag 930, second bull flag starts at around 950. Now we're obviously putting in what could be a higher low, higher high upper channel, or it could be a head and shoulders pattern, right? Where we could get the break below that 215. Thankfully, I'll be out way before that ever happens. We'll be out at 18s, 17s, again, on that prior area low. I want to bring everybody's attention to ACXP again. Look, I know this has probably lured you in, and you probably stopped out on it because this is an ugly candle right there at 12 o'clock. Pops up all the way into 496. Looks like it's going to break 5, and then drops all the way back down into 475. It actually closed at 475. The low was 472. It closed at 475. But here it comes. It's showing you that curling pattern, that higher low, higher high, kind of rounded shape. Let's see if it takes out 5. I still have my order to go long above the high of the day. I think that's how I'm going to play it. We're going to pack the patience. We're going to see if ACXP, Joey, can take out 5. If it takes out 5, your boy's going to go long, but we don't really know.
All right, man. All right. Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Drop systems. Yeah, boy.
What's he saying, boy?
Put in your stops. Good time, not a long time. My man. He knows the drill. Shout out to him.
Yeah,
shout out to
drop.
Casey. 520 freaking 6. There goes OCGN into 25.
Oh, it is moving, eh?
Pardon me?
Yeah, someone mentioned that earlier this morning.
Oxygen?
Yeah.
I picked it up pretty quick on the scanner there, Joe.
Nice. Yeah, so there we go. Right back to the top end of the range on a couple of the names that I'm looking at. Has the market found a potential bottom as USO is slowly starting to climb higher? If I'm going to engage, I think this could be a good opportunity. We don't want to bail on AMD too early, even though we did break through some key support levels and the channel is fully to the downside. But let's take one more attempt on this bad boy. Why not, right? Shout out to that. And I haven't seen why not in the chat in quite some time. So yeah, let's take one more attempt on this thing. We get what happened? Go ahead, man.
KC 526, bro. She does it live, consistent.
Did she just donate?
She just dropped. She just dropped another 10 members.
All class, Casey. Okay, Sharif, I know you typically do this. I'm going to take this one. John Mai. Who do we got? Samrat, Jed Luke, Be Happy, Twisted Mind, Ralph, Status, Junior World Galaxy, Alex the Great, Steven Johnson, and who else do we got? Darwin the Trader, and
he's been a,
I doubted Darwin.
Darwin's been a member since
okay, I was gonna say
before I even showed up here.
All of you, the names that I just mentioned, got it. What's up, T-Money? Adara, talk to us.
We're getting more comments here from President Trump on Iran saying, quote, the U.S. just took out just about all of Iran's mine ships. So President Trump claiming that almost all of Iran's mine ships were taken out by the U.S. I'm also seeing that apparently Trump administration is very likely going to be announcing new trade investigations here through Section 301 on Wednesday. So New York Times reporting that the Trump administration going to be announcing some new trade investigations on Wednesday. If I get any sense of what industries, let's see if we have any industries: digital taxes, forced labor, currency manipulation, and industrial capacity. Also, apparently, trade practices involving batteries, chemicals, plastics, and telecom equipment. Maybe keep an eye on these telecom plays tomorrow, but nothing super obvious here. Again, more trade investigations and more claims from President Trump. Back to you.
All right, Joey, I just want to let everybody know. So everybody who got a free membership from KC 526, first and foremost, thank you, Case. And now you guys can get my morning note bright and early every day before we go live by about 10 to 15 minutes. Mosey on over to the Trader TV Live YouTube homepage right here, right there. And then you'll see tabs at the top, hit posts, mosey on down, and then you'll see morning market brief. There'll always be like a thumbnail reflecting the stories. Hit read more, and there she is right there. You hit Google Drive and it comes up. Now it comes with a table of contents, so you can just kind of get away from everything you don't really want to read, and you can click these, by the way. It takes you right to the story. And also new is a bias. So we got support and resistance levels. As always, 3 areas of support, 3 areas of resistance, and now you get a bias about, you know, which way you should be looking. Obviously, you shouldn't be doing anything. You should be making these decisions on your own, but, you know, kind of helps guide you in that way. And then, as always, a fan favorite here is the Trader Takeaway. It just gives you a summary of what to look for, some of the levels and stuff. So it does really help you organize your day. It's a good supplement to our great morning watch list as well, which is free to everybody. Joey.
All right, man. This one not working out for us too well. You can see we're 3 cents OTM on it. The channel to the downside is definitely in play here on AMD. We'll hold it to the break of the previous low. Okay, so that'll put us at a pivot low. No need to get out too early. Hold on to it, stick to the thesis, and then see if we can hit our price target if we're fortunate enough to be able to sit in this trade a little bit longer. But with USO on the incline and the NASDAQ on the decline, a little bit tougher of a look there, Sharif. I might have to hop over into small cap GAFA world to find some momentum.
I like it, Joey. Enter the.
Enter the.
You hit decline a lot?
Decline bench?
Decline bench?
No, I don't actually.
You're not a fan,
No,
eh?
I hit incline yesterday.
You hit incline. That's a go-to move. Yes, my guy.
Some dips and stuff
Everybody
like that.
swears up and down by incline as the go-to. Forget about decline. Forget about flat. Everybody talks about incline.
I don't mind. Like, so for me, at when I go to LA, I haven't been in quite now. I just go to the gym downstairs. But they had a decline machine that I like it.
You'll do it?
I just find like, I'll hit it there, right? But I find it a little easier. You know what I mean?
100. Oh, it is.
It is.
It is easier, but I do like it for like hitting your lower pecs.
Exactly.
Obviously there. Like, but
yeah. Danny boy.
Danny boy's dropping money, man. Should I read that?
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, gents. We should probably cross our fingers and hope Iran doesn't have access to Bass Pro Shops catalog. I knew this was going to be funny. Because Mini Coda sells remote control electric motors that can easily deploy sea mines from the beach. Oh, God. I really hope not. But you got to assume they're probably alive to all these tricks. That's kind of... It's the job of some of the people there, right? They got to respond in ways that they can, and I don't think they can respond in a conventional way, like with conventional weapons, so they're going to have to do other things, bro. That's what concerns me, man. Let me just be honest about it. That's the look there. Shout out to Nick. I am short on triple Qs, 103.65. Mind giving your thoughts? Probably better for Joseph to look at that. I'll give my opinion, and maybe Joey Opsh can give his.
What are we looking
Triple
at?
Qs. Yeah, this is your world here, my boy. There's a lot of support here. Okay, so this is an area low. Area low in the pre, area low, well, 2 times in the pre. I want to say the 606, 605.5 area has been well defended lately. And you can kind of see these area lows as well. Go back days, multiple days. Yesterday's lows as well. We're right back at yesterday's lows. We're definitely in a range. Look at this range, guys. So here is yesterday, and then we're obviously on the right is today. Yeah, in a bit of a tight range here, certainly. So I would say buy zone, 605, 606 at the extremity, 604.5. But that's my look. What's your look on the Qs?
Yeah, for sure. We can take a look at the NASDAQ here. As I'm seeing, we're holding on by a thread on this AMDL trade. So any form of a pump up higher, we'll pull it up. I have the NASDAQ and the SPY in the corner of my eye at all times to see what the overall market is doing. So what happened here? I think it's good to take a look from a daily, right? Like we're still fully entrenched in this essentially chop zone right here. Keep that in mind, guys. We're going to break one way or the other, so you just have to be patient. At this pace, I do believe that we had a little bit lower, and then that will give us some nice liquidity to grab, and then we can make a new move higher. Adara.
Today looks like it's halted here, guys. Wall Street Journal reporting that the company has drawn a takeover bid from Earth Capital. Now, we heard about Earth Capital, I believe, potentially being involved in Papa John's a while back, but now it looks like there has officially been a takeover bid from Earth Capital for PZZA. Again, that's reported by Wall Street Journal. Back to you.
There it goes. Yeah, man. Alfred's actually involved in this. I'm going to have to talk smack to him here. Yeah, this is a great call out there, Papa John's. Oh, wow. Interesting. This is being reported by the Journal, too. So interesting look, Joe. I'm just trying to see if we can find more information on it. Nothing coming in. There it is here. So I'll be able to get it. Give me some time here, Joey. We got tricks.
You ever heard? Get through that, my boy.
It's going to take a while, though.
That's all right. I'll ramble on while you go there. All right, nice little pop-up there. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Just conveyor belt pizza here. We got to get that oven baked and or that stone baked, or that wood oven.
How about that life?
The conveyor belt lifestyle, it's a little bit tougher one, man. No, I'm obviously being highly sarcastic. All right, guys, there it is. A nice little pop-up there in AMD as the market is continuing to climb a little bit higher and USO is starting to move lower. Maybe we get it. Fabian's not here right now. He's busy. Otherwise, we can maybe get the pull up for the pizza conveyor belt, oven baked or stone oven. I don't know if those things are the same, but I think that's really important when it comes to quality of pizza. But AMDL, guys, a nice little move. Did we catch the bottom? I'm not going to get too ahead of ourselves right now, but we're looking like we're in a pretty good spot. I like our chances for this market to find somewhat of a recovery here, and USO head a little bit lower. So I think that's big. We got the halt there on PZZA. Let me actually pull this up for the folks, and so we can actually take a look. Are we going to get a tap on it? I think that's going to be important as well. Tap 39 smackers.
Ooh.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh, whoa, the tap at 39. We've halted at 35.99, it seems. So $4 almost right there, and it's continuously increasing. Adara.
Intel.
We're here, guys. Keep an eye on oil. We do have more comments here with regards to oil. A senior Iranian military official, apparently, according to state TV, has warned that if Iran's ports and docks are threatened, all regional ports and docks will be targeted in turn. Furthermore, a couple different headlines for INTC. For one, Intel reportedly announcing a new Intel Core Ultra 200S Plus series desktop processor. So new processors being announced. Also, apparently, there's going to be a shareholder lawsuit against Intel trying to void their sale of a 10% stake to the U.S. government. They're calling this move, quote, extortionary and saying it's illegal. And apparently some of the evidence they're trying to use about that is a post from U.S. President Donald Trump saying in all caps, I paid zero for Intel. Back to you.
So yeah, there it is, 37.50. What are you laughing at, my boy?
Just like the President Trump.
Yeah. I mean, hey, what fun would he be if he was like, yeah.
I talked to my friend Vladimir yesterday.
What'd he say?
He likes me.
All right. Yeah, so 37.51. Tap now sitting at $40 there, guys. So not too bad of a look here on Papa John's Pizza. They do have stuffed crust, if you were curious on that front. Seems to be growing in popularity. I know Pizza Hut was the first pizza place I knew with that. But aside from that, we're getting a small pullback there. Guys, keep an eye out on this tap on PZZA. We'll see when that one opens, and we'll come back to it. But we're going to head right back to AMDL, which is starting to come back in. We grab a couple of pennies, nothing substantial. We're going to hold this either until we hit target or we get stopped out. No ifs, ands, or buts, just sticking to the game plan.
Did you hear what President Putin was saying about the war in Iran?
No.
Like, he danced around it a little bit, but the comments I heard was, this is not our war.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because when he spoke to President Trump, right? He didn't really want to get involved as much, which to me was a little bit bizarre, because Iran was supplying him with those Shahed drones, which he was using in Ukraine. And that's why the Ukrainians have all this intel about how to kind of defend the drone swarms, right?
Yeah.
So if they were so tight like that, how he's just going to flip the switch. He's calling it like a strategic relationship rather than an ally. President Putin about Iran.
Well,
So
maybe he doesn't want that. He doesn't want more heat. Yeah,
exactly. Because he wants the Ukraine thing to resolve his way, right?
Yeah,
so he needs to stay on President Trump's good side. That's kind of what I took from that. But yes, we did talk about pizza. Alan 933 something or another. I'm trying to get the article from the Wall Street Journal. It's giving me trouble still, but let me look to see if I can find a little bit more information. No, it's still just giving me like the headlines. I can't seem to get the article quite yet. So as soon as I do get the article, it's from the Wall Street Journal, I promise, we will read it out in detail and kind of go over that whole thing. But for the moment, I still don't have access to it. But yeah. That is the look. Guys, I'm still holding Ocugen here. I am a little concerned because there's a bunch of topping tail candles through the $0.25. And usually that's not a good look when you're getting multiple topping tail candles through the $0.25. So I'm trying to pack the patience. I've moved up my stop into 21s now, so we're going to pack the patience on that. We'll talk more about Ocugen and SAFX when we get back from Adara. She's got breaking news.
I know. I just have more details on the Papa John. So it's going to be a $47 per share bid from Earth, again, according to this Wall Street Journal report. Now, this is significant because apparently this offer represents a roughly 50% premium to where Papa John's was trading prior to the submission of Earth's bid. Looks like Papa John's prior to the close of Tuesday, that was a $1 billion market cap. Again, this bid here from Earth, reportedly $47 per share. That would value Papa John's at $1.5 billion. Now, apparently Papa John's currently reviewing the bid. It also is partially backed by Brookfield Asset Management. Back to you.
Thank you for that great information. So let's read this article. Qatari-backed investment fund Earth Capital Management submitted a bid to take Papa John's private for $47 a share. Lauren Thomas and Heather Haddon of the Wall Street Journal report. They cite people familiar with the matter. The bid, which has backing from Brookfield, shout out to Carney, represented a 50% premium to where Papa's was shares trading before Earth's bid was submitted. Sources told the journal there's no guarantees Papa will be receptive to Earth's bid, and another suitor could emerge, the paper adds. Earth tried acquiring Papa John's last year with Apollo Global, APO ticker, but the talks fell apart. People familiar with the matter said Earth recently increased its stake in Papa John's to around 10%. One of the people said shares of Papa John's, as we know, jumped up there. So great reporting. We'll keep an eye out on that. If we have more information, obviously, we'll give it to you guys. Joey.
Absolutely. All right, man. This is our final at-bat here on the plate with AMDL. This thing may go or it won't. I mean, we are going against the grain on that one. Downtrend still fully intact, but we re-engage. A wick out here, we get out when we're supposed to, but then it climbs right back up. So we might be just stuck in this this channel trade here, which isn't good for my long, right? Considering we just continuously knock on the top end of this range here. And what I'm looking for is us to break through some volume to kick in, and then us find somewhat of a rebound here in AMD. What I see on the daily isn't looking too good either. Like, you can see that it's essentially a bearish candle being formed. So let's see, man. Hopefully we're fortunate enough to get that break. What I am doing here, and someone mentioned this the other day, and I totally agree. So what I am doing is anticipating, not participating. Those are very different things. And sometimes when you do that, then yeah, you can get yourself in a good position. But then if what you're anticipating doesn't work out, then you end up taking a loss. So I did add a little bit more shares on this one. May the trading gods forever be in my favor right now, Sharif, as AMD is starting to head a little bit lower.
You see your girl Lisa? You see where she's headed?
No.
She's headed to South Korea.
Yeah.
You know why? Well, what could she want from South Korea? What does South Korea have in spades right now, Joey?
I don't know.
Memory, baby.
Memory.
SK Hynix, Samsung. She needs to get her hands on some memory. So she's heading over to South Korea kind of just at the same time that Nvidia's GTC conference, I think, starts out on the 16th. She's there around that time, so that's going to be important. We'll obviously be reporting on both. Uh-oh. You saw it?
I did.
It died. There he is. My man, big smile, big smile. He is Big Kyle Burdett. LJS. In case you're new to the show and you don't know what LJS means, we need to tell him, Joey. Little Joey Small.
Do we need to tell him?
It is 1:30 a.m. You got that swang in your step. The blue collar job starts at 6 a.m. Who are you calling Domino's? Papa John's or Little Caesars? Who are you calling? I know you don't like any of them, but you got to choose.
I don't mind Domino's because of the garlic bread.
Okay,
Yeah.
well said.
Yeah,
well said.
We'll go Domino's with the garlic bread.
Take.
All right,
Domino's,
Adara,
best
please.
one.
Who you calling, my boy?
Goated.
Who?
Domino's
she says goated. There you go.
Adara's got.
But I like their pasta better than their pizza.
Okay.
Fair.
All right, fair.
I don't know who I'd call.
Yeah?
I really don't. I really don't know.
The folks, who do we got? What are our options here again?
Domino's, Papa John's, or Little Caesars. I don't know, man. I really
But
don't
Little
know.
Caesars does have the crazy bread, right?
Yeah,
And they
that's
got
fair.
the deep dish too, which is
More carbohydrates. Yeah, fantastic.
Wait, Sharif.
Sorry, brother.
We got the
Just
swang
before
in
we go to
our-
Adara, guys, SXTP is breaking out. It's a couple of pennies off the high. Shout out to Tisha Perkins. I didn't have eyes on this one. The volume is just coming in now. Look at the DARTA volume basically from 8 a.m. onwards, and now it's coming in. We're getting about 500, 600,000 shares per 5-minute candle. It's up 45%. SXTP. Good look there. Adara.
I mean, we're seeing more comments here on whether or not there are mines in the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump said that he didn't think that they had put mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Now JMIC, which is the Joint Maritime Information Commission, they're saying that there's no confirmed evidence of mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran said that they had put these mines in the Strait of Hormuz. A couple different sources now saying, hey, that did not happen. RDW on watch as well. Redwire spiking higher. They had some kind of headline this morning as well, I believe. Right now, though, some speculation on social media suggesting Redwire could have a new classified customer. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, so there we go, guys. This is what I'm talking about. We do have a 5-minute print above a level that we want. We got a nice strong breakout. Now we just want that to be sustained. It doesn't look like it right now. You don't want the pullback to be aggressive either, nor did we have that kind of outstanding volume event either. So we'll be patient. If we continuously hold above it, I feel like we started to form somewhat of a base. It's just that these pullbacks are slightly aggressive. A strong up move. Primary target ideally would be the volume weighted average price, but you don't want to get too ahead of yourself. You got to be able to walk before you can run. But we are heading in the right direction right here now in AMD.
Guys, there's a lot going right now, man. SXTP is at the, well, 3 pennies off the high. SAFX is fractionally, and I really do mean like 2/3 of a penny off the high. Mind you, it is 44 penny high. But SXTP, middle left, middle bottom of your screen, SAFX, top right of your screen, are really going. They're both holding structure. It looks like SXTP had a bit more of an aggressive breakout, but when viewed in a wider time frame, this looks like a great rounded bottom through a break there of around 2.5. It looks like the sellers were really coming in at around 2.5 with really no closing prints in the pre above 240, but that doesn't matter. That's all over with now. It's 277 high. Let's just flip quickly to the daily, so you get an idea of this. Okay, so this is, you know, coming from a lot higher, so, you know, we're going to encounter resistance probably at every turn. That's SXTP. How we doing with SAFX? Are we coming from area highs? Okay, so SAFX, be on the lookout. On Monday, looks like on the 9th, we got into about 45 pennies. So if we do clear 44, we likely will have some bag holders from the afternoon, which is when it made the move on Monday, into 45. The good news is, though, we've taken out that 42 penny seller that we couldn't shake in the pre yesterday or in the aftermarket at around 40. So SAFX looking real good over here. We're looking to do some more damage. We just got the print there on Ocugen at 27s, and now my 2R is quite close. It's 232. I'm likely going to take it out at 30 just so that I don't get rejected at the 10 penny level, but it's a hell of a move here off the volume weighted average price. Moreover, it breached that what I perceive to be an area of resistance around the $0.25, not by much, mind you. I'd like a move into 28, 29 will make me feel a lot better, but that is a big move there. And I also want to mention, I've said very little about this, Assassino. NVTX, which I'm assuming is Navitas. Yeah, it is. It's NVTX, which is Navitas is leveraged ETF. So NVTS is Navitas. NVTX is the leveraged one. I believe it is 2 times. It is 2 times. Okay. So this one is really moving here into 34.41. NVTX is up 50.33%, and it just keeps breaking out. Probably, I would say blocked on our system because it probably doesn't do that much volume. But NVTS is the main ticker you should be looking at there if you don't have qualms trading these larger names. In any event, Joseph and I are going to take a bit of a break. We're going to send it to Adara with a very special interview.
Indeed, we're pleased to welcome Adam Levy, CEO, President, and Director of NextGel to the show. You can find NextGel trading as NXGL. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Adam.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Awesome. Let's just get right into it then. I want to start, can you provide us with a quick overview of what NextGel is and what your company does?
Sure. So NextGel, and you can see behind me the electron beam accelerator that we use. We make medical grade hydrogels that have a wide variety of uses for medical devices, particularly where medical devices interface with the skin. We use the energy from the beam to make sheets of water, essentially, that has a lot of different applications across multiple platforms. We've grown the business from 500,000 a year to about 12.5 million last year, and it continues to grow.
Awesome. Thank you so much for going over that. So now that we have the basics, let's get into specifics. You guys just announced a definitive agreement to license and acquire a portfolio of commercial stage regenerative biomaterial products. So what are some of the highlights from this deal that you'd like investors or potential investors to be aware of?
Well, it's essentially transformative and more than triples the size of our company. These are products that we know very well. The gentleman that runs that division for cellularity, Dr. Steve Brigido, has been on my scientific advisory board for the last 6 years. The products originally started at Aliqua Biomedical, which was this company's parent company at one time. And it's a really, really nice fit. This was not a great fit for cellularity. They have an incredible program that they work on, but it's not really their core competence. We're hoping to revitalize the sales force, get the products out there. These are proven, reimbursed products, and we think we can take them back to their 2024 glory relatively quickly.
Nextgel has a past of successful M&A deals, including with Silly George and Kenkoderm. So how is Nextgel poised to benefit from the acquisition of this new portfolio with that in mind?
Well, we're gonna apply the same principles we put down for Silly George and for Kenkoderm to this, right? This requires a re-engagement of the sales force, different marketing, managing sales teams. This is what we do really, really well. But we're also excited about some of the new products that are coming. So first, we'll apply ourselves to what's already existing, what's already doing probably over 20 million a year in sales, and then we're going to also have new products, including a very remarkable product in tendon repair.
What can you tell us about Nextgel's pipeline going forward? I know you kind of addressed some of the plans here, but what's your company's pathway specifically for this portfolio expansion in the light of your new deal?
So again, we're very excited. The first product we have 3 510K products in the pipeline. One should be released in the second half of this year. The other 2 will be submitted in 27 and 28. The product that we have right now is a tendon repair product that'll be out this year. It is made from placental material, which has tremendous advantages in terms of inflammation. The whole tendon repair market is growing at depending on who you ask, a 13 or 14% CAGR, because as we age and get older, especially in today's world, we're more active as we get older. So the tendon repair surgeries are increasing dramatically. So we think this is a very, very big opportunity. This product has the highest tensile strength of any other product on the market. It's paper thin, and as I said, it will reduce inflammation because it's made from placental material.
That's very exciting. So now that we've kind of gone over some basics and specifics with the business, do you have a message for investors after this announcement just going forward? And can you tease any other developments for Nextgel that you haven't mentioned yet that maybe people might want to know about?
Well, I have to be careful about teasing things, but we do have a very robust product line coming out across our consumer products, including our partnership with STADA. We're very excited about these particular products with cellularity that we're getting from them. This is really transformative. This takes the company into immediate profitability. It takes the company to a scale where we can grow and continue to look for more acquisitions. And we are a little bit of an acquisition-minded business, so we will be looking for more things and more announcements. And as they come, but we have to be selective, right? But there's nothing worse than a bad acquisition. But this is truly transformative. It triples the size of our business at least.
Yeah, we'll certainly be keeping an eye out for more announcements, M&A and otherwise, from Nextgel. Thank you again to Adam Levy, CEO, President, and Director of Nextgel and XGL. Thank you again for being here with us, Adam.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure.
Very good information. Great interview there. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Adara, for that interesting information. Joey.
Yes, sir.
You see what ACXP did?
I did.
While the interview was going on? This is why I think people stay away from small cap gappers. But to be honest with you, they don't all do this, okay? This one is, I think, unique in how it's trading. But look, what this tells me right here is that the shorts are awfully convicted to their cause above $5. This didn't just clear $5 by a little bit. It was by a lot. I'm assuming a lot of people got squeezed here short before another short position came in and kind of stabilized this down because it was rocketing up. There was a big buyer from down here, though. So I watched this develop. I think we can probably see it a little bit better on the 5 second. Allow me a second. There you go. You can kind of see it developing off that $0.50. We're moving quite aggressive here into 480. It comes into that 480 top. Then the squeeze was on. This is the 5 second chart, guys. And then it didn't take all that long to find the 530 top, and down we go below 5 again. So ACXP is all gas right now. We'll see if it can kind of reclaim that 5. It still hasn't printed a closing print above 5. I think maybe one. I lied. The 1130 candle. So that one is still going. Guys, SXTP is still in play. SAFX is still in play. OCGN now showing 28s on the ask. I'm waiting at 30 for 2R. We're packing the patience on this one. Let's see if we get it. By the way, my order on ACXP to take the high of the day out at 512 triggered. I made money on it, but I didn't like the look of how aggressively it was coming down. It definitely looked like a liquidity grab, which often, as we just saw, retraced below the breakout level. That's why I flattened out. If this stair steps up and clears 5, then we'll have a bit of a different trade on this one. So ACXP also in focus. ASNS looking like it's getting its the sales under its wing again. I think this one has to be above 64 for long, but here's ACXP now. It is above 5. Let's see if it can close above 5. The tape is moving. Here we go, 514 high. It's up 75%. We're above that 512 area that we were kind of topping tail earlier on at 1115, 1120. We're obviously very south of 532, but this could be the move now above 5. So keep your eye here on ACXP. We got to pause. We're going to Adair.
Well, we had our interview there with Adam Levy. We did have some headlines coming through specifically with regards to oil, so I do want to go over these. A lot of these are comments from Trump, so we'll start with the one that is not a comment from President Trump, and that's going to be a senior Iranian military spokesperson denying that any of these Iranian Revolutionary Guard vessels are located at Iranian economic ports. So basically they're saying these vessels are not located at ports. Again, that's coming from state TV and from one of these Iranian officials. Now, President Trump has made a lot of comments. He said that military action that would be taken to end the Iran operation would be more of the same. He also said the U.S. military is hitting Iran, quote, very hard, that these U.S. oil companies should be using the Strait of Hormuz. And he also said that he kind of wants to cut off trade with Spain, saying, quote, they have been very bad. So lots of comments coming through from President Trump. He also said he spoke to the leaders of various countries, unclear which countries and what they were talking about, though, again, very likely having to do with this conflict in the Middle East. If I find out which countries and why, I'll let you know. Back to you.
ACXP is continuing to go here. That's all right, Fabian. Here we go, 520. The breakout's on now. This is cleared 5. I think quite decisively. You never really know with these ones, but it's on the way up almost at the high of the day. Now it's showing 519, 520. High of the day is 532, but it spent all but no time there, as we just saw on the 5-second chart. Let's see if this one comes down to 5. Oh, my days. What a move up. There was a monster buyer in the 5 low teens, and that just rocketed up to 535. The tape teleportation is happening, as you can see on the left side of the screen there. The movement on the time and sales. Here comes 550, 547. The shorts are getting squeezed here. Can they kind of regroup into the $0.50? That's going to be something to keep an eye out here. But lots to trade today, guys. In the world of small cap gappers, trade this carefully. It's already, it's already shown its propensity to be insanely volatile, and that can catch you both ways, Joey.
All right, man. Yeah, let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors here, guys. Leading the way is going to be the energy sector, up 1.8%. We have the tech sector sitting in second place there, guys. And then we have the healthcare sitting in that third spot, down about 1/3%. Now, real estate bottom, consumer staples getting shellacked today, down 1%. And the financials, once again, down here, down 1.14%. So not too good of a look. But I wanted to pull up here is because I've seen something very interesting on TTD. And I wanted to see, ooh, that's TTS. That's not what we want. Tatina Mines. Oh, I mean, damn. Speaking of mines, but anyways, all right, let's see. We had that nice pop. We were about 10 cents ITM on AMDL, but it doesn't look like that trend wanted to hold, nor did we have any form of supporting volume in order for us that to be sustained. Again, 10 cents worth of risk. I'm waiting for that 2-to-1 target to come into play, but we haven't been fortunate enough. We had some nice moves, a couple 10-cent moves, 1-to-1, and I just haven't taken anything off, so those have been resulting in full-on losses. Now, moving forward, let's see what we got going down. I can't tell you guys. Bang. All right. Not necessarily the signal that I wanted it to pick up. That's not good. We wanted to grab this signal here, but the performance on TTD hasn't been bad whatsoever, considering, right? So we're going to be moving forward. This is also my algorithm that you guys have been curious about. Since January 20th to March 11th, very positive. This is what we want to see. Okay, this is exactly what we want. We can head back over to the list of the trades. Actually, no, we'll go back to metrics here. Sorry for bouncing around. So we have 7 total trades. What's our profit factor on this one? Absolutely insane. 5.68 profit factor on that one. And what is our percentage metric from an accuracy standpoint? We have 7 trades. Never mind. It's not, I don't want to kind of delay this. So we got 1, 2. Wow, 5 for 7. Not too bad whatsoever. Let's take a gander at some of the winning trades here right out of the gate. Strong opening drive. You get that fill at the end of the day. Get this garbage out of there. And then here's another one here from February 11th. Couple losses, a lot of triggers on this day, but you are hitting some targets. Not bad whatsoever. And then we'll take a look at another big one. That's going to be on February 6th, a little over a month ago. Nice trigger right at the lows. This is exactly what we want, and we hit that 2-to-1 profit target same time intraday. All right, we'll go through a couple more names. How's it been performing? It performs best on a trending market, on trending stocks, right? Not trending doesn't perform that well. So moving forward, what has been really strong as of late? Maybe USO. Okay, let's take a look at how it's been performing on USO. Not too good, but not too shabby. Still slightly positive, and we'll take that. All right, nothing substantial, but there's nothing wrong if you're, especially if you have a vast basket of stocks. What's our profit factor? 1.58. Nothing compared to what what TTD was, but you're not going to complain about that whatsoever. Total trades on this one, 4. And we shoot about a 50% accuracy, still remaining positive. That's nothing to complain about whatsoever.
All right, lower highs on the 5-second now on ACXP. Buyer at 30 and 29. Current bar low is 29. Here comes into 41 again. Looking for this one. I'm printing here on OCGN. There is 2R on Ocugen. That's going to almost end the trade for me. We're going to get out most of the position here, and now we're going to save a piece for the dream. Let's see where this one goes. Back to ACXP. Okay, so it's holding current bar low, and it has. It's defended current bar low quite well. As I mentioned, current bar low is 531. I was going to put my out at 29. This one is still south of the $0.50 though, and spent almost no time above the $0.50. 541 is the current price. 554 current bar high. It's a doji candle, a candle of indecision. Top left of your screen right there. ACXP. So let's see if this one opens up. We're going to open up a new candle shortly. It looks like in about less than a minute. If it opens up a new candle, we're going to possibly get in here with giving it to prior bar low. But this one is very aggressive. It's on the move. It's cleared 5. It definitely has some selling at the $0.50. I don't know. My spidey sense tells me the majority of the shorts were setting up north of 5, given what we had been doing. Here comes the $0.50 again on this one, showing 49s. This one looks like it's going to squeeze. There it goes into the high day, 560. So there's a tape teleportation again. That's kind of what I mean by that. Look at the exuberance on this one, 567 high, 92%. Tisha said that this one has room to 619. So I didn't quite look at the the wider time frame, but I'm going to take Tisha's word for it. 619, she spots resistance there. 67 penny high, showing 62 and 63. Very, very strong on this one. A lot of volume is exchanged hands as well, about 62.25 million shares on the day. Fantastic look on the small caps today. Very unlike yesterday, man, where, you couldn't get a continuation for the life of you. It'd be nice to be able to spot the days where the continuation doesn't happen, because I was always a bias that it was periods. You'd get weeks, maybe, days in a row that there was like that weakness. But it seems to be day by day, and that's going to be the case. Yeah, there was no continuation yesterday. There was nothing. I'm assuming maybe because everyone's looking at oil. I don't know.
Pardon me?
Maybe everyone was looking at oil yesterday, right?
I think so. I think it's kind of like the silver trade, right? Those have definitely been in play. The silver was in play for that couple of months, and now you have oil.
It's in play today to the sell side. 3.5. 3.5 and bleeding its own blood here.
What is?
Silver. SLV anyway.
Oh, SLV. Yeah. SLV. Yeah. I seen that earlier in the day. Oh, geez, I'm going to sneeze.
Oh, boy. Trust me, bro. It's by far the best strategy I have found. Shout out to my man, Mike P. DeRita. There goes Ocugen into the day high at 32s. We're still holding here, looking for continuation now. So on Ocugen, I just got to scroll back to see what my 2R and 3R are. 232. Allow me a second over here. Yeah, I gotta label these a bit better. Not gonna lie, I don't do the best job at this. Okay, 2R is 38. So 3R, is 38. So we're saving now the rest of the shares for the high of day break above 32, which we're at right now. We're going to save it to 38. See if we can get 3R on Ocugen. Great hold, man, off the volume weighted average price and a clean move up. And there goes SXTP. Show yourself, SXTP. Where the hell is it? I took it off, didn't I? Yeah. Well, that's not good. SXTP going into the day high on the NQ, 292 high. This one looks like it's definitely on the way here for $3 with a 92 penny high. What a fantastic move today on small caps. 55, 56% on the way to 3. Don't forget about SAFX as well. It's setting up as a bull flag right now with about a 41 penny low and about, I want to say, 44 penny high. That's the high of the day. But SAFX could be going. ACXP is continuing to go, but still trading south of the $0.50 here. Shout out to Chuck of All Trades, member now for 16 months. If I have puts, that's in the money. How long can I hold them after expiration? Hold on, don't they roll?
No, you got to roll them yourself. No, if you have puts that are in the money, then it's always best to close them.
What does it end up being, a short?
Well, if he has puts that are in the money, yeah, he's got the short correct, right? So then you'd probably be assigned that amount of shares.
That's what I thought.
Level.
That's what I figured.
So, I mean, that's why you're supposed to close your contracts before expiration.
Interesting.
All right.
All right, guys.
Like number one rule.
Here comes 235 on Ocugen now. We've taken out the high. We're a couple of shekels away now from that, what's it called, 2R. We're packing the patience over here on this bad boy. We're looking for a bigger move on Ocugen in the 38. Let's see if we can kind of squeeze up even into the $0.50 here. Ocugen's up 32.5%. It's trading at the day high. Pathix says open is moving. Let's have a look at open door. The hell, man, load. Yeah, not a bad look, Pathic. It's, not bad. Let's look at it on the 5. Open all
the days, all right.
Yeah, okay, we're coming into that range though, Pathic. That 5 1/5, 5 1/4 has been a bit of a top, but your point well taken. We're very close to the high of the day on open door. What are we up on open? We're up 4%, which is not bad at all. Yeah, I don't think I'd personally trade this because it doesn't fit my style. It's definitely a range trade until we break up above the day high, and I think that would be taking out yesterday's high as well, the implied balance open at 930. But if we do, this one could be all gas. Check the 15 cup and handle, he says. Let's have a look. Yeah, I see that. Okay, not bad look. Not a bad look. Definitely a rounding shape over here. We need that consolidation though, Pathic, at around 5 1/5, maybe 5.15 or so before we get that cup and handle. But that's a rounding shape. And if we take out that 5 1/4, open door could be all gas. Be on the lookout there.
All right, yeah, man, good stuff. We're just rolling through a couple of names here. There's IBIT performing relatively well for us, not too bad. Someone asked me what I made this on. It's essentially a pawn script, but I plugged everything into ChatGPT and just refined it from there. But Jose's telling me to use Claude because I have this one and on this profile, so I have 3 in total that hopefully in the near future I can really get running. You don't run them all at the same time. So essentially what I have on this one, I don't know where I can show it to you. What you want to do is, so essentially on this one, what I was getting at here, Cicero, I told you that's what I told ChatGPT to call me, Cicero. But yeah, so anyways, aside from that, I have this in the inverted, and then I have a couple other ones that I've been working on at home. It's just not on this account right here. So yeah, I mean, I got 4 of them. Jose's got a whole bleep of them. So yeah, that's what you want, man. Just kind of make as many as you possibly can. He's spitting them out. Nice work there. I know Obi's been working on his as well too. Benner in the back was telling me he's got his that he's working on a couple as well. So just to have as many as you can get flowing is a good thing. I mean, we're stuck in this drop. Just to get back into this market here, guys, we pop up to 1272. It came down to 64. I mean, I would be surprised if I'm fortunate enough to hit target. It's just that I'm not getting that feel here in AMD. And with that being said, maybe we do get it. But we'll stay optimistic on this trade. If it comes and stops us out, then so be it. Then it's definitely not another one of our sessions that haven't necessarily been the best of trading. But regardless, ebbs and flow, you break through that no volume, and this is what I'm talking about when we're looking up for those breakout trades and we don't get the volume supporting the move, you tend to just go right back into the narrative, and that has been a downward channel. Not even a pullback to the volume weighted average price, a couple more fake outs maybe, but I'm gonna hold this as long as I possibly can, and then we'll have to get out of that one. CrowdStrike bouncing off the bottoms, not really. Downtrend still fully intact and not very much of a rebound here today. choppy market in my opinion, as Oracle is still continuously grinding lower, so sellers still fully engaged, and USO has been a nice steady channel to the upside. So opposite of essentially what AMD's been doing and a couple of the other names, USO, if you can get in at the lower end of the range, then it looks like the buyers are most definitely engaged. Now Robinhood is back up to 78. Not a horrible print over there. Maybe you just got to stick with some of these names that are somewhat stronger. Nice indecision print. Now you climb from a low of around 76.88 and you grab almost $1.50 right there. So not bad whatsoever. What has Coinbase been up to? I mean, not horrible. Stronger rebound than what we got here in AMD. Zscaler, have you found your way? Not yet. And how has our good friend Salesforce been doing? Oh, not very good, man. This one needs a pat on the back or something to get it really rocking and rolling. But it did break that downtrend. This is waterfall type price action here, guys. And I mean, if it breaks up and it holds this support level, then maybe you can find somewhat of its footing and find a little bit of a climb high. What was performing pretty good I seen earlier in the morning was the ADRs. Okay, so Alibaba, not a name that we talk about all the time, except for when the China names are in play. There it is. You're going right back towards entry price. You're a little bit north of that, so keep an eye out on some of these downtrends. There's multiple indecision prints at the lows that caught my eye. This one in particular, right? So you have that engulfing volume print, and then you form that indecision on a bullish print, and then sure enough, you do fail to establish a new high of the day, but you bounce right off of a trend line and right back in, and there you go. You breach a little bit, maybe you absorb some liquidity, form some more indecision, and then now you're right back up there. On this path, it might break through there. If not, it could establish a lower high and then head back towards the low of the day. But let's go AMD, man. If we can get a nice little pop-up in this name, then we're going to be rocking and rolling. I also, full disclosure, I have 25% more in this position than which I had in my previous two. So I did size up. We got caught in that liquidity grab. Look, we were the bottom wick out there, Sharif. Yes, sir. Look at that. We were providing, as Obi would typically like to say, we were providing the liquidity right there, and now we're starting to get a little bit of a pop. But that's why I'm like, hey, you're not going to play any tomfoolery on me right now. We're going to get right back in, and spitefully, I'm going to add more shares.
I love it. Don't do it for spite, Joey.
Well, no, they did.
It's got to set up. It's got to set up.
No, I did. But no, I'm obviously, again, I did do it. You are, But I'm like, hey, the chance of it, so you would think you would get somewhat of a continuation, but at the end of the day, I'm like, hey, you get that curl around, you have that liquidity grab. If I'm going to be right on the thesis, they just wanted to absorb some more shares, I'm going to add more on the way back up.
Respect that. Guys, ASNS is going. It just touched the high of the day at 68 pennies, I believe. No, we on the current candle, we got to 67.70. The high of the day is 68, having been made at 11.50. It's very strong right now. It's got a couple of topping tail candles, though, as it looks like there's some selling coming in. So ASNS on the move here in a really good way. Be on the lookout for that. And Ocugen. 1 penny off 3R, but we waited. So I was really happy with this trade. This one really took a lot of patience. It was much slower of a mover, but it continues to do well. And now, as I view Ocugen, yeah, sure, it was a holdup at VWAP, but I'm getting a bit of a bias that this could be an upward channel. So if that's going to be the case, we can trade it like that, right? Looks like for the moment, 240 might be that critical area of resistance. And for the moment, again, depending on how the price action develops, 2.25 support. We're going to keep an eye out here on OCGN, but a great hold off the volume weighted average price and another 34% now in the Ville of Green. ACXP as well, trying to make another move here above that $5.50. This one has not given it up. It has been volatile, to be fair, and I'm assuming that volatility probably caught some people offside. If you've had the right read on this one, I think this one is still in play. It looks like that local area low, given the 1245 and the 1255 candle, is about 5 1/3. So 5 1/3 over here, and 531. So 531 low over here, 532 low over here. That tells you there's a big boy buyer at that 5 1/3. So an entry in and around that area probably gives you a stop till 5 1/4. We're going to take a bit of a break. We're going up to Adair at the big desk with news.
President Trump has been asked about the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently he was asked about the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. He said, quote, "It's working out very well." So unclear if we're supposed to infer that the Strait of Hormuz has been reopened or is in the process of being reopened. But either way here, President Trump saying that the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz is, quote, working out very well. Back to you.
All right, guys, a couple questions here in the chat that we can go over. See that nice little pop-up there in AMD. The NASDAQ keeps knocking on the volume-weighted average price door and rejecting. All right, so if we can break through that and oil continues to sell, then maybe we can get a stronger move here in AMDL. Okay, so I had a question. Joe, where am I looking to get in on AMD? To be honest, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I'm already involved in this. We told you we were anticipating, not participating, the break of this channel trend, which we got, but we're not getting really that sustained move back towards the volume-weighted average price or any form of a deep pullback. What I thought I had in my favor here was the strong opening drive, but also look at this. Extremely bearish candle. You have buyers push price all the way up to 209, right? 209.20, and then they push it all the way down to 207. So within that 5-minute span, it looked like the sellers were in full control there. Now moving forward, we have an individual, who is it there? My boy Mac asking, hey Joe, at what amount of calls do you consider a call wall? I saw 27,000 and 37,000 calls this week, and next week at 410. So I'm not going to say that it's necessarily subjective. You said expiring next week, so let's head over there because what we want to remain is objective, obviously. You're seeing 27,000. How do you see two different 37 calls at 410 and another name? So what I look at is just essentially what is it relative to the rest? And then how does the stock react, right? So if you have a strike price and open interest that's double the amount of average, right? Like here at 412, we don't really have anything. Like you can see it's like 3 times this, 4 times that, relatively close to what we have at 420. That's what we can classify as supply zones. Okay, so something that is standing out, that's just above the average, and I think that's when we can classify things. Want to find a better example? Sure, why not? I can explain that right now, and that's going to be going over to Nvidia, and we were talking about this earlier this morning, okay? 294,000. Now, if we want to talk about call walls, that's substantial. Oh, you're lying. Oh, okay, never mind. I got too ahead of myself there. I was looking at the wrong numbers. 200 right here. 266,000. That's a call wall, okay? So if we are fortunate enough to break through these triple digits in Nvidia 190 and 195, then sure enough, like you're not going to be able to breach that $200 mark, in my opinion, unless there's a different objective from the market makers or the larger participants. So you just want to look for open interest, essentially, in short. I know I was rambling on, that is substantially bigger than what you're seeing through the rest of the strike prices. Okay? Well, am I? Maybe, yeah. I can see where you're getting at. Someone said but I mean, maybe a little bit.
I don't know what that means. I unblocked it because it doesn't seem racist to me at all.
I can see maybe a little bit there.
Luis?
Oh,
Luis is here. Okay. Now we're talking.
Maybe a little bit. I don't know.
I got the glasses a little bit. Yeah, exactly.
There, right? With the white there.
Yeah. I can kind of see that, man. All right. Let's bring in everybody's favorite small cap trader, Luis Barbado from the Real Trading office in Barcelona, Spain. Luis, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. I like you. Become so glad when I comment to so.
And people will get excited, myself included, Luis, because you're a fellow small cap trader. Who could complain about that? So, Luis, we have a tradition now. We gotta find out the weather, but we got news for you. The weather is not that bad over here now, but tell us how it is in Barcelona.
I think you might have a better weather today than here. I think it's around 15 or 16, something like that.
Well, that's still pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that's how high we're gonna get, but it's raining. Is it raining over there?
It's cloudy. It's not raining, but it has been raining for a couple of days, last couple of days.
All right. Luis, let's start out by showing us what you traded today. What was your look on the overall market? And then we'll get into some questions.
Well, as we have some tickers that we traded today, pre-market, we were talking about Domo, and we said, well, this is not our kind of setup because it's an earnings play with a high institutional ownership, but if it trades below BWAP, we will look for short on this one. Look at that. It's a clear BWAP rejection just before the opening bell and all the way down. So that was a very good chance to go short there. If you took it, nice. Was not our kind of setup as I play because of institutional ownership, but it was a nice chance. If it would have gone over the pre-market highs, it's very dangerous to short this with earning, with easy to borrow is something that we always look. If the stock is easy to borrow, that means more people will go short in the key areas and they will get a stack and we might see some short squeeze. Was not the case. We reject the VWAP, pretty clear in the opening, and that was a nice short for you.
Excellent, Luis. Good luck, good luck. I just had a couple of questions for you. So I want to pick your brain a little bit about gauging market sentiment. So the small caps, I don't know how you feel. They've been quite strong, mostly to the, I'm speaking mostly to the long side. There's been a lot of follow through. Then on a day like yesterday, you know, you feel like it's just continuing with the trend. I took aggressive positions as I've been taking lately with some of these small, but there was no follow through yesterday. You kind of felt that, you know, we're hitting technical areas of resistance and the shorts were in control. You come in today and then you have ACXP moving, ASNS moving, SXTP, SAFX. What's your methodology, Luis, for gauging sentiment on the day?
Very interesting. First of all, as we spoke some other days, you have to take into account that statistically, shorts will win the battle on small caps. Gapping up over 20, 30%, 65% of the stocks gapping up will close red during the day. And with a huge fade, could be 30, 40, 50% from highs. So statistically, you are against the main trend of the stocks fading. But if you pick up the right stocks, because you're long bias trader, you might have some nice trades. Talking about cycles, we have like one tool that we measure. If I'm going to share a screen here, we'll go market analysis. And here I will tell you something, guys, you are on our intranet now and you have access to all these tools. So I will be very glad if you use it and you have to, if you have any questions to me, that would be great. That's I will amazing. Help you as well. And we have these tools that it measure how many gappers and how many runners we have per week or per day. So if we are in a short cycle, let's say that most of the shorts take control of the market and we don't see follow through, as you say, continuation of the movement ups, we won't see a lot of runners. So you go, like, check, you use some filters here of volume, price, and anything, and you measure how many runners we had, and look at that. We go weekly, for example.
That's excellent.
Last week we have some runners, 3, that previous weeks we didn't have at all. So runners for us is a stock that moves around 25 minutes, 30 minutes up without any retracement. Okay, so that's what you're looking for, Sheriff. So it's good for you to wait for these weeks where you have more runners. And on the other side, if you check gappers, okay, we will measure how many gappers, over 20% we had in the whole market for that weeks, okay? The most gappers you have, the better if you are a small cap trader, of course. And in your case, you will have to look here. And if you see this high red close probability, that's bad for you because most of the stocks will close red and you want some continuation. So you need weeks like this where below average, stocks close red below average. In this case, it's like 50%, or in this case, look, it's 40% way below average. That's what you should look for. We call it market cycles. In order to have more runners, usually we have one that bars the market, you know, like ignition, one stock going up like 500% or 1,000%, then the next couple of days is the day that you will be more profitable, probably, Sheriff, because more stocks will be willing to go higher and higher because the traders are looking for these cycles. talking about yesterday in particular, I think we had a very, very strong sector with a lot of attention. So that took a lot of volume to that sector, oil and gas. So not that many continuation for me.
Oh, perfect. What's up, Louise? Hey, so you and I've had the privilege to have multiple conversations and pick your brain. I mean, we were talking about the correlation with some of the names that you're looking at with the IWM from a volume standpoint, how you specifically pick your tickers, and also how you really exponentially bet size with the higher grade opportunities and setups. But now I want to get into a little bit more detail. And what I liked that you and Shreve were talking about not too long ago is kind of in a segment standpoint. We know that we can break the intraday market down from, say, 9:30, the opening drive, to 11 a.m., and then 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock, and then the end of the day, 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Now, 1 o'clock, or to 4 o'clock, sorry. Do you find when you're looking for these shorts that there's a better segment within the intraday session in which the probability of the short is going to work a little more?
Absolutely. We have a lot of statistics and what period of the day we make more money going short, going long, and you have also to understand what are the risks of doing it, no matter if you are profitable or not. Let's check an example. Pre-market, there is a lot of stocks that are going up and down, what we call pump and dump. Okay, that is true, but also you have to take into account that pre-market, we don't have halts. So the risk is very, very big if you short a stock against the trend, against the momentum, because there is no halt, so it can go exponentially up. So pre-market, if you are a short bias, be very careful that you don't have a movement like this. A stock moving up from 0.4 to $20 in 1 minute. And this is real. And we have been talking about this. This has at least 3 red flags to go short. Okay, one is a Chinese company, I think Hong Kong in this case, that doesn't matter. Second is a very low float, around 15 million, 20 million shares. And most important is a recent IPO. Okay, this stock has started to trade, February 2025, something like that, April 2025. So Chinese rising IPO, low float, it's very dangerous to short. But as a rule, I will not say you don't short pre-market, but if you short pre-market, take into consideration these red flags. Once the market has opened, the percentage again says 65-70% of the stocks will fall, but be careful not to pick a stock with a very, very important news, a very important catalyst. Try to short against some resistance, knowing new air where we don't have resistance, and so on. VWAP, of course, is always important. So we like to short from almost the bell to 1 hour market. So let's say from 9 to 10:30. After 10:30, all the stocks should start to fade slowly if we are not in a strong stock as ACXP, right? So this is what you try to avoid. And usually around in New York is 12:01 lunchtime, the stocks should have already fall below VWAP. If it's holding VWAP at that time, there is a short squeeze. We have checked this in ACXP yesterday. The stock was moving up, then it went down, but without volume, it was holding VWAP pretty nice. Without volume, the price didn't fall. So that means at some point during the day, big players who trade short will have to close the position as the day goes by. So they will start closing, and we saw this huge break of highs of the day, and again here, and again here. So this is a multi-day play.
Excellent information, Luis.
Absolutely. One more question here, because I like how you had the breaking down of each segment within the intraday session. Now, and I also like that you brought up an example of a different exchange stock. So with that Chinese ticker that you were displaying, do you have any form of an edge in a different market, whether it be the US markets, the European markets, and or the Asian markets? Do you find much of a difference in there?
But when we are talking about Chinese or Hong Kong or Israeli companies, we are talking about companies trading in the U.S. market. It's not that we trade other markets. We should, because we know it's a huge potential, and in real trading, we can do it. We can trade almost every market in the world. But when we talk about other countries' company, we're talking that are traded in NASDAQ, right?
Okay, so ADR plays.
Yeah, ADRs. So
I don't know if you
for that, in our screener that you are able to use it from today on, we have the screener and we have this what we call a traffic light. So if I see here that country is red, that means it's from another country, not from US or Canada. If the market cap is red, it means that it's below some filter that we use. So that helps us to identify very fast if it's from another country.
Luis, I don't know if you can see it on the screen there. A viewer, Zion Lala, just super chatted saying, Luis B., great information. Your biggest fan. That comes from one of our viewers, Zion Lala, a great guy, by the way. And you're getting a lot of love in the chat, Luis, about the information that you're giving us today. So really thank you for that. But I gotta circle back to something. You got me very excited, Luis, earlier when you said that we're gonna have access to your intranet now.
Yes, you already have access to our intranet. You can check all the data. That you have the screener and you have all the market data to analyze probabilities and everything.
All right, I'm going to be getting that.
And soon you will have also the trader analysis. You will see winning ratios, receive words, sizing the position, timing the trade, and everything you want.
Absolutely love it. Thank you so much, Luis. Fantastic information, and thank you for making that available. We're obviously going to be using your tools on the show, so if anybody's interested, of course, check out Luis. Academia, the trading, the Barcelona day trading. He's also on X, so make sure to follow Luis on X. Always excellent information there. Thank you so much, Luis, for being on.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a nice day.
Thank you to Luis. I have some news to talk about. I think biggest thing to mention here is Chubb. CB, as you can see, this spiked. This was like a $2 or $3 spike here for CB. CNBC reporting that Chubb is going to be working with the Development Finance Corporation, or DFC, to be the lead underwriter for the U.S. government-led program to insure ships going through Hormuz. So how they're dealing with the Strait of Hormuz with regards to insurance is Chubb is going to be the lead underwriter for that U.S. government program to help insure these ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this is working with the Development Finance Corp here, or DFC, with the U.S. government. So government, insurance related, and of course, Iran conflict related catalyst here for CB. AMZN also on watch. Apparently, I'm seeing reports from Reuters. The chair of the FCC, that would be Brendan Carr, is criticizing what he deems to be the slow pace of the satellite launches from Amazon. Back to you.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Great
All right.
stuff.
Yeah, we had a strong move up there in AMDL. Climbed up to 1277s and then came back down rapidly. So I mean, we were sitting in this for quite some time, and it's unfortunate that from approximately 1252 to 115 there, so 45 minutes or 30 minutes or so, just gone in the span of approximately 60 seconds. So yeah, I mean, it's what it is, man. It's just the stairs up, man, and you just get tossed out the window.
All right.
On that one.
Let's start the news segment, I think, because where are we? Oh, we're 20 after the hour over here, Joey. So we're a little late. So let's get down to work. Let's bring in, there he is. Let's start for here. We're going to do a little editorial selection because I think we're a little behind on time, so we won't go through all the, all right, let's see. Malt Book, I don't think is a big mover. Okay, so essentially the headline on Meta today, they bought Malt Book. Malt Book is a viral social media platform designed specifically for only AI agents, not humans. So they go in and they post and they talk to each other. The robots are taking over, guys. It's coming, okay? They're going to help create new ways for AI agents to work on behalf of users and businesses. That's what the acquisition by Meta was today. I just want to kind of skip that over. This is interesting, though, because this we're seeing a lot more of. And Brenda was actually telling me a lot more things are being blocked online now if you're sending agents to do your work. So this is what Amazon and the Perplexity tie-up was. A U.S. federal judge
issued a preliminary injunction temporarily blocking Perplexity's Comet AI browser from accessing Amazon's website. This is an early legal win. So Amazon had actually filed the lawsuit in California, and their claim was Perplexity was deliberately concealing the browser's identity and the identity of its automated agents so that they could scrape the retailer site despite Amazon's restrictions preventing agents from doing that. Comet's functionality allowed users to search Amazon listings and potentially complete purchases directly through the AI assistant, kind of acting as an intermediary. We know that's what agents are doing. The court found Amazon was likely to succeed, hence why they allowed the temporary injunction. Usually that's saved for the actual result of the trial. Amazon's argument was as follows. Perplexity's agents pose potential security risks because they interact with protected systems with Amazon, including areas like that are tied to customer accounts that require login credentials. So they're worried about compromising that part of their business. Company said preventing unauthorized AI access was necessary to protect customer data, maintain the integrity of the system, safeguard the reliability of its online marketplace. Amazon has increasingly restricted access to its shopping platform from third-party AI systems. It's blocked dozens. OpenAI, it's ChatGPT, many other different agents are being blocked. It's not just Perplexity, but at the same time, the company, of course, is developing its own AI-powered tools, such as Rufus. If you've used the Amazon app, you know what I'm talking about. That's an integrated shopping assistant. It's going to be available on Amazon's website and the mobile app. That'll help you do shopping. So it kind of feels here, Joey, that maybe, you know, they're using the argument of security and all, and you're accessing your system, this and that, but they don't want you to use a different agent. They want you to use theirs.
Of course, which would make sense. As for Amazon, guys, from a discretionary play, this thing has been lagging for quite some time, and we talk about it from a technical standpoint, just how the NASDAQ has been holding up. But I think this is one of the names here that in order for us to really put in that new leg higher in the overall market, you're going to need to see an increase in activity here. I don't know why we're not getting any more data or any information. So it's slightly slow, but we're still down currently around 14%. If Amazon decides to get rolling and some of the other larger participants decide to, then sure enough, I think that market's going to climb a little bit higher. But Amazon is a big player in the NASDAQ. What
do I think about Paris Saint-Germain and Chelsea today, Jacques? I think Paris probably outduels Chelsea. I've seen varied levels of performance from Chelsea this year. I've seen the good, the bad, and there's been a lot of ugly, and I don't like, and London is certainly not blue. I think Paris probably takes this. Are they playing in Paris? Are they playing in Paris today? If they are, I think Paris definitely has the advantage. The one I'm going to keep my eye on, obviously, is Arsenal playing at 145 away at Leverkusen, and Real Madrid City. That's a heavyweight bout. This is a heavyweight stock, SXTP. Oh, baby. 63% topping tail into 325, pardon me. Still above 3. Keep your eye out on this one. It's been good all day. Essentially, you know, from the get-go, lost VWAP for a little bit, but all gas, no brakes. This is the 15-minute chart, by the way, on SXTP, not the 5. Let's go on to the next story, Joey. We got Tesla. Finally some good news coming in from Asia, not Europe, for Tesla. They reported 58,600 Model 3 and Model Y deliveries from the Shanghai Gigafactory in the month of February. That figure, the 58,600, that represents a 91% increase compared with February of 2025. That marks now 4 consecutive months of year-over-year growth. Partly driven, I should say, by low comparisons in 2024. Despite, though, the strong annual growth, I want to say February deliveries fell 15.2% compared to January. So sequentially, month over month, there's still some weakness there. Production and deliveries were also impacted by a partial assembly line shutdown at the Shanghai plant during the Lunar New Year. The shutdown was essentially tied to prepping the Shanghai Gigafactory for the new Model Y. We codenamed it Jupiter. Apparently, they haven't been making any of the new Model Ys in Shanghai. That I guess ends now with that whole with that whole assembly line now fixed up, Joey. So Tesla, ooh, baby. Let's find out where it's up on the day.
We're up 2.1%, Joey. We're the strongest mix of a name on the day today, Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla. And I'm also reading here, Sharif, that China auto body CAM reports Tesla exported 20,000 China-made EVs in February, as the broader EV market sales fell 14.2%. Now, as for this, Sharif mentioned we're down 15.2%. And as for that, I mean, it's kind of been a mixed bag. Year over year, still slightly down. But I mean, it's not too horrible of a look considering the competition that they're facing globally, let alone in China as well.
Well said, Joey. All right, let's go on to the next story over here. Microsoft supports Anthropic in the legal fight over the Pentagon ban. So Microsoft basically applying here to basically to be a party to the suit. So they filed a motion supporting the AI startup, of course, known as Anthropic. They're urging a federal judge to issue a temporary restraining order against the Pentagon's decision to label Anthropic a supply chain risk. Say that again, Assassino. Okay. Microsoft argues the order would allow the Defense Department to continue using AI tools already integrated in defense systems while the dispute is resolved. Without the restraining order that Microsoft is seeking, Microsoft warned it and other contractors may need to immediately modify these existing products and contracts that are used by the military. So that doesn't work for them. That's going to possibly disrupt operations. The U.S. Department of Defense recently banned Anthropic's AI models, as we know, designating them a supply chain risk. The ruling does require, though, defense contractors to certify that they are not using Anthropic's models in work connected to Pentagon projects. Anthropic sued the U.S. government, calling the designation unprecedented and unlawful, arguing could jeopardize hundreds of millions of dollars that it has in contracts, and they're seeking guarantees that its models would not be used for two specific purposes: autonomous weapons or mass domestic surveillance, while the Pentagon wanted broad access for what they're calling lawful military operations. Where do you fall on this whole thing, and what do you think about Microsoft's move here?
I mean, I don't think I'm not really worried. I mean, I understand they can support them, but they can just say something. They can only vouch, right? They're still, whatever's going to happen is going to make a decision outside of their opinion. For me, I'm just curious, what is that going to mean for Anthropic's IPO? Are you going to see some less, is it going to be less attractive? Is it going to come in under, or I bet that it will come in oversubscribed, but at the end of the day, is it going to sway some investors from getting involved? Because government deals are absolutely massive.
They are, and they're sticky. They stick around for a little bit longer. Just from what I've seen from the tech industry, there's very little from tech that's on the Pentagon side. They're almost all on Anthropic's side. You can kind of see why, because they don't want to catch hands either.
Absolutely.
Right? Like they're like, if it's them now, it's me tomorrow, so to speak, right? We'll have to wait and see how that whole thing unfolds, but it is an interesting development. Thank you very much. Waterford for the $5 super chat. He says, RVVTF, I'd love to hear what you guys think about this when it's got real news. Let's take a look at RVV. I'm just trying to put in the ticker. RVVTF is the ticker. It's a 5-letter. It's on the pink sheets. This is the daily. Let's flip to the weekly. Let's get a quick gander. Okay, so it's coming from a lot higher, to be fair. This is COVID. No, yeah, that is COVID. So everything was moving. It almost got to $1 in COVID, 72.11 high. It is a penny stock, and I literally do mean that in the strict sense, because it was sub a penny not long ago. Today, it's got a high of 3 pennies and a low of, is that right? 0.03 pennies. Okay, so it's got a low, no. The low is 0.0082 pennies on the low. So that's that wick right there. The technicals are not great. This is a nice breakout, a 2-day breakout. You break above, bless you. Bless you, Fabian. That 2.5 penny high, bless you, Fabian. That 2.5 penny high. So you've broken out through some area highs, that's kind of the good news. You're still below the 200 moving and exponential average on the weekly, which is about 6 pennies. I think you clear that. You probably get on a lot of people's radars because you cross the 200. I don't know anything about the company. Personally, I can just try to read what it says over here. Revive Therapeutics, Canada-based life science company focused on the research and development of therapeutics for infectious diseases and medical countermeasures. Never heard it expressed that way. Engaged in exploring the use of
buclamine for the potential treatment of nerve agent exposure. Oh my God, nerve agent exposure? My goodness. And long COVID. I don't want to hear anything about COVID. Through its diagnostic divisions, it's elevating a point of care vitro diagnostic devices, aids in the detection of post-COVID-19 conditions or long COVID. Look, you know, I don't know what to say about the science because I'm obviously not educated enough to do that, but the chart here, it's seen better days. If you're asking locally, the fact that it's above 2.5 pennies is the start. I think, you know, gets into that 6 penny area and you cross the 200. I think I'm just going to keep the same opinion. That is a good look for you, as it will be on people's radars. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Let's go ahead and talk a little Oracle. Oh, baby, I feel like there's going to be opinions here. Adjusted EPS of $1.79 versus that $1.70 on revenue of $17.19 billion. That beats a $16.91. Revenue grew at a healthy 22% year over year, while net income came in at $3.72 billion. Compare that to last year when they took home $2.94 billion. That's a healthy increase there. Let's talk about their cloud business segment, because that's where the AI demand comes in. Oracle reported $8.9 billion in total cloud revenue. That's up 44% year over year, and that exceeds the 8.85 expected by the street. Cloud infrastructure revenue grew much more aggressively at 84%, despite the fact the top line number is about half. $4.9 billion in revenue, accelerating 68% from the growth that it had last year. So 84 this year, 68 last year. Highlighting, of course, strong demand for GPU-heavy AI workloads. Now, if you're talking about the revenue outlook, because market's forward-looking, they did boost fiscal 2027 revenue up to $90 billion. The prior look there had been 86.6, so a nice increase there. Now, when you're looking at fiscal fourth quarter, they guided $1.92 to $1.96 with revenue expected to grow about 19 to 20%. They also plan, Joey, to raise $45 to $50 billion this fiscal year to expand their cloud capacity and, of course, to meet that burgeoning AI demand. They do expect over 10 gigawatts of computing power to come online within the next 3 years. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think something that's overlooked here is their ownership in US TikTok, right? 15% on that front, not bad. But we also talk about their RPO. I think that the remaining performance obligations, obviously, you know. But anyways, I think what was really dragging this down is because it was such a substantial number. But we have to take into consideration, I think it's like 70% of it, 300 billion of that is to OpenAI.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Concentration risk. I agree.
It's a massive concentration risk. But apparently, I read on 2 different sources yesterday that they're not going to have to go into the debt markets anymore and go through funding rounds. But then I read the opposite, and what you just said as well too. So it's kind of fishy on what they got going on there. The RPO is absolutely through the roof. I think it's around 500 billion, 300 of that being, it's like 538 billion or something along those lines there, with 300 billion of that being to open.
I heard the exact same thing as you, as that if their RPO concentration was a bit more diversified, I think the market would rest easy. But because I think OpenAI, a lot of people kind of feel maybe they don't have the same dominance in the space that they did about a year ago, maybe 2 years ago.
OpenAI, right?
For chat, So I definitely agree with that part.
It's like Sam Altman's doing enough funding rounds himself. Like, I mean, how many has he done at this point?
Altman? Oh, God, he's done a few. I don't know exactly. I can find out.
How much share does this guy have left?
Oh, well, he didn't actually have any, remember? And then he had to get it later as part of the deal, and that was the whole thing.
I actually don't own any shares.
Well, at one point, he does now, though.
He does now.
All right, Adara, I know you're waiting. Give it to us. Let's hear it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. I was not surprised that this gapped up, and I literally said if they beat revenue, they will gap up. I said this yesterday. I stood by it, and I'll give them a modicum of credit where I feel a modicum of credit is due. They beat revenue. First time this fiscal year they beat revenue. So good job, Oracle, and that's as much sarcasm as I'm going to give you guys, because I want to give you guys facts. I don't want to give you guys conjecture, because Oracle gives us conjecture. Let's get into it. So ORS, I mean, I think you had like a slight sequential decline in hardware revenue, but other than that, obviously year-over-year growth across all these business categories. The same could not be said last quarter, so that I will say is a slight sequential improvement, but I don't like the idea that we're staking so much of this business on cloud, right? Like Joe kind of alluded to how cloud is so much of this business. Like 44% year-over-year growth in cloud. That's great. What happens if this slows down? That I'm not sure about. Now, next infographic. Oracle's cloud infrastructure revenue. Now, you guys know, or you might know if you've heard me yap about it before, this was the crux of my short thesis in ORCL. Because my thinking was, look, Oracle guiding $18 billion this year for this cloud infrastructure revenue guidance, and then over $100 billion through 2030. I need more than just one client to back this up. Now, as of right now, they could theoretically, post this $5.65 bill they need to post in Q4 to meet this $18 billion outlook, but it's kind of shady. I was doing my math for how much I thought this needed to grow sequentially to actually get them to a point where they could beat that $18 billion guidance. I was saying they had to do over $5 billion this quarter. They did under $5 billion this quarter. Now, obviously, this did grow year over year, but the sequential growth compared to the sequential growth earlier, not really what I was thinking we needed to see. So let's see if they can do $5.65 billion in cloud infrastructure revenue for fiscal 2026. Now, if they don't, I feel even better about the short. Okay, one more visual, because I want to talk here about RPO, because Joe, and I appreciate you mentioning this because I think it teed up nicely what I want to say about RPO, because I agree with you, kind of dicey having all of this in one company. Now, furthermore, RPO growth up 300%, whatever, year over year. It's still, it's definitely slowing on a sequential basis. You've got 455 for that blockbuster gap up Q1 2026, which was that September quarter. Then you've got Q2 2026, 523, still growing year over year, but slower growth sequentially. Then you actually see a decrease here in that year over year growth for Q3 2026. Now, furthermore, I did some research because I was curious. And so they only started reporting RPO informally in Q2 2024, formally in Q3 2024. Now, Q2 2024 for Oracle, I looked it up. I'm like, why did they start reporting this metric now? They started reporting the cloud infrastructure because they tanked on earnings. What'd they do this quarter? Yeah, I just saw this here. Iran reportedly wanting to retaliate for American attacks by launching offensive drones against the West Coast. That's coming in, reported by ABC News. For what it's worth, President Trump earlier today said that he actually doesn't think that they're going to retaliate in the U.S. So for what that's worth, take that how you will. He does not think this is going to happen, but it is reported that the FBI warning police departments in California that Iran wants to retaliate for American attacks by launching offensive drones against the West Coast. So be aware. I'll keep an eye on this for you guys if I see anything further from this. But again, President Trump already says that he doesn't think this is going to be the case. Yeah, so I think the point I'm trying to make here is it seems like every time Oracle kind of has a rough quarter, they come up with a new metric. That's what happened with the first report of these RPO. It also happened again when they started reporting cloud infrastructure. So kind of a sketchy pattern. Also, Clay Magurk, or as Trump called him, Clay Moochgurk, he has kind of a sketchy past as well. Before he became co-CEO of Oracle, he was leading their cloud department, and there were multiple suits of verbal abuse from him. And I'm not even going to get into what they were because I don't even know if I can say this on camera. It's really bad. So the fact that they would then make this guy co-CEO of the company gives you raises a lot of questions about what they're doing over there at ORCL. So yeah, long story short, I'm not surprised by the gap up. I stand by the short thesis. I apologize for a very long yap, and also keep an eye on these drone plays like AVAV and RCAT. I'm seeing that these could potentially be ways to play this story here. Again, FBI warning police departments in California that Iran is looking to potentially launch offensive drones against the West Coast in retaliation for the U.S. attacks.
Even possible.
I thought you would have, if anything, they would have to go after Hawaii or something.
Yeah, that I would assume so, but
Right.
that would require them to travel a long distance. Aren't they going to get detected on the
Right.
way?
That's what I was
isn't the U.S. picking off
And
these
do they
drug
even
boats?
Don't they have any ships left? They need some ships.
What is going
They
on?
essentially do that because they're not going to be able to get from literally Iran.
No,
to
it's quite insurgent. So that's what we've been saying forever, Katina, man. That's been my concern, that we change the style of the war from conventional into that nonsensical thing.
If it's insurgents, then how effective could these drones actually be?
If it's insurgents, how effective could the drones be?
Right, because if it's already individuals who are already placed there, how how massive, how...
Well, I don't think they'd probably have the drones.
Right.
Yeah.
You think so? But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to talk about effectiveness, obviously the loss of life is not good. But compared to actual military-made tools, it's not funny. But I mean,
it's not. It's of course. Yeah. But we don't mean to laugh. But any of this, obviously, this is not what we're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I know you're not laughing, bro. It's Palantir time, says Sean, and he's not wrong. Guys, this is the reaction. This is the reaction on the market right now. We were trading about 608. The drop took us down to about 605. It's getting bought back up, 606 and change. We're still, generally within that zone. We talked about the low being about 604 and change there. We didn't quite make it down on that price spike down, so we're going to need more information, of course, on these reports. But yeah, that's completely out of the control of the market. This is a geopolitical issue now. Any new reports, of course, Adara's at the big desk, and she will let us know. And before she left there, she was talking about AVAV. AeroVironment drops after earnings miss and SCAR scare concerns. Let's talk a little bit about AVAV and what the report is about here. So they did report fiscal Q3 earnings below expectations. We're going to get to that in a second. We got to go back up to the big desk.
Okay, so the timing of this is I think really important here. So the ABC News article, again, the headline was that the FBI was warning police departments in California that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. But I think the statement that, again, that was reportedly given by the FBI is really important. So, quote, we recently acquired information that as of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the U.S. homeland, specifically within California. They don't have any additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. So, long story short, this does support comments that were made by President Trump and the administration previously, suggesting that they wanted to enter Iran because they thought Iran was going to attack the U.S. So it's unclear if this attack is actually still in motion. Again, this reportedly was being planned by February 2026. Targets are unspecified. Timing is unspecified. Whether or not this is still happening is unspecified. But I just wanted to provide some context. Again, that's not like in March. That was as of early February 2026. Again, reported by ABC News, citing FBI. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I get a lot of emotions right now in the chat. Completely understandable, but any news that we get, we will convey it. We never really take an opinion on the veracity of breaking news because it can change, as we saw yesterday, of course. Let's talk about AVAV, and then if Adara has anything else, she'll obviously chime in. Company posted EPS of 64 pennies, Joey, on $408 million in revenue. That missed on the top line, on the bottom line. 68 pennies in EPS was what the street was looking for on $476 million in revenue. That is a big miss there from a revenue number. Despite the miss, revenue still did grow sequentially year over year, up 143% because they printed $168 million last year. But it was largely boosted, though, by their acquisition of Blue Halo. So obviously, a company can acquire its way into growth. That's not unheard of, but you feel like maybe the organic operations, aside from the acquisition, really is not moving the needle. We're going to have to keep an eye out. They reported a funded backlog, though. This is as much demand that they can't meet at the moment. $1.1 billion. That remained flat sequentially, month over or quarter over quarter. Pardon me. So that really hasn't changed anything in the kind of demand that they've been seeing. The SCAR program, though, which stands for Satellite Communications Augmentation Resources for the U.S. Space Force, that contract alone is valued at $1.7 billion. It's become a key focus for investors and a potential risk, of course, for growth expectations. Now, there were some contractual uncertainty here. The company acknowledged that part of the SCAR options previously included in the backlog, which they said was $1.1 billion, they're no longer expected to be awarded. So do we look at that $1.1 billion with, suspicious eyes, or do we discount something off that? That I don't have the answer to, obviously. Management emphasized that customer demand for unmanned and autonomous defense systems still remains very strong. I was reading a summary of the earnings call, and the earnings call was very bullish by management. They weren't really
trying to tamp down expectations. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Now their guidance, Joey, they adjusted their guidance. They trimmed their fiscal 2026 revenue outlook to $1.9 billion. Prior to that, they had been guiding $2, so one has to ask why. That obviously signals slower near-term growth. Fiscal 2025 revenue, though, is supposed to come in about $821 million. With the EPS guidance for the year, that was lowered as well. $2.75 all the way up to $3.10. The previous guide was $3.40 to $3.55. Now, mind you, they did acquire a new company, so that could eat in a little bit into profitability. But the new outlook implies fourth quarter EPS at $1.50. Again, Joseph, below $1.80. But as I was saying to the Katina man today, I mean, I don't think there's too much in the way of disagreement about where the direction of modern warfare is going.
Yeah.
It's a lot of it, at least for the moment, is drone based.
That seems to be the case.
If that's the case, is this a buying opportunity here on AVAV?
Well, according to the CEO, I think he's implying yes. What he says that makes them stand out from the rest of these companies is that they're thinking about the production line 2 or 3 years down the road. They have the product line capability to get things done today across multiple of their products. So, yeah, it could be a good buying opportunity. And obviously what we got escalating here between Iran and the United States, it could be a good potential buy. But the technicals right now aren't necessarily saying that.
Fair. Yeah. Oh, well, I don't think anybody can disagree with that.
But I mean, dude, listen, if anybody's all into that stuff, you know, it's probably me. There is, I think, and I'll just say this, if this is my opinion, we went over things about like guns per capita. I think like ground invasions in the U.S. are too difficult just due to the fact you'd have to come in from Canada.
And lives lost.
Right?
They don't want to deal with that.
But it's just like the average person, there's more guns than people, which makes it more difficult, right? Like to invade, I think, some part of the Western Hemisphere.
I agree. All right, let's go on to the next story. Oil, obviously, surging again. I'm not going to bore you guys about the blocking of the Strait of Hormuz or anything like that, but we know that the Iranians now, if you believe some of the reports, are laying mines. The Americans are responding by attacking some of those mine-laying ships.
Oh, sorry, one more thing here, Triv. Yeah, Danny Boy with the $2 super chat.
Danny Boy.
Yeah, he also says Bass Pro Shops sells inflatable canoes too.
Oh, baby. Yeah, that's not a good look. All right, let's talk about this. So the part of this I want to focus on right now is the IEA is reportedly considering the largest release of emergency oil in the history of the IEA. It could exceed the 182 million barrels that they released back in the spring and I think it was the spring of 2022 when the whole Russia-Ukraine thing happened. They released 100 million barrels, potentially surpassing 100 million barrels in the first month alone. Just to give you an idea about what they have, member countries of the IEA, they currently hold 1.2 billion barrels of emergency public oil reserves, along with another 600 million barrels in industry stock held under government obligation. So a joint private-public combined holding here of 1.8 billion barrels. That seems to be a lot. Obviously, probably not for that long, given the world demand here, but nice to see that there could be some more supply put in, but this is very much a Band-Aid on a larger wound, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but at least I think Obi might have mentioned it this morning, or Jose or Sean mentioned it. At least Donald had somewhat of a plan to kind of get this ball rolling to hedge the increase in oil prices, which I think is really, really important. So I really like that. I like that fact.
All right, let's go on to the next story. CPI coming in better than expected today. So traders view the Federal Consumer Price Index as a critical, of course, macro catalyst that could reshape expectations of Federal Reserve policy and equity market direction. So look, I have them here. Give me a sec so I can get the exact numbers accurate. I just have to find them. All right, and I'll get to it in a second, but the headline CPI was expected to come in 0.3% month over month with a 2.4% year over year increase. Core was supposed to come in at 0.2% month over month with a 2.5% year over year increase. I think we were lower on both numbers, weren't we? I don't remember, man. In line. All right, so now the situation is
Now, we either have lower or inline expectations and we have a weaker jobs report. So does that kind of change the narrative? We all remember the non-farm payroll showed a net loss of 92,000 jobs, which sharply missed the expectations for 50,000 new jobs added. So now, can you make the argument, Joey, that we've got, I don't want to say a slumping jobs economy, at least because it's one print, so let's not get too carried away because the other print was stronger. But if you're trying to make the argument for rate cuts, are you looking at this number?
I mean, it's such a weird push and pull I think the Fed is in, right? Like they have the dual mandate, obviously maximum employment and price stability. Does the Fed need to be a little bit more flexible with that 2% goal and then you losing obviously about, 90,000 jobs or 92,000 jobs? I think they're in a tough position. I think with the new Fed chair, he's definitely going to be leaning towards a political entity, to be honest with you, considering he was hired by Donald Trump. So I think at the end of the day, you can build a case, but if Donald Trump wants rates cut, then he's probably going to get it from Warsh.
All right, yeah, here we go. So month over month for February, 0.3 versus the 0.3. A U.S. core CPI year over year, 2.5 versus 2.5. February CPI, so not core, but just regular, 2.4 versus 2.4. February, regular CPI, not core, month over month, 0.3, 0.3. So very well in line. Adara, give us your take on CPI.
Yeah, my take doesn't have very much to do with CPI specifically. I just want to kind of remind everybody what's coming on Friday, because Friday the 13th has 4 massive economic data releases in the morning. But yeah, I mean, CPI, like, totally in line. It's rare, I think, where we get these prints where everything is exactly as we expected it to be. And I think that's why the market didn't react too much, probably relieved after what happened with the excitement with NFP on Friday. But yeah, PCE, we're going to get 8:30 a.m. on Friday, forecast 2.9%, previous 2.9%. So we're expecting this to be exactly in line. The month-over-month CPI print, we're expecting to be a bit cooler. Core, though, we're actually expecting to be a little bit hotter on the year-over-year for PCI. We're also going to be getting GDP. Second estimate for Q2, 1.4% is the forecast. So we're still expecting a little bit lower here. GDP prior 4.3%, I think, for the prior quarter. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. Those are the 8:30 numbers, PCE and GDP. Then at 10 a.m., you get University of Michigan consumer sentiment. We are expecting a bit of a decline in consumer sentiment. 55 is the forecast, 56.6 the prior print. JOLTS job openings also at 10. We're expecting greater job openings. 6.75 million is the forecast. Prior was 6.54 million. In around 37 minutes at 2:30 p.m., President Trump to visit Thermo Fisher Scientific. So just be aware, he will be speaking at some point soon. Get ready here for those comments. That'll certainly keep you guys posted once we get those. It'll be in 35 minutes after the rundown. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk a little AMD here. Up a little bit less than 1% on the day, down 1/3% since we rang the bell. AMD CEO, the much beloved Dr. Lisa frickin' Su, is scheduled to meet Samsung Electronics Chairman J.Y. Lee in South Korea next week to discuss cooperation on securing supplies of high bandwidth memory, HBM. That's all the rave right now. Discussions are coming as demand for advanced memory used in AI accelerators and data center GPUs surges across the industry. HBM has become a critical bottleneck for AI chip production. And as I learned yesterday, apparently RAM or NAND, HBM, almost half the price of the server, which I couldn't believe. For server racks, about half the cost is tied up in RAM. We know memory technologies using HBM, DRAM, and NAND are seeing strong demand as companies race to build AI training clusters and next-gen data centers. The surge, though, Joey, in AI investments turned memory suppliers into a strategic partner for some of these chip designers, like obviously Intel, AMD, and Nvidia, making supply agreements increasingly important between the two entities. Lisa Su's visit to South Korea will also include meetings with Naver CEO Choi Soon-yeon. And Naver operates South Korea's largest internet portal and search engine, and discussions are apparently ongoing and are expected to broaden cooperations between the two companies. But she visits March 18th, and that coincides downgrades with Nvidia's annual GTC developer conference, which again runs for 3 days, 16 or from 16 to the 19th, so 4 days, 16, 17, 18, 19 in San Jose, California. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to get Joey's opinion, but we got to go to Adair.
Yeah, quick Rivian story here. Not too much of a move on this. I did mention earlier that we had RJ Scaringe, CEO of the company, talking about some robotics announcements here on X. Now Reuters reporting that Rivian's automotive spinoff, which is a spinout, which is called Mind Robotics. It's going to be the robotics spinoff or spinout of Rivian Automotive. Mind Robotics apparently valued at $2 billion in a $500 million Series A round. So keep an eye on RIVN. They now have this spinout called Mind Robotics. Looks like it's doing some fundraising. Back to you.
Did you see what Hypercube wrote?
No, what
Hypercube, you're a wild one, brother. I like it. I'm standing outside holding a 10-foot bullseye. If they're coming, let's get it over with. I'm assuming you're on the West Coast, Hypercube. You made me laugh. Let's not laugh about that, though. Nobody wants to catch hands like that.
No, I think that's a good strategic move by Lisa Su and company. But I also like here, Sharif, as you were mentioning, the Naver deal or the conversations with the CEO, considering it's the country's largest internal portal and search engine. So that could be another deal that Lisa Su can make for, obviously, the chips and everything along those lines. So I like what she's got going there. From the data center standpoint as well, too. So
you got to get those contracts, lock in some of those prices.
Right? I think that'll be big for AMD.
Let's talk a little Target. So Target cut prices on 3,000 products, and according to the article, they're doing it to drive demand. Shocking, right? You lower prices, you drive demand. I mean, I've never heard of that. Target announced price cuts on more than 3,000 products, aiming to reinforce its position as a value, retailer and attract cost-conscious consumers. The discounts range from 5 to 20%. They're going to apply to categories like everyday essentials, apparel, footwear, as well as home goods. The initiative is going to begin in March and is going to continue through the spring, a period when retailers often compete aggressively for consumer spending. The strategy here is obviously to boost traffic and support their long-term growth by, developing a loyal customer. The price cuts, though, come as major discount retailers ramp up competition for budget-sensitive consumers. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go back up to Adara.
Yeah, guys, more oil headlines here. U.S. State Department warning that Iran and Iran-aligned terrorist militias might be planning to target U.S.-owned oil and energy infrastructure within Iraq. So not within the U.S., but within Iraq. They've also reportedly warned that militias have targeted hotels frequented by Americans within Iraq, including the Kurdistan region. So again, U.S. State Department saying Iran and related militias could be targeting U.S.-owned oil and energy infrastructure in Iraq, as well as hotels that are frequented by Americans within Iraq. Back to you.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I mean, because I don't know if you remember the mid-2010s, when ISIS was running rampant in that part of the world, Iran had like free reign into Iraq. And there's a huge Shiite, which is the type of Muslim that most Iranians are, that live in Iraq, although they're Arab speaking, they don't speak Farsi, but there's a huge cultural connection between those two groups. And the Shiites in Iraq are the majority. The Sunnis are actually the minority, and then the Kurds. It's like
the Kurds. Yeah, the Kurds are the one who is fighting against
exactly
ISIS.
So Iran can run rampant in Iraq if they're given the opportunity. Really that sucks. Let's continue on with this. So the price cuts come as major discount retailers ramp up competition. The companies have leaned heavily into value-focused pricing strategies. That's kind of forcing traditional retailers to respond with both promotions and discounts. And just to give you an idea of what Target's revenue was, they reported $104.78 billion in trailing 12-month revenue. That actually slowed. The 3-year average revenue growth is actually down 0.7%. So clearly here they need something to move the needle. Profitability metrics show some pressure compared to historical levels. For example, their gross margins at around 27.93%. Their operating margins are 4.88%. Both of those metrics, believe it or not, are below historical averages. And last but not least, Joey, operating margins have declined about 7.8% annually over the past 5 years, and insiders have sold
more shares without purchases over the past year, which may raise caution with some investors.
Yeah, I mean, from a stable standpoint, I think there's a couple of names I would pick up before Target. It has been performing, but we know with product price cuts on 3,000 products, that's going to really, really hinder their margins. So just look out for that in the next report.
CarMax faces, oh, wow, it's 201. I was just sitting there ready to go. All right. So I guess it's all over.
It's all over but the crying.
All right, guys, the small caps were in play today. I feel like maybe they're a little bit off the highs right now. We'll just take a quick look at some of the names that we've had on. It looks as if, ACXP still trading towards the highs, ASNS coming back down into VWAP. What's it called? SAFX also a little bit off the highs. And what was that other one that we were, SXTP. This one's also coming down into the 20 here, a bit of a downtrend. Keep an eye out on this one for a reclaiming of 3 SXTP is what I'm talking about. But happy Wednesday, happy hump day to everybody, guys. We're gonna send you over to the big kahunas. I'll see everybody at the big desk shortly.
All right, great show there, guys. And we got some new news, I guess, a little bit. We had some oil back and forth trades there. I saw we were both involved in that. Your Oracle's down to 162.
I know. Talk about not being able to hold, man. I was just I know.
Yeah,
but what a great trading vehicle.
Oh, Oracle, yeah. I mean, especially on earnings, right? I mean,
Yeah.
the thing is, too, about it, we talk sort of negatively about the name very often. And then today, of course, great earnings, up 10, 11%. And then faded the rest of the day. So we'll go over all of that. And thank everybody for being here one more time. And thanks to guys for the midday show. Derek got all the news to everybody as well. They just did their little review. We're back now. So crypto, 71,000 right here on Bitcoin. I'm just looking at the TQs. I have a short right now, but Bitcoin's a nice little start to the day here. I think was I short earlier or long earlier today? Short, yeah. Short and out. Was hating life when it came back down, but, good bounces there on crypto. So we'll see if we can get a little bit higher. That's trying to work out a little bit. Silver as well, moving. I mean, there's a lot of things moving. Silver to the downside here today. Just really respecting that VWAP. Talked about good trade opportunity there on SLV. Other than that, man, U.S. Embassy talk here in Baghdad. We're hearing some U.S. oil stuff again. And this is what oil's been doing right now, and we'll go back over. This is the J. Actually, I was going to see if the other contract is doing a little bit more volume today, but there's that recent little, jaunt back to the upside. Crude up right now, 5.3%, near the highs of the day. We're looking at 88.50 or so as your high right here on crude oil. So, yeah, man, I mean, AVAV. That was another name that I'm sort of, I like to have traded this in the pre-market, obviously, and grabbed that long when for some reason we just bled all the way to the downside. As soon as we opened up, though, it was a nice move for AeroVironment. And we talked about all the drones, and we just mentioned potential drone strikes apparently in the United States. I don't know exactly how that's going to happen, but that was the most recent warning there. So AeroVironment also on play there, and we can look at some other, other sort of war machine type trades.
It's interesting to me. Like we talked about some of these news articles yesterday, and how some of it can be a little. I follow a few traders on Twitter. It's always interesting, and again, being a little bit more, I guess, leaning towards the contrarian side. I always kind of take a lot of this news with a little bit of speculation in or skepticism. Because a lot of it can be a little bit of a speculation. But yeah, nice little strong bid there. And I was just like, I don't necessarily trust this move. So I let it finish kind of happening, and got short against this 108. Didn't really get as aggressive as I really should have. But again, it's funny enough. I cover because I'm like, I gotta get freshen up. I'm like, I think this is done, and it spikes up. I didn't even know that was gonna happen, but all the way back up to 108. So I guess that level still stands for now, but we'll see how this news kind of starts to develop there. Flush on the market, kind of rip right back up into this, towards this 25K area. But yeah, I'll continue watching this. PZZA was also on watch during the midday session as they got a bit of a bid, a potential buyout rumor or deal. I think the price was, I think Dara said that $47. So it halted up. I was looking for it to continue pushing higher off of the open, but I guess the short off of the open was a good trade. Didn't do what I was looking for, so didn't really participate. But shout out to anybody who kind of had this news and has been chopping it up there and taking some slices off the price action.
Maybe we can get a poll up, Papa John's or Domino's. We'll just go like the two big U.S. pizza chains, and we can see what people are preferring. For me, I would choose Papa John's. But you know, to each their own. I'm just talking about just the pizza. So if we can get that up, that'd be interesting. Okay, so
I don't think I've ever had. I've had Domino's, but I don't think.
Yeah, there isn't too many Papa John's.
There's like one by my house, but it's just like. It's like in.
It's. I mean, these are not the high.
It's a much older location, so it's just like I
think it's sketchy. You're not going to.
Well, I don't know. The location is just like in an older part of town, so I'm just all right. I don't know. I've never really frequented that side of the city, but
I love playing Domino's. Yeah, good point there. Noon Loon in there. Domino's was what was an awesome. It's too bad Neil and I used to play slap those Domino's around. During lunchtime for sure. Yeah, man. What's up, JL822? Headline risk is very high. Yeah, I would say so is it hasn't been higher, I would say, right there. So, yes, you are welcome. This has nothing to do with me. This is more for everybody else. Hold on a second. I want to get this in here because it's all about. We just had Sharif come over here, and hold on a second. Someone said thank you. Here it is, right here. I just want to can't see this. Here it is, right here. First of all, this must be mine. I mean, it's close enough. Oh, you're under Neil there at the bottom.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Thank you, Sean, for running. I'm not running the show, but professional crew and show. So I just want to bring this up because we do have the best crew working behind the scenes. We've sort of showed the setup here, and it's amazing. To think that it's basically just run. Like Fabian is kind of running back and forth there. Andre's running the board as well. And it's amazing that the show operates. I mean, it's just these two in the back doing that. And of course, we got all three, Yeah, I saw that. It's amazing. I mean, I already said hi to Ram. Great to have her back as well. So to go on, thank you so much for those nice words. That's all. I don't know if we're going to get that up or not, but I think, Pizza Hut or Papa John's. I think it'll be an interesting vote there. Not recommending either one. Just
a lot of people saying. Some people saying pizza.
Oh, that's Canadian. No pizza.
Yeah.
Any new thoughts on Marvell? Well, yeah. I mean, I have lots of thoughts on Marvell. Buy it. I think on Marvell. Like so. Here we go. Here's a question right now. What's up, Arzu? In the chat there. I haven't even looked at Marvell today, but it doesn't. The price is irrelevant price for me. I mean, obviously there's a price to buy something at, and there's a price not to. I think down 3% is a buy. I don't know. I really love the earnings that we got from Marvell a couple days ago. It's a tough sled. We've already sort of heard about that, right? I mean, we had Amazon go from 240 to 200 on earnings, right back up in a good market. It just takes a couple good stories, and I really do think that Marvell moons eventually, and I really mean like back to the highs. Like, I like the stock. I don't think there's anything wrong with Marvell. Their earnings were awesome. They beat on the top and the bottom line. The demand continues to be there for these data centers. You need parts, man. And I know there's a run right now on RAM, but we talked about photonics. We talked about the copper wiring, everything like that. Marvell has pieces, right? And custom ASICs as well. So there's a lot going on for Marvell. I believe a similar play, although maybe a little more chalk, like you're a little bit more in the Mag 7 kind of space with the Broadcom. So I think, if the whole space works, obviously Broadcom works with it, but you're just more in the chip kind of game with Broadcom than you are. Marvell does have custom chips, just like Broadcom, but for me, I just think Marvell is the piece of the pie that they all need, right? And so I really like the stock, and I think the fact that it's down means buy it up. But, that's my own opinion and nothing to do with all of you guys out there. I like the stock. Please do your own research. That is for sure. I mean, I'm just here doing the same kind of stuff you guys are doing, reading the reports and everything like that. I think it's going to be a screaming long if Adara says to buy it, so I'll have to wait to see if that comes in. But here comes a move down in the TQs. So we actually did short right into there, pretty good position. you know, we were trying to get more, obviously, all the way up to VWAP. This is not, by any stretch of imagination, a full position. We had about 1 unit at the time. Now we have about 3/4 of 1 unit. And we'll see if we can get a little lower near these lows of the day right now for the market, and we'll go from there. So the TQs right now, we shorted it early, got stopped out there, but we're relatively flat on the stock as we had a couple winners and then that one stop out. And right now we'll see how low can we go. We're bidding 95s, which we just got right there. So we'll go hot dog cannon early right now. Iran's president here, I'm hearing in my ear, is saying, you know, the only way Iran's going to give this up is when they're recognized as a whatever country and all this kind of stuff. So right now there is some more talk. I don't want to say the exact story because I don't know it, but there is some talk right now. So
yeah,
it doesn't look like they're ready to. It doesn't look like they're ready to give up anytime soon. Yeah. From what I'm seeing. Okay, let's go back over to the desk. Sharif is ready to rock and roll, and we do have the short on right now. Bye-bye market as we go into the low of the day. So we'll go slap it up. Obi, how can she slap?
How can she slap? Exactly.
You know, over there. So, yeah. You know, despite me losing my shirt on oil, we still have some jokes. Papa John's or Domino's? I'm just going to vote, you know.
I mean, PZCA is headed to the Johns right now.
It's 50-50 here. It's 50-50. Don't show this to Shaq over here. All right, I think Shaquille O'Neal owns like 8 Papa John's or something like that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's the one buying it all out over here.
Well, that's pretty good for
that guy has. Okay. Yeah. He's getting impatient. I know. I'm just saying that, Sharif. I don't put me in a headlock or anything. Okay, let's go back over to Sharif at the desk.
Welcome, everyone, to the afternoon rundown, the show where we decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Neil, Sean in his usual spot. They're known as the big boys, and they're locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the afternoon rundown, you got to vote in the chat. That means you've got to actually be in the chat, and there's a way to vote. You got to throw in that $ followed by whatever ticker of your choice, and you can vote bright and early because now we're live at 8 a.m. Let's look at all 4 major averages, boys, and all 4 major averages are in negative territory, starting with the NQ. Triple Q is down 1/3%. The SPY faring a bit worse, down 0.5% or thereabouts. The Dow Jones Industrial DIA ETF down 0.92, and the Russell 2000 IWM down also 0.88%. What isn't down, though, is Tesla. It's not at the highs, certainly, after we got that news item, but a couple of good headlines today on Tesla. Trading higher after reports suggest that the company is ramping up the development of its agentic AI product called Digital Optimus. Also, the company reported that its China vehicle production in February rose 91% month or year over year, but the month over month, February compared to January, down about 16%. Any event, Tesla up on the day. And I just want to build on what Sean had to say there. Iran's president stated as follows: the only way to end the war is to recognize Iran's legitimate rights, payment of reparations, and firm international guarantees against future aggressions. Statement from the president of Iran.
I actually think that's a fair statement. I mean, I think that it's going to be obviously tough for, you know, the reparation part and everything like that. But I think if Iran can agree to, I guess, what Trump was talking about, and that is the nuclear program. I mean, if that, I don't know why there's no talk about that there, because I think that is the tipping point. You know, be able to send in like U.S. Inspectors and whatever it is. Because I just go back to sort of where it was back on Desert Storm and all that, you know, where they had to send in the inspectors to make sure everything was good to go there. So I don't know, maybe they can include something like that and we'll be happier about this potentially ending. Okay, so yeah, Tesla today, man, wow. What a day. I mean, we came in, it's on the watch list, and all it was a little bit more sales there in China than expected. But yeah, boom, as Sharif had sort of given us the stories there, it was a very, very aggressive bid at the beginning of the day, man. I cannot, like, we got up to 415s. What a crazy move, man. We started at 400, 415 was the high, and unfortunately, you've almost given it all back. So Tesla right now, I know I'm short the market, but I can't really think about where to go long right now on Tesla. You are bouncing near a 200 period moving average. So we've sort of been, you know, above this until we're not. And I would just like to look at 400 again. Like if that could somehow come in, that's where we were in the pre-market. And then we just shot up. This little gap up is basically the open. I remember it was 402. Then the next thing I knew, it was like 30 seconds in, it was 404. So someone marketed it up right away off the open. I don't know why our gap chart there, but that should have just been a straight line. And right now you are fading back out. So I think if this market ever wants to turn itself around, Tesla's probably your go-to right now. Definitely a strong name, and they want to buy it. You just got to find a level. And right now I don't see it. So it's going to have to break back above, most likely, this 25 period moving average. You know, we sort of followed it ever since we broke it right there. It's been all the way down. We gapped a little bit here through, but, you know, momentum downside, man. 50 period, everything going lower. I still love Tesla, and I said that I think there is a resurgence coming in, you know, sort of these Mag 7 beat up, the more beat up names in the Mag 7, including the Teslas, the Metas, the Microsofts of this world. But doesn't look like today's that day. But we're still up. Market's down. Tesla's up 1.3%. Yesterday at this time, we shorted the you-know-what out of Rivian. And that was a great trade near the end of the day. Looks like today, like people yesterday were giving me a little bit of a rundown there when I was shorting it. But again, we shorted it off sort of this high right there. There's the breakdown, and then there we go for Rivian. And it seems like today the carry forward is here as well on the short. Never really broke VWAP the whole way down. So EV right now, hot for some companies, not for others. And unfortunately, I'd say not for Rivian. And we're going to have to wait to see if Tesla holds that 400 on better than expected Chinese deliveries.
Yeah, no, I like the drive today. The opening drive was absolutely solid off of the open. You had that market bid coming in as well. This is a 30-minute chart. You can see what it kind of did here. Higher time frame. We had this low post earnings at around 388. You attempt to push, and then you finally get a day where you're breaking out of prior days. Week high as well, prior week's high. Let's see what the weekly's looking like here as well. I guess pretty choppy, but you can see here prior week high breakout into that 400 level was quite nice today. Holding that 400 in the pre-market session. So I guess this kind of was a little bit interesting here, and then a strong push right there. So I guess you had to really be ready for this one, 407s, and then the consolidation here as well, kind of getting ready to be like, okay, well, if this holds, you take the continuation. And I like the backside as well. When the move is all said and done, 416.35 highs, those sellers, once they step in, it's right here, back through VWAP hold, continuation trade, and then reverting a decent chunk of that morning move. You can see here, definitely a lot of participation in the morning session with an over 2.5 times relative volume. On a Mag 7, that can be pretty significant.
All right, guys, let's talk a little hims and hers. Another good day for HIMS, guys. We know that they rose, the shares rose sharply after they had the agreement with Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk in exchange for HIMS selling their drugs on their website, agreed to drop the patent infringement lawsuit. Separately, we've gotten multiple analyst upgrades since that time. Citigroup upgrading to a neutral, the $24 price target. That's up from $13.25. Bank of America as well, upgrading to neutral with a $23 price target. That comes from $12.5. Also, Barclays did the same thing, except this is not neutral. Barclays upgrading hims and hers to overweight with a $29 price target, up from $25, up 13%, Obi and Sean.
Okay, that was hims and hers?
Yeah.
I'm working a new position with Google right now. I actually was trying to think about this market potentially bouncing off there. And Google right here, just on the 200 period moving average, we've seen it sort of hold this. It kind of looks a little bit like Tesla, but this is actually down to the 200 period right now. So we talked about, looking at some NASDAQ there on a dip down. So I'm covering some of the TQs right here at 49 and looking to get longer against 307.50 right now on Google. So I know I'm long now, but we're looking at 307.50, trying to get a little longer if it does come into the lows of the day here for Google. But it is a new trade alert, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I see you have the hims and hers up and running there, Obi.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think today was interesting. Did not really expect a day 3 play on this thing. Day 2, quite nice on both sides. Pretty decent opening drive, but no real continuation past that 26. And that's what I was looking for yesterday if you were here. But very strong reason to sell, the failure to follow through, whatever you want to call it, back through VWAP, continuation, and then today, off to the races, right off the open, and doesn't even have that much relative volume, probably because we've been doing a decent amount over the past 2 days. That definitely skews a little bit of that RVOL indicator, but you can see here 24, 25, nice little stair step up. 26s was prior day's highs, and even if you got to this this trade really late, look at the pullback into that 26. Pulls right back into prior day's highs before giving you another little bit of a leg to 27.5, so $1.50 there for another move of about 6% off of prior day high bounds. So day 3 move, I guess this one, a little bit of a change here. We know that they've been kind of beaten down because of the fight with Novo, and now Novo's just like, all right, cool, we're going to be friends with you, and the price action is very friendly to the longs as of right now as well. So we'll see if this one can shed some of that heaviness that it's been having over the past few weeks.
I see what you're doing.
Months.
It is always great to have friends in the right spots, and hims and hers with Novo. Nice to see them getting back together. We will take 25 cents on the first piece here on Google. We told you, that we were getting long. It comes right back in there, so we do buy the O's at 308 right there, and I take it out right into this area right now. That's 30s. We're kind of get back up to the upside. I do have another offer here at 40s. It's actually at 44. Maybe I'll move that a little lower right now and just put it at 40, and then we'll see if we can get to the upside here on Google, bouncing off of 308 right now. But all right, Sharif, stock number 3.
Oracle, Sean, up 8.5%, but as you pointed out earlier on, it's off the highs. A couple of different things I want to point out. Obviously, they did quite well on earnings. They beat Q3 fiscal 2026 revenue. They printed $17.9 billion. That beats a 16.91. Adjusted EPS rose 21% year over year, up to $1.79. That beats the $1.71 expected by analysts. They also did guide an aggressive future quarter guide. But I want to bring your attention to this. So apparently the increase in sales is being looked at here by some analysts as potentially leading to margin squeezes. So it says the increase in share of sales coming from cloud infrastructure did weigh, and there's a typo here, obviously, W-A-Y should be W-E-I-H. Shout out to Dow Jones, do better. On adjusted gross margins, which were just under 66%, they say. They were able to show sequential improvement in operating margin thanks to recent headcount reductions, guys. But something to look out for there. Sales up. Margins, maybe not.
Sales up, margins down. Okay, so for Oracle, I mean, you had the trade today, so for me to sit here and talk about it would be a waste. But I did reload Google down there, and it did pop again, up 20 cents, but I forgot to put the offer there, so we're going to put it there at 308.20 and see if we can get that. But I don't know, do you know anybody that traded Oracle today?
No, I don't really recall, but no. Obviously joking. Earnings day 1, pretty solid report there, and holding above prior, action highs here. The Blue Ocean session, we talked about that this morning as well. The Blue Ocean session was quite nice as well, with buyers actually chasing it up all the way up to 69s, 169s and some change. And we saw more of the same coming in off of the open. So I was just like, all right, cool. Well, I'm going to observe this, watch how this kind of goes here. We got to a high of 171.50. So I guess I can talk about here, ORCL, it's on the NYSE. So how did I kind of tackle this today? So I did have a bit of a short bias. I was like, okay, I understand that the long was really nice. 166.75s, that's around here, was the pre-market high. And sure, it chops it up by about $1, but guess what? It gives you from 66s, we'll call it 67 flats, all the way up to 71 and some change on that push. So it's definitely worth risking about a point on that trade. Sure, that's retrospect, but you can also see here 165.50s or that is that consolidation low as well. If you're just like, okay, well, if this was resistance and I'm taking the long, I want to see this become into a little bit of support, so risking down to here and then getting into 66.50, 66.75s as well. Whatever, it's just, that's all retrospect, right? But I liked the idea for the short, and I was like, okay, let's see what this does around 170, right? Started piecing into it a little bit here. When the move actually comes in, I do, I'm still trying to get better at it, but trying to pyramid and push into this position even more as it's working in my favor. But guess what? Right here, 168 and some change, strong bid up, and then fails right away. I do well to kind of add on that as well, and then cover into here, but guess what? It gives you the same trade once again. A strong push into 168s, which stalls at a place where sellers were dominant. This is also underneath this, this support high here, or support low, which became into these resistance highs later on. So if you're watching this 168.5 area, you're like, okay, cool, sellers are stepping in pretty aggressively, and even with all the market news that's been going on, this could not, for its life, get above 168s, breaks back down, 167s, and then flushes to a low right now of 160.70. So talk about, re-engaging. I definitely have to re-engage on this, and then maybe even that 165 halves as well. So once we got back through that opening price of 166.40s, I think I have to consider that, if I'm getting involved with a continuation, ultimately that's going to be, a place that I can risk against. But regardless, got to do a little bit better next time. All day fade, absolutely beautiful, and quick gains on the long if you took the opening drive as well. So great vehicle on the day today.
TELUS Network shares trading higher after the company announced an order from the Japanese government for its Metalite networking solutions, guys, which is critical for civil and defense infrastructure modernization, one I was involved in during the midday show. Tried to work its way up to 68 pennies, couldn't quite clear that. A bit of a double top, guys, losing VWAP now, but still up 47.5%.
This ASNS, yeah, we had this earlier. I was just thinking about it because we did have someone give us this name earlier on in the day, and they were like, hey, what about ASNS today? And I think it was up about 48% or so in the pre-market there. No, it just got going there. That's 8:30. Nice move up. Yeah, so I think this is where it was when someone super chatted us right into here around 54. It comes back into 44 bucks or 44 cents. Nice downside trade there. Basically banging off of that 200 period moving average. So we start there, we come back, that's a good little reload spot, but now you've broken below and now you're going underneath. So I feel like this is a little bit of a problem here for ASNS. Now starting to give it all back a little, not all, it's still at 47%, but it was at 68 cents. Nice little double top there. Now giving it back, ASNS. Obviously I gotta go and deal with this Google, which is now, it's a nice trading higher, but yeah, I mean, there it is right there. So I don't want to, maybe it was easier than we thought. Like, this is the highs. So I think that was a relatively decent out for anybody that zoomed out there. I mean, we've already seen 65 to 70 cents all the way back in October, and it came back again today. So good trade there, good outs on the high side. There's 70 cents right there. So I think you've done real well on that one. Not only did we do good on this one, but we reloaded right here on Google. So we got that in, we got it back again, and then right up to VWAP. Right now, there goes Google. Nice upside trade. And just so you guys know, we were in the queues and we covered basically when we started going into Google. But it's a nice move right there on Google here. So I'm going to put another offer here at 40s, see if we get that. And ASNS, sort of a nice little small cap name there that by zooming out, you're able to find a decent level. You can talk. We can go on to something else if you want.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I wasn't really watching this one today, but I guess there were definitely trades. It's doing not that much relative volume here. So again, probably not popping up on a lot of my scanners, but that pre-market action definitely has a lot of people looking at it. 50 penny mark right off of the opening. You can see that opening range. High break gives you a decent push of about 10 pennies. That's 23%. Don't forget, it's a 50-cent stock we're talking about. But as of right now, a bit of a double top action here and a pullback back into VWAP or through VWAP here. So a decent retracement of this leg up
Oil
here.
Taking a move down here.
TELUS Networks. What's up?
No, I don't know if there's anything going on in the market right now because oil.
Hello.
It's taking a dump down $2 right there immediately on oil with
that 108, man. Come on.
Big volume coming in, but it's going to close now at 2:30 anyways. So there it is. We're now closed, but oil's definitely moving around. What do you got, Sharif?
Arabia intercepted a drone launched towards the Shaiba oil field. Also, U.S. Interior Secretary says American oil companies will soon announce production increases in response to the current prices. Also, U.S. Interior Secretary called the IEA's latest outlook, quote, reasonable in a CNBC interview not long ago. Let me just see out here. U.S. Interior Secretary, what you're hearing out of the IEA is reasonable, he said in a CNBC interview. Next on the topic over here, ACXP. Acurx Pharmaceuticals, they were up big, a multi-day run here on the 9th after they announced they will conduct a new clinical trial in patients with recurrent C. Difficile infection, while its program in the broader CDI patient population is ready to advance to phase 3 international clinical trials. That was the move on the 9th. Continuation today. Guys, I need to tell you that this company reports March 13th. So for anybody holding this in anticipation of the move, you need to be aware of the 13th. They do report earnings. ACXP.
Okay, man. People actually trade these things? Okay. ACXP here. Yeah, look, and the reason why I say that is about actually trading these things is you kind of need to be pretty aggressive with this. I mean, there's a VWAP hold. I don't really trade some of these small cap names. I know it's Sharif, and we had Luis on in the midday as well right there. But you can really start to see when the volume comes through. That's when you're really starting to break some levels, right? Right now, a nice little volume spike as well here at the high of the day, 560 and change. You know, grab the stories, man. It's ACXP. You can go figure out if you like it or not. We're just right now 70 cents in the money on Google. But yeah, look at this, a day 3 play. You know, we had day 1, day 2, and then here's the extension one more time into today. So looks like we probably had a split there, maybe. No, maybe not. What was this? 40? Yeah, this was definitely a split. This was a 10-to-1 split there. So you know, there's a lot of shares out there right now. So no surprise that it comes all the way back up here. Remember, 10-to-1 split. So we'd probably have to look at this on a different chart because we don't go split adjusted. But up 87%, man. Like, unless you break this 560, I think if you're holding on to this, you want to wait for that. Hopefully you've already got some out. And then honestly, man, this 200 period break at $5, that would be my out. But this is not really my thing. It just looks like a great trade today off of VWAP. Just kept on bouncing there. So I would empty the clip if I had something on this, or at least maybe 75% of it. If we break the 200, we haven't broke it all day. And if you really like the trade and you feel bad about getting out, then we held VWAP right here, we held VWAP right there, and we held VWAP right here. So I would say get out if this shelf breaks, and then watch out for 460 to reload it. But that's the idea that we've got right there. And we've also got Google here trying to go. I'll get out of another piece here at 70 one more time. We've gotten a few pieces out now. Just wondering if this market has too much more to go right here as we're almost at the 200 period moving average as well. So good hold at 308, not really a hold at 308, but good little bounce back there. We saw big volume spikes. We liked it. Now we're back in. It looks like it was coming back in. I only have about 40% left of this trade.
Nice trade there. Acurx Pharmaceuticals, interesting here. I remember what Luis was talking about as well. Some of these you got to watch. I mean, you guys already know I like the backside of some of these moves. He was talking about, you know, looking for that first red day potentially after about a 300% run. Well, this thing has been running since about what, and it's a previous runner as well. So a little bit of a bid on Monday, and then we get that continuation on Tuesday. Best believe you know that there are players in the pre-market. Look at that relative volume, 60 to 70 times relative volume, and the shorts work out. Like there's definitely players shorting this in the pre-market session, but guess what? Once it gets above those reference highs, that's a bit of a squeeze right there, and definitely a day 3 move here on Acurx as it breaks those prior highs. And then again, you got to remember, some of these things are very, very choppy, so giving them appropriate risk kind of matters. Even here, look at that, it comes in and wicks out some of those lows. So if you're risking exactly at those lows, you're getting rocked on some of those wicks to the downside. But it seems like it's been stair-stepping up. Maybe one to continue watching in the coming days to see if this bid actually cracks, or is there something going on behind the scenes that actually is bringing in reason for this bid as well, right? So I have no idea, but it seems like the price action was definitely, what's the right word? You could have taken advantage of the price action today in multiple ways on Acurx Pharmaceuticals. That's what I have to say.
Okay, I'm just writing some people here, but yeah, so here goes Google right now.
109s?
Just listening here. Oh, something about, sorry about that pause there. Just heard something about tariffs again. Like, I haven't heard anything about tariffs in forever.
There was a tariff headline from earlier today. They're going to be apparently announcing more Section 301 tariff investigations tomorrow. None of them are, none of the reported investigations are obviously market related. Also, it is worth noting, Israeli military spokesperson saying they're going to be continuing to strike Hezbollah until it's disarmed. So Israel has no intentions of ending this conflict with Iran. That's coming through.
Okay, yeah, no, sure. I haven't heard anything about tariffs in a minute, and I thought I just heard, and I was like, wait a second, I'm long Google. Okay, good. I didn't want to be long, anything tech related if we're talking tariffs again, or anything period if we're talking tariffs. So I want to let it settle, but it looks like it's not happening right now the way I thought it was. So, all right, continue to move to the upside there on that move. Some plays today, like, the names I was looking at, Silver, USO, Oracle, IBIT. You kind of already nailed the Oracle trade there. We sort of talked about that.
Volume that just came in.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's news on Oracle, but there's a huge volume spike that just came in, up and then slammed right back down. So, wow, talk about more reasons to sell here. You kind of slapped up to 162.80s, I think. I'm pretty sure this wick is real, and then slamming right back down into day lows. We're talking about 161.22s. Yeah, 162.79 I have as the high right there. So strong volume bar coming in on Oracle. Maybe it's just somebody who actually was able to hold that short, and then they're just like, all right, I'm done right here. A little bit too long of a sideways hold, and then just, sometimes you just got to slap that ask, and that's kind of the action that you get all the way almost $1 move on something like an Oracle, and it just gets corrected right away. So, it could just, sometimes it could just take one player. That's all it is.
Yep.
Definitely somebody, I'd like to think it's somebody who's been holding the short from 170s and VWAP as well. But, I see some of that action. I'm just like, yeah, somebody just punched into that book pretty aggressively.
I'm not seeing any news on Oracle, Obi. I am seeing lots of comments on the stock, lots of tags, lots of people saying manipulation, no news on ORCL. Also, Microsoft reportedly in talks to lease a data center site in Texas, according to the information that just came out. So I'll mention that one.
No, that's an interesting phrase.
There is a story. I'm hearing it right now. There is a story.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's Microsoft.
It's the data center thing I just mentioned, I think, yeah. They're going to be leasing that Abilene, Texas data center site, it looks like.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like there is going to be some sort of news there with Oracle. They are tending to lease that site. Apparently, Microsoft might lease it since Oracle walked away. It shouldn't be, to me, it shouldn't really be like a, too much of a market mover here, but that is what's doing. So maybe it's Abilene. Yeah, that's a good one. Maybe it's Maybelline. Okay, so that's not doing anything to Microsoft right now, and you just sort of mentioned Oracle, and we're going to be here to drop all the stories to you. And there it is. Yeah, like you mentioned, they're up and down and around right now. So good level there. We said maybe Palantir might be a stock to talk about, especially if there's going to be some more talk about drones and intelligence and all that kind of stuff, especially if there's going to be, and don't shoot the messenger here, but the story was that there was potentially a threat, and Adair sort of explained to me that this was known back in February, but sort of an onshore threat here in the United States regarding the West Coast. So don't want to, those of you in California may already know about this, or on the West Coast, it was a sort of rehashed story there today about drones and everything. And I don't know. I just said, I don't know how that's exactly going to be part of it, unless I was saying like insurgents or something, but that's not near here nor there. Palantir not really moving at all today. Good moves today, but flat on the day. That high of 153, man, like this is the kind of trades that I'm trying to find, where you have some definite supply zones. Well, this would be, they're supplying shares or demand zones. And it looks like we got 149 to 149.50 there, and 153 to 153.50 or so, 153.25 on the high side. So if we try to identify those, that's the win for me. Those are the trades. So I'm trying to sort of scan through. I have all these alerts set up, and I just kind of go through them all. Robinhood, Oracle, that just hit right now. Palantir hit, Nvidia, SMR, Nvidia, Hood. So there's a bunch of things trying to trying to get me set up, and I'm just, inputting things all the time using eSignal charting to get that all figured out. But yeah, so right now, just a quick little look on oil to see if that's doing anything. OB 87.50, so we're kind of flattish here on oil right now. Nice little move down on some of those stories, but it looks like we are a little flattish now on that. AeroVironment today, AeroVironment was a good little look today for many traders. And this looks like it's barcoding a little bit right here now as well. Let me check out Sam Michael Roberts here, SMR. $12. Wow, how low can we go on SMR? It seems like maybe a little lower. Yeah, so again, there it is at 12. Like, as long as you're thinking short there, you got some great areas to worry about. Some traders obviously try to break this, and that's why you get those high little ticks there on SMR. Let me look at the general basic market here, the overall market, and then we'll throw it back over to Obi and see what he's talking about. Yeah, AMD, just trying to see where the weakness is today. It looks like financials, so if we're going to think about a short right now, we're still in Google, but now I'm actually only have a third left, a little bit less than a third left of Google. Let's call it 25%. Let's call it a quarter. But it looks like the financials are the ones taking it on the chin a little bit today. Goldman down another 1.6. Wells Fargo 1.7, MasterCard. Where's Visa? Yeah, so they're down about 2% there. For some reason, American Express says hold my beer, and they're going upside there, so that was a good one. Equinox, okay, so there's a little bit of weakness there in the financials. Strength, consumer durables. We already seen energy today start to climb, and we just showed you crude as, 88.50 or 87.50 there. Some nice carry forward in these names. And man, do you ever get a good value here? Still very under-owned, man, in the S&P 500 energy. It's like less than 10% of the S&P is energy names, and that's probably near historical lows. I think it's catching up with recent valuations. But and then here, man, the manufacturing side of things, when you're looking at Caterpillar or Lamb's going to always work, I feel like, as long as we keep hearing numbers like that from Oracle, that they're on pace to get the data centers going and get more builds. LRCX, AMAT, and we don't have ASML on here, but ASML as well, another really good name in this space to be looked out for. So yeah, getting lighter. Google's trying to fade back out a little bit here. Are you thinking about being done for the day, or what setups are you just looking at oil, or like what do you?
I'm looking around. Like, I'm tempted to hit this Oracle short once again on that swipe up and slam, but I'm just like, this is so extended to the downside right now. And I have a few indicators for reversions. I'm just like, yeah, no, don't necessarily, like, if anything, I might be looking for a bid to come in, or maybe a break of that downtrend. But down here, it might be a little bit of chasing. But something that is looking distinctly different from these here markets, Sean, is Micron. Micron actually edging up into its day high here at 422.72. So you can see here, yeah, sure, the market comes in with a strong sell. Micron comes in with a strong sell. Guess what? It makes a higher low, bids right back up, and continues to consolidate near the the upper range of its range on the day. So yeah, very relatively strong here on the day. And now, of course, the SNDK, we've been comparing these two names over the past couple of days here. SNDK, a lot more choppy business done on this one, but giving you similar kind of moves here. Obviously, depending on your comfortability from VWAP to the highs, that's about 2% here on SNDK. And then Micron, I'm going to assume it's somewhere around the same, but we'll take a measurement and see where that kind of lies here. So yeah, about 1.6 to 1.65. So just a little bit more there, 0.4% more roughly on SNDK off of its VWAP versus Micron. But both of them relatively strong here. Hims and hers might be something I did try. Let's see, I'll pull up my chart on Hims here. I did try a little bit of a scalp earlier here on Hims. You can see a couple of them looking for the pullback into VWAP, but should have been right here where the the high actually breaks, and then we get some selling off of some of the news in the market as well, and then you actually get a decent break of a higher time frame trend back through this 2720s for the pullback in towards VWAP 2620s. So yeah, I guess a missed trade there, but we'll see if this kind of continues to the downside. Remember, this is the day 3 move on HIMS, and of course I'm watching USO as well. I think I'm kind of disappointed. I wasn't really watching this 108 area.
You like that 108?
I did like it. I was just like, it's a good spot to risk against. Funny enough, you see how it comes in, wicks those highs, and then slams right back.
Let's go to Adair because there's a super chat about USO, so we can have a look at that.
I want to mention quickly here, President Trump reportedly launching Section 301 tariffs or investigations here on unfair trade practices. Now, I know when we had Sean earlier mentioned that he was hearing about tariffs, I mentioned this story, but now I guess the new report from the Wall Street Journal is that he's actually going to be leading potentially 2 investigations here to new tariffs on EU and China. So we heard earlier about some of these tariff investigations. It looks like at least partially the goal of these reported investigations could be getting new tariffs with the EU and China. So more EU and China tariffs. You could take a look at Alibaba. I'll pull it up for you guys. Not moving at all on this. FXI, also not moving on this. FXI and Alibaba actually look identical. So again, looks like tomorrow we could hear about the launching of a new tariff investigation. Back to you.
Yeah, I was sort of thinking that we wind up hearing something there, and I was wondering what that all was. But all right, we did have a super chat.
Yes, let's see what that is.
Right, so it's sort of for both of us, not just for me. But doesn't USO set up like Oracle the other day before it broke down? Thoughts? Hey, doesn't USO set up like Oracle the other day before it broke down? Okay, so I see you're shaking your head. I was just going to say here on USO, the reason why I think USO, is because it's just so news-based.
Exactly, there you go.
Yeah, exactly. So me and Obi nailed it.
Absolutely.
And it's just like, so we got short early and that was a nightmare. Then we went long. We went long there. We added to it again. It was good. We tried again. We got out basically right at 107. All right. So the only thing about it is it setting up? Yeah, it's setting up for sure, I think. I mean, you double touch there. We just went through the 108. There's no doubt that, if this was a stock or something that wasn't so news-based, like headline-based, that I would say, yeah, it is setting up for a short. But it's going to be hard to say, like, what's the reason for this to come right back down? And I just, you need that headline. If the headline hits, then of course we can use 108 as our out. 108.40, something like that if we decide to go short. But for right now, I just think it's a very dangerous game to think about, like, what's like look how dangerous this move is. Because you bounced off the 200, you bounced off everything here. Like, this was great support, right? So there's me trying. This is how quick this was. Like, it was falling down. I was like, no, I'm going to try it. This is like 15 cents worth of a hit. Really quick. I'm trying to learn my lesson. We added to this trade, actually, right here. We bought down there at 106 off VWAP. That's what we did. We waited for the VWAP fail. So I just want to show you what we did right here. This is a VWAP fail. I was sitting right here watching this. So instead, I was like, okay, we're going to try to be smarter about this. We're going to wait for it to fail, right? And then buy it on the way back up. We actually wrote about this as well, waiting for that move to sort of uppercut that trade. And that's exactly what we did. And then because I got this guy beside me talking about pyramids over here, I think he's talking about Egypt, and then we tried to build into it right there and bought, which turned out to be great. I mean, it was a great ad. So we added to that, and then by the time we melted back down, we probably had a little bit. We tried to reload it there and only gave it a step. And then it failed. So I was going to say, like, it's looking pretty strong right now. But then all of a sudden, like, whoosh, they're on a headline. So it's like if you have 1,000 shares up there or whatever you have, like that's probably what I would have took just because I'm an idiot and already got hit on it. So revenge trading, hey, what's up? But that would have hurt, to take that hit, even though you're thinking the long. And look, man, now all of a sudden it's just on the way back up. So I think you got to be really careful today trading. Like if the setup's there on Oracle, different story, man. You're on earnings. You could definitely see some buyers step in because it's too depressed off of its highs today or vice versa. But for me on USO, I think, thank you so much for the super chat. Probably a very long-winded answer, but for me, it's going to be a puff, and then a pass because I'm waiting for stories on oil. And today I got screwed up basically because I took that first story, it was the wrong way. Kept on averaging into it, and it just didn't work and ripped my face off. So I'm going to wait and be as patient as I can about silver, gold, oil, everything like that. But I think you're right, man. Looking for setups right now in this market is 100% the right thing to do. And just before we do this, the story, Adair, maybe you can come back with it right now. I think it's pretty timely. PZZA catches a little bit of a buyout. Yep.
Wall Street Journal reporting that Earth Capital is looking to take Papa John's private. Apparently, they have filed a bid here, $47. That would value the company at roughly $1.5 billion. Prior to, or I guess at yesterday's close, they were valued at $1 billion. There's a significant valuation hike that would come from this deal. Apparently, Papa John's currently reviewing their options. This is not the first time that we heard about this Papa John's offer. The most recent that I remember in any kind of great detail was Canadian Thanksgiving 2025. So that'd be like early mid-October. I think we heard about it maybe once after that, but that was like kind of the first salient sign that we had that this was a potential buyout candidate. That's the Adara memory recap.
That was the Apollo bid, right, in October?
Yes, but I believe that Earth Capital was like rumored to be involved at one point as well earlier. And also, I just want to mention too, while I'm back here, Brookfield Asset Management, they are apparently helping back and fund this Earth Capital bid.
Cool.
There you go.
It's not the first time they've gotten that bid there for a takeover. That's why I remember that one from October. But yeah,
Good look there.
So it's about 50-50.
Yeah, I wanted to bring it up because of this actually, but no, just to give people a reason why this is here. Wow. Like, talk about, like, what is this, a U.S. election over here? Like 900 votes, and we're just, we've got to count those hanging chads right here because DPZ and PZZA right now, some issues there. I don't know if it's the Georgia ballot thing over here or what, but got some issues with the voting, and it's pretty close right there. So shout out to whether or not you're a fan of Domino's or Papa John's, which is why it's in there. Get those votes going and see if we can actually get a one way or the other. I mean, if we put other, I know that would have won. So that's why we're just choosing between those two. And similar to Pikachu, I choose Papa John's there. All right, we're going to get another out, and I just put the out right now at the 50 period. I did not try, to buy 308s. I'm actually looking for a little lower right into here, 307.80, so that we can eventually buy the dip again if it does come back into this area, then use 307.50 as our out. So that's what we're trying. Okay, here's a bit of a bump up. I thought I just heard Trump say something again about this is getting close to being over again, which is why you probably got the bump up a little bit there in the NASDAQ, which is nice to see. And by the way, clearing out the trade on the Qs was a good one, man. I don't want to be in this anymore. We do get it all the way down into virtually the day's low there on the NASDAQ and cover. So we shorted, cover right there. Great. Now Trump's talking, I don't know what market he's talking about, but I just heard in my ear, Trump says the market is holding up well. I'm going to assume that he's talking about crude, but who knows? He could be talking about the stock market. I believe that is...
He also said the U.S. military is way ahead of schedule. Now, I'm not sure where he's saying this because I have the stream open where he's supposed to visit Thermo Fisher, and he's not here yet. But he could be speaking to, reporters somewhere. I'll keep you guys posted if I get anything else.
Yeah, because you actually have the stream open, so... Okay, so yeah, maybe I was wondering if someone got a hold of him like as he's heading into the meeting there. But anyways, just saying that he thinks oil prices are coming down. That's the latest I heard. Obi's perusing there, as is Adara on Twitter, and I think that's Twitter. You and I talked about this actually. Besides Adara and Trader TV Live, once we're off the air, it feels like Twitter's the best space.
Yeah, I mean,
if you got to find the right people.
Yeah, the information. The thing about this era of technology and where we're at. We were talking about this yesterday as well. Like a Bloomberg terminal, like come on, like the gap in terms of information edge has been closing so much. Like, why do I really need to pay $20,000-$30,000 a year to get a terminal when you can have pretty much the same kind of information within seconds on multiple different platforms, and even then, it doesn't really matter because you still have to know how to take the trade, right? So it's just like that's a whole different part of the story. But that space, that time difference, where that edge did exist in the past, where people had information much before others, that's definitely narrowing. And yeah, Twitter is or X is one of those places you can definitely close in some of that gap for sure. But I'm always going to say the price action will probably tell you before anything else, especially if you're watching something that comes out with news, because it still remains that like sometimes you're just like, yeah, somebody obviously knew, and then the news comes out, and then you have a continuation or whatever of that move. Here we go, some more oil moves right there as I'm saying that underneath 108 slaps down to 106.80s. Yes, Adair.
Sorry, President Trump claiming that the U.S. military has hit 28 mines. I apologize for interrupting, but I figured this was faster than waiting here. So yeah, he did say that they've knocked out Iran's leadership twice and hit 28 mines. Oil will be coming down. And now the IDF spokesman coming out here saying that they still have a long list of Iran targets to hit. So the Adara oil minute, once again.
What is the company Sable?
Sable Offshore, SOC.
SOC, so that's what he's talking about right now. I just heard something, thank you, Sable Offshore, halted. Ooh. Yeah, get this news, Adair, because there's something there. He's talking about instituting something for Sable Offshore. We had a super chat the other day about this. We had some huge moves to the high side there. And whatever that story is, I just want you guys to know that it is now a thing. Trump talking, yep.
It's a report. So Trump isn't saying this. Bloomberg is reporting that Trump will be invoking an emergency law for Sable as the oil squeeze tightens. So once again, President Trump reportedly going to be invoking emergency law for SOC, Sable Offshore, as the oil squeeze tightens. SOC is halted. It pushed higher. And apparently this is someone who is familiar with Trump's plans who said this. So we don't even have like a source for this. But again, reported by Bloomberg. I'm going to put this on the screen if I can.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah,
huh. Okay, well, halt
54.59.
I was gonna say halted right there. You know my opinion on Bloomberg, but it's just, it doesn't really matter what my opinion is. It's halted, the tap is where it is. This might not open. You know, like that story is gonna have to get confirmed, and obviously that was a limit up, limit down. Now, invoke an emergency law. All right, so what is that doing to oil? It sent oil down $1, maybe, right there. Not that much here for oil, so I'm not really seeing too much of a trade right now for that. Oh, excuse me, we'll wait to see when Sable opens back up again, because for right now, it doesn't seem to be opening, and we'll get that to you. So there's the reload that we said we weren't going to do. Google goes all the way down to, goes all the way down to 80s there. We did not get the 80 print. I'm at 76s. So let's just switch that over to 80. Darn it, man, that's too bad. 307 80s, we'll try it again and see if we're able to grab that on the downside. Looks like it's coming in. Our stop is going to be 307.50 there. So I don't know. Let's just see how this reacts right there. Yeah, you did. Was that you, Danny boy? Yeah, thanks again for the super chat. And you did tell us. You didn't try to tell us. You did tell us. So thanks for that news. And yeah, that was just a couple days ago, right, Danny? So you mentioned it right into here around probably $14. So I hope you're long into that. I do believe that we had that move up. Then you had mentioned it. So what day is today? Wednesday. So yeah, it was definitely this week. So you had mentioned it there at $14. I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Looks like you nailed that one. So up to 16 and change. Now let's just see where it goes. It's halted right now. Limit up, limit down there. You can't go more than 10%. It goes exactly 10%, 15 to 16.50 and halts. So it's done the right thing. It's halted right now, and it's obviously a news pending story. So we're going to have to now wait. It may not open back up until they can somehow confirm that report, okay? So it's not just a simple limit up halt. But, I mean, if that market wants to do that and open back up, just get ready. I think it's going to be a long, right?
Yeah, I think a limit on open. I was trying to set up that key earlier today.
Do you want to go long?
I mean, I want to have a limit on
I just don't know enough about what this means for Sable Offshore.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking my Claude what that actually
Does Claude know about that?
I don't know. We'll find out.
All right, well, ask Claude. I mean, if maybe if he gets it right.
This mean?
I'm sure we'll know, but I don't know what price. Iran talking again right now. We're gonna drop all the news to you guys as soon as it happens. So I just looked at it. That was 354. So 359.40. So about 1 minute away from an SOC opening trade here. And I think we just put now. There's the tap. All right. Yeah, now it's $18. So it looks like right now we are scheduled to open up at $18. The fact that that tap got updated makes me believe that this probably will open. So the last trade here, this is a New York name. The last trade on New York is right there, 44 shares at 54.49. It's 59.05. So Adair, we got 30 seconds.
This President Trump Thermo Fisher thing looks like it just went live. I'll keep you guys posted. I did look into the Sable Offshore issue. So basically what's happening is certain local agencies are blocking production plans from Sable Offshore. They have yet to approve them. The Trump administration has been trying to override California laws and regulations and allow this offshore operation to take place. So it looks like they're using the situation in Iran as an in to get SOC operating. That's my understanding of the situation. Back to you.
Okay, so I asked it. What does that mean? Like invoking law? So it's just like, okay, so this is word for word what my Claude says. Trump is invoking the Defense Protection Act to override California's environmental regulators and allows Sable Offshore Corp to restart an oil pipeline that's been shut down since a major 2015 spill. The move is framed as a national security necessity amid a spike in oil prices caused by the
open 1925. I mean, whatever. Thanks for reading that. I think if anybody goes ask Claude, maybe we'll go back to that. I just want to show you guys it did open up at 1925 was the high there. And then now it's coming back in a little bit there. So if you did take the opening print there, I believe it was 1925. I'm not sure. That's showing the high.
19 flat there.
Oh, you got the opening print?
No, I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Might have been 19
flat, and then the 1925
was the high. That's what I was going to say. I wanted to see where the volume was and maybe look at e-signal. But here it comes right back down in again. It's going to halt to the downside. Like all it has to do is drop 1925, drop $2. This gets to 1725 right now. It's going into halt state. So you're a little bit lower right now, almost halt state. Should be a little bit earlier than 1725, probably around 1730, 1740 would be 10% down from that most recent high. Looks like it's bouncing or so off of those halt bands right now. We did reload, by the way, so I'm going to take it out some here on Google. We do get that price that we wanted, and yeah, so far so good on that one. We'll see how high we can fly now with Google. Maybe not high at all. But that's what that's doing. So we do have that position. Here goes SOC again. I know you guys are interested in this. Sable Offshore. Thanks, Danny Boy, for the hit a couple days ago at 15. And right now it's up to $18. So that looks like a great call out right there. And thank you to all of our viewers for everything that they've got for us. Trump to invoke emergency law for offshore oil producer SOC. So there it is, man. Sable Offshore looks like it's going to be in for a ride the next couple days.
Yeah, it seems like, buying the open was definitely not it. Selling the open, perhaps. And we had one of the viewers saying that, I told you about SOC. So maybe, definitely people probably knew about it. People were speculating.
Yeah, we got a super chat. We did get a super chat.
Earlier, So people were speculating that this might be a thing and probably accumulating a position into it. And this is the confirmation. So sell the news event potentially for those players there as they get a nice move from the reference price of 15s all the way up to 19. So interesting stuff here. We'll see how this one kind of pans out. Oil itself not really doing too much other than kind of, I guess, stuck in this range between 108s and 107s, 106s have been some of the flushes there. Market's kind of stuck underneath this 25K as well. With a little bit of selling happening here as of right now. But let me know, in this market, what are you guys trading? Some of you were talking about, hey, there's a headline risk, but guess what? Stocks in play, when you're playing something like an USO, definitely there's headline risk. But when you're playing beta-related names like the Nvidias or the Teslas or anything like that, you also have headline risk there as well. So I wouldn't necessarily consider those very much in play, but they could be, for some people's playbook.
Okay. Google just fell out. I just wanted to go over that one. I was trying to set up the stop a little bit lower, but we did stop out at 50 there. As it does come back in, we take a 30-cent hit on the reload, which kind of sucks because we tried it and I thought it was going there. We could have taken it all out for 30 cents. Instead, we lose the 30 cents. So that part kind of sucks. But hey, this is what we're waiting for, right? It's volatility, and volatility creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates, of course, opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest, there goes Google, longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs, built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's triple levered bull and 3 times bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index. They're designed for tactical daily trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward and downward momentum. These strategies are currency hedged seeking, Google just ripped, seeking currency hedged and to offset the US dollar against the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for you and your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically. Learn more at betapro.ca. Thank you. Check that out as well. So I made a keystroke error in fumbling that ad read, and it was just, I didn't mean to punch out immediately there. And there it goes. So too bad, man. Too bad, so sad. Right back up to the upside. Okay, man. Yeah, that was a tough one there because we should have done better on that trade. And I meant to move it a little lower because with all these headlines, I didn't want to stop out exactly at 50 there. Wanted to give it a little bit more room. Okay, well, woe is me, but not your problem, more mine right now. So, okay, anyways, shoot, on that one. Got to handle business sometimes. All right, there goes SOC. $17 downside play, just bounced off that, making a move right back to, you said you thought it was open at 19, so we'll have to wait to see if that 19 plays again. But Sable Offshore, man, nice move right there again on SOC. Oh, man, I'm mad about that Google trade. That's really too bad. I was just fumbling the keys there because I knew I had to get that done. All right, so nice move down as well. Look, I mean, someone said in the chat, look at Tesla. Yeah, man, 406 was a nice bouncing spot there. But we're not going to worry. I mean, it's 305, man. We're just entering the hour of power right now. Lots of trades can still come through, right? So we just messed up on that Google one. And in fact, it might be even come right back in. So a move back up to VWAP, and here comes a move right back in for Google. We can potentially reload that down there again and then get it back. But what's this market doing right now, right? I mean, obviously we talked about it being pretty headline driven. Looks like IBIT may be on a little bit of a pullback as well right now. Yeah, okay, so this is coming into VWAP right here for IBIT. So that's potentially a play that we've seen bounce off before. So what do we think about crypto right here, man? I mean, not a bad level. This market though is giving me those feels, man. I don't know what we're thinking right now. Pretty flat, and I don't want to like put on a bunch of shares because of what we just saw on Google. You could get smoked to the upside and to the downside in the same candle. So yeah, right here, the NASDAQ just hovering, man. You're in SOC, so maybe that is the right spot.
I want to participate a little bit here because like I missed the I guess the reversion of the move, the 17.5 hold there as well. But I got my stop in pretty tightly, and I'm pretty light as well. I don't want to get aggressive unless and until we can break through that 19. That's I guess that's the plan right now. But we'll see how this one kind of pans out. Do want to stay a little involved here with this one as the news is just seeming to develop as of right now. We got one halt up, no halt down, and a bid stepping right back in above that 17.5 as well. I'm not really looking at some of the higher time frames just yet, so let me quickly pull some of that up right now. So here, 18.5, so we're trading at 18.77s. There we go, 19s. Okay, all right, I might need to do something with this one here. Oh, that's a little too much. There we go, above 19s here, 19.10s, 19.15s. I like that hold. Let's take a little bit more there. Okay, cool. Let's see what the higher time frame is looking like on the weekly to see where this one has kind of come from. Oh boy. All right. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, I guess gapping up into resistance here on SOC. Where is this? About 1989s. Okay, so about roughly that $20 level. Let's see if we can get to that $20 level here on SOC. Oh boy, there's some strong flushing as well.
Is it flushing SOC?
I mean, yeah, you got above 19, couldn't really hold above that 19, and then pulling right back in pretty aggressively as of right now. So probably gonna get stopped out right here. More than willing to try it again if it's gonna have me right there. Boom, there we go. Not out of it all just yet. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess my stop was for my initial size there, so I'll just get out of that one there. We'll see how this one pans out. Doesn't really work out. That 19, I was expecting that 19 to kind of blow through, and we found some more resistance at that 19. So sellers were there before, sellers were there again. I don't need to know any more than that to be like, okay, you know what, step back a little bit and reassess, find the next trade, which might be USO here.
I was trying to find it on our little board there, but I don't see it. But Benton was like, yo, go check out the short float in SOC. So I see it as 30 right there. So I've talked about, you know what, I'm actually just going to put on here FinViz now, so we can get into FinViz and just see what's going on here, because you know this would be something that I want to have up at the same time, because yesterday we got a different look with I don't know if it was Oracle. I can't remember. I think it was Oracle. And remember one Benzinga had it at like 30%. And I was like, there's no way a mega cap name is 30% short. That was impossible. All right, so short float. Yeah, okay, so we got it confirmed. What if I click on this? What does it do? Oh, is it going to give me the historical look on the short interest? Yeah, okay, this is pretty cool. All right, so there's a short flow percentage, 26. Got as high as, oh, this is a pretty cool thing here. Got as high as 33%. So we're kind of in the middle here on SOC. So interesting there. I think we'll have some FinViz love back here. So I'm going to keep that up and keep using FinViz as a potential lookout there for short floats. We'll put this back where it belongs. But yeah, FinViz, interesting level there. Thanks, Benton, for the look. And we definitely want to make sure that we are double checking all of the short floats as we go in this market. So, all right, just a new position. It's nothing crazy. I did get back into Google right here. Relatively, I mean, it's a unit and a half. So it's not super small, but it's not really a thing for me right now. I'll buy down here again. Because honestly, man, that was a mistake. I want to give it to 307.40. Just felt like that was a little bit of a wipe out there. We had no real reason to do that. You can see we did make a move all the way back. If Google's going to wipe out and the futures aren't going to do anything, then I'm going to buy it. So that was a good one there. Just got a little distracted as we talked about that. Oh, here we go. Sean, and what are your thoughts on Chinese stocks?
I don't know. I think they're okay vehicles for intraday trades when they have like volume or earnings or anything like that. But I'd definitely be watching some of those ADRs trading in their native markets to see what they're actually doing. You know, you look at something like a BABA or a PDD, you have all these crazy gaps. You're just like, oh, what is this doing? Well, the thing is, it's trading on a different market, right? So it's I think that also matters there as well. But yeah, I'd reference the original markets if I wanted to.
I mean, this is all that you have to see right here. The market does not love these names. I mean, a PE of 18 for Alibaba is unbelievable. Forward PE of just 15. And again, if we check, I can't click on, that'd be cool if I could click on the PEs as well to see the back where it is. But I think this is relatively under loved right now for Alibaba as far as the PEs are concerned, especially when you're getting names like basically most of the Mag 7 names are close to double this forward PE. You're going to get names like Meta and Google that are back to 25s, but you know, PE doesn't mean everything. But in a space that should be working right now, Alibaba is a name that honestly, I did buy at 160. You guys remember this trade? You probably don't, because who cares what I'm doing. But I bought at 160 on the way down. I thought that was going to be a decent level. And then I got out when it made a move back up through 160 again. And just because I was like, you know what? I don't really love these Chinese names. We do still have some. We did get a little bit out near the top here, 180. But back down into 130. It's just this has really been bleeding over the last couple of days. And we haven't even got like the big tariff announcements or anything out of China yet. So I'm a little concerned that you know, this sort of look that we have here, USA first, is not a great look for Alibaba. And I don't know if Nvidia is going to be allowed, you know, full bore into China or not. If not, that would be a help for Alibaba, as we know that they have their Quen model, and we talked about DeepSeek as well. I just a little worried here about the state of affairs, and the fact that it is a Chinese-based company does give me the little bit of a nervous hands with Alibaba. So I would be careful with it. I don't love it. I want to say thank you for the note there. And if you're going to look at it somewhere else as well, TCEHY, I mean, Tencent is this all-in-one package. And I don't know, we're not broadcast. Well, hopefully you guys are using VPNs in China and maybe you can see us there. But for me right now, Tencent is another one with that PE that is so super low that really has been beat up. And actually, now that I see this, Tencent might be the one instead of Alibaba. I don't know what happened to Tencent there, but you do get a nice little win there over the last little while. Maybe we'll try to buy it against that low. So I just wanted to say that if you are buying Chinese names, use some of the recent lows as you're out, because you just don't want this to fall apart against you, right? I mean, the NASDAQ could be in for a little bit of a retracement. We went through those reasons earlier, like everything, if you add up what's happening in this world, it's kind of funny that the NASDAQ in the market, and the S&P 500, is still up near these highs, right? We're only down 2% from highs on S&P 500. You know, with oil doing what it's doing, and gold and silver, and you know, some of these tech names not having the greatest reactions off of their reports, right? Market still seems to be strong. We did get a CPI read of flattish today. There was, I think it was core month over month was a little lower, 0.3 versus 0.4.
They were all exactly in line with estimates, but the core month over month, we were expecting it to be lower. So it was lower, but it's what we expected.
Right, exactly. So a little lower there on the month over month, but as expected. So we're not really getting too many moves here in the broader market. And I would say the Chinese names, as long as you believe that you know, the government will support some U.S. policies as well, then I think the Chinese names need to be bought. But that's what that is right now. Okay, we did get, we are now reloaded, and we do now have our full position. So we'll wait for a chicken dinner winner, but right now it's not one. It's just what it is. So we're long Google right here at 71 off of a dip buy opportunity there. So we don't have the very bottom. Let's just see if it can mature up. And if we can get anything like this 90 print, I think it's worth getting a little bit out there around 307.90.
Yeah, no, I'm watching this HIMS here, and I've been kind of like looking at it pull into VWAP here, 2640s, 2620s, and I'm just like, oh, I gotta hit it in around here before it gets through 26, and then one fell swipe right down below below 26 is trading 2590s now on HIMS. So a nice little pull back in. I want to wait to see if there's actual continuation. This was that structure breakdown here. This was kind of the low where we went a little sideways. I guess you could also get involved here at the 2650s. That's what I was looking at here. I did mention this bit of a trend break here as well. That came in and around 27. So $1 too late, ideally, but we'll see if this kind of continues to sell off into the close. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, I'm seeing some comments from Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock BLK, and he's talking about oil. At least that's according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. WSJ reporting that BlackRock CEO Larry Fink believes that this war with Iran could actually lead to lower global energy prices in the longer term if the conflict results in Iran's energy markets opening more to the world. So basically he's saying that if at the end of this we do get a more open Iran energy market than we did prior to the war, it's actually going to result in lower long-term energy prices. Of course, this is just his thesis as of this point. He also said he has no concerns about long-term inflation. He thinks that tech and AI news and innovations are likely going to be boosting productivity. Back to you.
Okay, Larry, I see you. That'd be nice. I mean, we're long Google now, so I mean, any sort of a productivity boost or any sort of a rally in the market would be nice. We didn't get our full fill there. We did offer some 78s. We got a little bit of our fill there up at 78. We got some 70s. We're long at 65. Here comes 78 now. That's me holding it there. Can you believe that with ARCA? Like, unbelievable. Run through. Okay, now we're trying to go back up to the upside just a little bit here as we make a little bit of money back on some good feels now, maybe for the market. So we'll see if we can get some upside love or not here for this trade. I'm going to offer a little bit more at 79 right here, right now. Go through, and then we have another offer at 89, and then we will wait to see where this higher play goes. Okay, Danny boy, here we go. Regarding SOC, okay, here we go. Think about the awkward political position that Gavin, okay, so here we go. Gavin Newsom, of course, governor of California, is now in paying, with everyone paying higher gas prices. California won't fight this too hard. Newsom is politically savvy, not dumb. So did you wind up getting an answer from Claude?
Or
the SOC?
Yeah.
Because I still, Danny boy, I'm still a little bit like wondering all about this. Buyout rumor on Caesars. $34 a share from Tillman, the guy that owns, he used to own a sports team. I think he is in food or hospitality. Oh, what's his name? I just heard it in my ear. It's not Frederick. No, it's something Tillman. Anyways, looking to do some damage there. All right, so yeah, I don't know. I have to do more work on SOC, man, Danny's boy, honestly, in order to understand what it is. I mean, obviously, we're hosting this show right now.
Tillman Fertitta?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Oh, I just literally searched Tillman who owns a sports team.
And that is who it was, right?
That's the first thing that comes up,
Yeah, Tillman
Golden Nugget
Fertitta.
Casinos as well.
$34 a share. he's offering right now. So CZR. We got a bid the other day on, was it MGM or something? Maybe it was Caesars. Maybe there was Caesars, because Caesars has this big move right here as well. So, man, congratulations, man. Why am I not flossing off a Caesars trade right in here? I could maybe drink a Caesar right now, but all right, Bloody Mary, actually, for those of you in the United States, a Caesar is like the Clamato juice right there. Delta owns their own oil refinery? All right, shout out that, and big shout out to Adara as well. Okay, good on them, man. That's a great call for Delta. So you're not as dependent and relied on others. So I did not know that. So thank you for that super chat coming in one more time. Yeah, you guys don't know what the Caesar drink is? Mike P. DeRider, man, this is one of the most. You want to talk about what is a famous drink here in Canada?
Like the Caesars, like the tomato juice.
In the States, they don't know anything about Caesars.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I said. No, but it's not a Bloody Mary, but it's similar.
Yeah.
So Bloody Mary would be the vodka with the tomato juice.
Yeah.
And a Caesar is what we call Clamato juice. So it's like clam juice.
Okay.
And you put in there, you get in there the dressing, the garnishings. You get like a pickle maybe, or you get a celery. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna find a bacon. Come on, man. Now you're leveling it up over there, Joe. I'm gonna Google Caesars, and then everyone can have a quick little look over there. Joe, you like Caesars or? Oh, okay. Well, thanks for getting involved. No, he does not like Caesars. He does. Why not, man? I think they're a little salty.
Yeah.
That's
well,
for me.
Usually those are pretty good after a long night out.
Yeah.
I think in the morning there.
Okay,
But yeah,
this is what it looks like. I got some images going
Oh yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Clamatos?
There we go. And you also got the rim, right? The salted rim as well. So there we go. There's the probably this piece of the bacon. Yeah, there's a piece of bacon right in here, guy. Right there. So yeah, these are Caesars. If you've never had a Caesar before and you want to be Canadian, go to a bar and tell them you want a Caesar, and tell them Obi sent you. Yes. All right. So anyways, a great, refreshing drink, a Caesar. Maybe I'll have one tonight. Yeah. All right. Bartender.
It's almost that time.
Yeah, okay, they know. This guy, Stephanus here, has a bartender. He is a bartender, or she.
Oh, of course.
And knows all about Caesars. So they're in California. So here it is right here. Says it's hot fire. We can't see, he's saying peace signs and everything. San Francisco 2 years, slinging hot sauces. They know Caesars. Yeah, you can get it done. You can get it hot. You can get it mild. These are a good drink. Extra spicy meatballs. You want to see me juice a clam? Oh, what the hell? I know I'm supposed to be from South Carolina, but come on right now. All right, good trading there on Google. We did that dip buy, and we do that dip buy, and it's a good thing because like I was pretty peed off. Not peed off, but we did get stopped out there on a keystroke error. But we put our order in and got filled first when the order was already in. So our stop is ready to go here on Google. Let's just see if it wants to get back up to the upside. Hopefully the market does make a move in the last 20 or so minutes. I will, because we still have the imbalances to come through, right? So a very risky trade there. I'm going to get out of another piece here at 82 if it will let me, and then we can maybe wait for the end of the day and see if we do get back to VWAP and if we do get some better feels here in this overall market. There it is. We get the 82, and we'll see if we get upside. And I want you all to remember that, like when I just get that 82 fill there, if it's 1,000 shares, which it's not, that fill anyways, we get about between about $1.50 and $2 in a rebate for adding it to the levels. So like right now, if I buy right here, if I buy 84s, 85s, 86s, buy it, then I pay that fee because I'm removing it from the level. But if I sit here and I say I want to buy 76s, well, now it's gone. But if I want to buy 70s and I sit on the bid and I get filled on the way down, then I get rebates for that. So that's what, I don't know, I'm looking at that camera. That is a rebate trade. And there's traders here. We talked about Neil's primary strategy. We've talked about this as rebate trading. So he likes to sit there and trade names like a pizza or something that has a firmed up deal and collect those rebates. For me, a little too boring, but to each their own. We talked about that. Style is everything. If you can find something that you like to trade, go for it, and do the best you can. So.
Yeah, no, it definitely has to. A big thing that I've noticed, especially with like different traders coming in through the floor, is just like you also have to figure out like what kind of trading is good for your personality. What aligns with your personality. That's
pretty much all that it is.
That's what's gonna really kind of cater to your strengths. First of all, that's going to be big, and definitely you gotta you got to trade with those kind of vibes there for sure. Getting involved with a little bit of HIMS.
I'm gonna. You want a coffee? I'm gonna go get a coffee.
No, I think I'm okay.
Want a green tea? Want a
yes.
Caesar? Want a Caesar?
I definitely. You know what? It's 320. I think I'm okay on the green tea as
Yeah.
well.
I was gonna say, what are you taking on the green tea? We got honey back there.
No, I just take it.
Oh, straight.
Just this
green tea straight.
Straight. Yeah.
Me too.
Just throw the bag in there, let it kind of.
Oh man, Darwin,
simmer
man,
for 2
send
minutes.
me some Caesars ASAP right now. Sorry to interrupt.
You're good. I know we're already thinking about.
I'll be right back.
Yes, for sure. All right, so HIMS taking a little bit of a pullback. That trend break definitely coming in. Yeah, I am getting involved going into the end of the day as it continues to break down here. But we'll see if there is any serious continuation here. Let's keep eyes on this Sable as well, which is stable on top of those halt prices here as of right now. So still chopping around that 17 mark. For now, HIMS is what I wanted to pull up here and take a closer look at this on potentially a higher time frame and maybe throw up some of the things that I'm looking at as well. So this is kind of what I was talking about before, where you have a very strong day 3 move. It's held trend pretty well throughout the day, and you get this strong volume of selling. I should definitely be involved in and around here at 27s for the pull in. But you know what? Can't catch them all here, but this is kind of what I'm looking at here. So you can maybe observe that, okay, so this was a trend that was broken. Okay, so those are levels from a few days ago. Interestingly enough, look at that pullback. We hold that 24.62. We spoke about that this morning as well. And then maybe a little bit of a trend happening here. And then you have volume confirmation as well. And since then, we've gotten lower highs and lower lows. Now finally back below VWAP. I was actually eyeing this under or above 26s as it broke some of these lows here. So again, got to give it some room, as I know I am chasing a little bit going into the end of the day, but looking for this follow through of a crack of some of this support. This is where kind of this trend started. Shorts probably getting into this break of trend, looking for the full follow through, not really happening, and then buyers stepping it up from here as well. So we'll continue to watch this one. Again, bigger picture. It is catching a pretty decent bid on potentially changing fundamentals, right? You're talking about it getting beaten down on a much higher time frame due to that Novo case, and now Novo pulls that case and they finally catch a bid again. We'll look at the higher time frame right after we get back from Adara.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was in the washroom when this came out, and I don't know how much of this you guys have gone over, but I'll go over the whole story just in case. Wall Street Journal reporting that. I think my battery's dead, so I'll have to fix that.
Battery right away, but that was what, CZR there. So yeah, I guess CZR halted up.
Yeah, that's the Tillman Fertitta.
Yeah, exactly. So we were kind of talking
the guy
about
you Googled over there.
Yeah, exactly. So we were talking about that a little bit ago there. So she'll catch us up on that news soon enough. But this is what I'm talking about here on HIMS. Multiple back-to-back months. This is a monthly chart of straight seller dominance, right? And this is the first time we're catching a bit of a significant bid in the past few months. So looking at the weekly, you can see we're definitely breaking or attempting to break a little bit of this higher time frame trend here with this gap up. Again, post earnings as well, which makes it probably even a little bit better. There, you see that a few weeks ago we had earnings. We made some lows at 1374s, 2586s currently trading. And yeah, that's a pretty nice gain over the past couple of weeks on something like a HIMS. We'll go back to Adara to see what she has to say about Caesars.
Oh yeah, so CZR here just opened back up. Context, in case you guys missed it, Wall Street Journal reporting that a billionaire by the name of Tillman Fertitta has been in exclusive talks to acquire Caesars for roughly $7 billion. He also topped a competing offer for Caesars that came from IEP, which is Carl Icahn's firm. That's the report here from Wall Street Journal. Again, roughly $7 billion valuation here for CZR. As billionaire Tillman Fertitta reportedly in exclusive talks to purchase the company. This is our second acquisition headline of the day after PZZA popped up higher here with a reported $47 a share bid from Earth Capital backed by Brookfield Asset Management.
very much.
Yeah, here goes CZR right now. I mean, we brought it to you live. I mean, if you're sitting here trading with us, unfortunately it halted immediately, right? So we couldn't really trade it. It does open back up right now, and the offer's 34. So some upside potential here for Caesars, right? I mean, you can punch in right now. We've given you the story already. It's confirmed right there. So we're looking for a 30 break, might happen. And then I knew it, so thanks to Dara for coming through with that, because I said, like, I kind of remember that there was another bid on this name, and that's what sort of shot it up the first place. So it looks like he'll best Carl Icahn's bid. Oh, my mic is having a nightmare again. Okay.
Mike Madness.
Oh, it's okay now? All right. The Mike Madness continues. Are you mad? Are you mad, Google? In a good way, though, because there it goes, man, all the way to the upside right now. And we'll go bang, 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 because there it goes. Finally, the face slapper is in the building right there with Google. And, man, we put on, whatever, a few shares there. It's a nice little upside play. I think I must have had 500 shares or something. But there it goes, man, nicely cooking to the upside. We still got more than half on, so we'll just watch it go up. I mean, it's a good little trade there. Buy a couple Caesars, as we said. Okay, now the market's getting lifted. Take me higher right now. So that's going to be a good one, man. Let's get high in this market and see how far we can go. It's Google right now. It's 80 cents in the money. Look, man, we brought you this trade. Hopefully it's going to work out for us, but there it goes. It's a nice move higher on Google. Right there into VWAP. Didn't we say, it doesn't matter, but I said that I was going to hold out for a higher play into VWAP. Thankfully, we do have half left, and we'll take a decent piece out there at VWAP. So good trading there. We don't have to hold for the moon. We might have already got it there a little bit on VWAP. Low of the day, basically into VWAP. We like that one. I shouldn't say low of the day because it's, it started down here, but low of, it's basically open rush move, came right back into there, and this is part of the reason why we liked it. We also do have a little bit of a hold here on our 200 period MA. And I just use SMAs. This is a 5-minute chart, so it was a little bit of a hold. And we tried to undercut those, right? So that's what we talked about. We had seen it happen right there, that there was buyers in this area. So I just kept trusting the process, and we got it one more time. And, I did put something out there on Twitter. If you guys want to read it, I won't read it with you, because it's not school or anything here. But you could definitely go have a look. I'll put this in here. And it just does talk about, again, like frequency, 1 to 2 positions max. We used to have a lot more than that. I think that was important. We talked about the 2 to 3 hour hits, not trying to go for huge home runs there, but trim it. Don't let a winner turn into a loser. So we got our stops in there as well. But it was basically this failed move, right? So you have the failed move down. I'll put that in Twitter. You guys can go hopefully like it. Give me a follow and see what's up with that. So we found a trade. We got it with Google, and that was that look there. It's coming back in now, but bouncing off of VWAP, that's USO. Bouncing off of VWAP right there was a good out, as we just mentioned. So you got to take outs when it does that. And as soon as I talk about being all smart about mooning, that was good. At least it got up to that level, and we were able to empty out about 20% of what we had left. So 30% or so left on Google as we try to go higher.
Yeah, what was that? That was a nice little flush coming in here on that market, even though we kind of bid up here as well. So let's see what I got on developing here. I'm just continuing to watch this HIMS going into the close. That Caesars pulling back below its halted price as well as right now in terms of the Mag 7. Nothing crazy that I'm seeing. That's really happening as of right now. SanDisk continuing to push towards its highs. Micron taking a little bit of a pullback as well. Intel, decent reversion off of the morning push there on Intel. I'm just looking at a few of my charts here. Okay, so what was in play for me today? So real quickly, I'll keep HIMS up here on the side. Let's pull up some of that tape or the book as well, so we can see if there's any sort of interesting stuff happening there. But I'll go through some of the names here on the day that I was looking at off of the open and see how they're doing as of right now. So Oracle, we're going to just look at them on 3-minute charts. I like my 3-minute charts here. So Oracle, nice pop and fade all day long. I was watching this Tesla as well. Tesla, similar story here. Nice opening drive that it had. Wow, this is really kind of lagging today. So a nice opening drive, nice little pullback here as well on Tesla. Uber had some news in the morning session there as well. And we kind of talked about how that morning high stayed as a resistance in the open session. We never really got back up there as we continue to make lower highs into, I guess I don't know if I really want to call it a flat bottom, but because we were making some lower highs as well, lower lows as well. But 74s, 73, 60s-ish have been some of the bottoms of the day on Uber. NBIS, now this one was probably really, the one to be in here. Large cap association trade where they're just like, yeah, we're gonna run up the stack with Nvidia, and definitely that price was run up not only off of the reaction of the news, but take a look at that pre-market high breakout here, and then pulls back in. I know if you throw on a little bit of VWAP or some anchors, I think I had some anchors here earlier. We did pull back into some of those levels for a step up. 110 was the weekly resistance area, and look at how we deal with that 110. Only a pullback to 109.35s. Now, with the way this thing was moving, 30 to 50 penny swipes within $1 pullback is well within range of something that I'd be interested in risking too for something that is moving with this sort of a nature. But since the morning session, we've made about a high of 114s and pretty much sideways action there. Didn't really have HIMS on watch until later, but CPB? Yes, CPB, the Campbell's company, gapping down on their earnings report. Not a great earnings report. Pulls up there. Unfortunately, I took eyes off of this thing after it started chopping up, but take a look at this opening range low break, this pre-market consolidation level that holds at 23.38, 23.40s, gets taken out as well. So a beautiful continuation short on the Campbell's company. So those were some of the things that I was watching in the last one. AVAV with their earnings report as well. Another one that gapped down, traded lower in the pre-market session, but take a look at this. Coming into the open, almost front run with that bid that continues into the open market for a high of 213.50. So decent push there. And I guess that pullback, I'm going to say it's in and around VWAP. Yeah, there is. VWAP hold there midday for another leg up towards the highs, but sideways consolidation there. So that's a little bit of a rundown of what I was watching off of the open there. But yeah, only exercised on a few of them so far. But yeah.
I was thinking there's always two parts to a trade, right? I mean, there's the in and then there's the out, and then there's like, when are you eventually going to stop out? So, or just finalize your cover. And I mean, right here, like part of the reason why I put in these 50 period moving average, or sorry, the 25 period moving averages, I can't zoom in properly, is to look at them. And I mean, now we're at basically a pretty key level of 308. So what about just letting this thing go if it comes back into this 308 level? Obviously, we have pretty much we didn't max out, we're still in some, so we didn't get out of everything. And as I talk, let me just get out of some more then. Right here, we'll offer 29. See, I'm offering 29s. So right there, even though I was offering 29s, we get the fill, and then it pays me to take that fill. All right, so that's the other thing. Sometimes it doesn't pay at all because you'll offer 29s, the next thing you know, it'll go 27, 26, 25, and to the downside, and all of a sudden, like, taking that middle of the road fill doesn't make any sense. You'd rather have just punched the bid there instead of wait for the ask, but sometimes there's something about that. All right, so I'm always trying to use different levels to see about, where are we going to get in, where are we going to get out, and I just think that, a break of that right into there, probably worth it. That's 307.95. So let's change our stop. Our initial stop on this was 307.39s. So we went from taking a 54 fill right there to giving ourselves 15 cents worth of risk to taking 80 cents on the top side. So for me, that is a good idea, and we're going to put that in right now. So see, when I don't have to worry about things, we can put it in nice and easy. 307.89, we'll put that offer in. It's a little lower than that 50-period moving average, but that's going to change as the market gets going. Let's take another fill. Why not? Let's take another fill right there at 46s. We'll do that. We have another offer waiting at 50. Maybe we get that, and then that's it, man. And then we can hold on. We'll only have a quarter left. Actually, we only have 20% left if we get that 50 fill, and then we can hopefully see something around here, man. I know this is high up, but maybe if these imbalances can come in our favor, there it is, we get that 49 fill, then maybe we can get up to 309.50. Do we want to just hold for that? I mean, that's not horrible. I wouldn't mind if you guys sort of gave me an idea on maybe, you know, what we would use to hold this. But me just getting out pieces and pieces here seems to be the story that we want to do right now. Oil's not doing a whole heck of a lot, Obi. It's CLJ right now. I should look to see what you're in. You're in HIMS, okay? Make sure you're not in oil. Yeah, pretty flat right now on the CL. So not much going on there. We'll see if we do get a downside push here into the close. But so far, man, it's just Google. You know where the stop is, and we just took some more out on the high side. So that's going to be a decent trade there. Robinhood's trying to break through 80 bucks. It's not there quite yet. It's 79. So we can wait to see if that ever happens. I don't think today. 10 minutes until imbalances. But pretty good so far. Good day. It wasn't raining the last time I was outside. Okay. So it was a little bit of a dark day this morning. Getting much better here in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
It was supposed to rain in the morning and then in the evening as well. So yeah, after about 4, 5, 6, maybe I think. But yeah, no, the weather's definitely warming up for sure around here. And are we gonna have any more bouts of negative temperature?
Yeah, someone. Who was it? It was Andre actually.
Okay,
told
yeah.
me.
When is that?
Now. It's actually
today.
It's only 4 degrees right now.
Okay,
so we're getting into the zeros.
Within range.
Yeah, we're within range.
Within range of those negative numbers.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be.
Okay,
next Tuesday will be interesting.
Okay, all right, yeah. So yeah, the volatility, not only in the markets, but within the weather as well as we transition from winter to spring. When is the? You know
what I want? Like I want a
spring.
I told Neil, talk about spring. Like I want the only spring training hat that is sold out everywhere is the Blue Jays spring training hat.
That one.
Oh, it's not. Maybe I could. I just went to Fanatics
that one
here.
looks cool.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's got a lot of stuff.
Yeah. No, it's. Maybe if I go to up here, it'll show you all. No, there is. I mean, if I go to Fanatics, the spring. Here we go. These are the. Okay, where are the spring training hats? Right here. Shop now. Am I even allowed to do this? I don't know. No. See, they don't even have. Let's just go here. I'll show you Arizona. Let's assume that there's some.
Neil bought them all out.
This is what it looks like right here. So it has the little Grapefruit League, or depending on where you're playing, there. So I like that. They have every single team except for the Blue Jays there. Any game dirt? No. Well, you want me to get Neil to bring you back a little piece of sand over there? Yeah, I know what you mean. Got that fresh dirt going on there. Fabian wants some the dirt from the field there in Dunedin, but. Yeah, $70 for a hat. I'd pay it, but I'm looking for it. If anybody knows where I can get a Blue Jays spring training hat, holla at your boy. I already asked Neil. I'm like, dude, go pick me up one when you're there. He said he looked yesterday. They're all sold out in Dunedin. They're sold out too.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't get them on MLB.com. You can't get them. Anyways, all right. What's up, Adara?
Interesting headline for Netflix. Nothing massively market moving, but it is one that we heard about prior. I think mid to late last week, we heard that Netflix was considering acquiring this Ben Affleck post-production AI company, that he was also going to be actually added to, I believe, the company's board of directors, or made a senior member of staff if this did come true. Again, this is like from a week ago. Now I'm hearing more reports. Netflix could be paying as much as $600 million for Ben Affleck's AI firm. We knew that their plan, if they weren't going to acquire Warner Brothers, was to, do some of their own, I guess, in-house spending. Looks like maybe one of those things is reportedly acquiring this Ben Affleck AI firm for, as much as $600 million reportedly. Back to you.
I also just heard in my ear, maybe you can find this story as well, but apparently CRM had a bond offering, and they were asked for, there was like some significant concessions were asked. I didn't hear that of Amazon. I didn't hear that of Google or anything like that, but apparently CRM, a little bit of a rough ride there on their most latest offering. So we'll find out some stories there. I flipped over to it. I was like, well, that's not good, but we're not really seeing too much movement here for Salesforce.
So here's the headline. Investors reportedly demanding steep concessions in that $25 billion bond deal that's reported by the Financial Times. So that's what's happening. This just came out. We kind of knew they were going to have a bond deal. It looks like they're trying to use this to fund that $50 billion in buybacks. So $50 billion in buybacks, $25 billion bond deal. We heard about the deal. Now it looks like they're having some concessions.
Talk about they try to do a buyback to boost the stock. But then they realize, they don't have the money to do the buyback, and now they got to go and raise that. So I don't know, man. I think, Dara, this might be another one of these Oracle situations right in front of our face right now with CRM. So not loving that story there. All right, with only a couple more minutes until the imbalances, I will start to get a little bit more out. We got some out there at 8,308. Oops, that's still CRM. Like, I don't know why it doesn't switch over to Google, but there it is. We got a little bit out there. We'll see if we can get it again at 15s for Google. I'm actually offering 16s for some reason, so we'll see if it comes back up. It gets us a little out. We're still nicely in the money. There's no doubt about that, but we are bouncing off the 25 period. We were going to use the 50 period as our stop, remember? But that's the 25 right there, bouncing off of that just a little bit. Go, go, go. I'm at 16. One more penny and we should be able to get it. But anyways, that's what we're doing right now, is waiting for that to print. And there it goes, of course, blast straight through it. And that's the thing. Like, sometimes you're waiting for the fill, you never get it. Other times it's like, here you go. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet of bad shares. All right, so let's go check out what CZR is doing. Are you still in SOC? No, you're in HIMS, okay. You're out of SOC a while ago. Yep. This is supposed to be $34, so if you do think that Tillman Fertitta's offer is good to go, you do have a lot of, upside to this trade if you want to get into it. The story is Tillman Fertitta looking at IEP, which is the Icons Enterprises, also looking at Caesars, them battling that out. Apparently the rumor is $34. That's coming through. And then the other talk today was, and again, shout out to Danny Boy over here. I hope you got out, Danny Boy. I mean, we tried to figure out like what the right pricing was, what this means for SOC. But again, Sable Offshore with news, and it looks like they're giving it all back right now, as here it comes right back into the downside, Sable. And then looking at the imbalances, and I'll give it back to Obi as we only have 5 minutes. This is what they look like so far, buys and sells everywhere, and nothing too concerning, just 1 million, 2 million shares. So it's not, you might think that's a lot, but it's not, man. These are all going to pair off. It's not going to be any problem. So JP Morgan, 287, that's good. We'll see if that can hold that bid. Not as bad as it was earlier today. Of course, JP Morgan tipped down to 285 at its lows. What's up, Adara, one more time?
More headlines here coming out of the Middle East. Bahrain apparently sounding sirens and urging residents to seek shelter immediately. More tensions here in the Middle East, and back to you.
Yeah, I mean, not really affecting anything with oil. I mean, I'm not really seeing the oil price moving around on anything like that. Did you want to discuss your HIMS trade? There's only 4 more minutes until.
It's coming into VWAP here. I'm kind of watching, 4 or 5 minutes until some of these imbalances come out. So I'm just like, all right, probably gonna let go of this one and wait for some of those imbalances to see if there's anything interesting for taking.
Oh, I know what I want.
Trade here. So we'll wait and see. I don't think there's anything on the docket for today, but tomorrow we have that IPO that's gonna come out. PAYP or something.
Is that today?
No, that's tomorrow. On the
that
12th.
Is PAYP, yeah.
Yeah, PAYP. That's tomorrow. That it was posted for coming out. 1.2 billion to offer on that, and I think it was $17 to $20 roughly on that one. So let me just pull up the IPO calendar here. All right, so but first let's see what Danny Boys is saying here. Swing trade to consider. Thank you for the super chat.
Down for considering
WPM, Wheaton Precious Metals. Mm-hmm. They're a royalty company that reports earnings tomorrow, and gold has been so good.
Great trade on the SOC.
I sold
there, man.
75% of SOC on the news. Nice, good stuff.
Smooth move on the SOC right there. WPM, another look there. Danny Boy wants you to have a quick little look. Were you going to cover something and then you went to that?
No, I was going to look at the IPO calendar.
Okay, do that. Call that up, and then we're going to look to see who's making money here at Real Trading. These are yesterday's numbers. And, we had that one day that was absolutely through the roof. Yesterday, we had the top trader here at Real Trading was 19.8. Then we got a 19.3. These are all U.S. dollars. Whoa. We may know this trader, by the way. Someone here, and the only we know a trader that still friends with, of course, that trades pretty much all the markets. And so we talk about Real Trading. Look at this, man. I said that I'm going to try to hold less positions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different markets being traded here yesterday by this trader, and they racked in a pretty sweet 10 grand, man. That's a great day. So congratulations to that individual. And then we ended up here, Amex, NASDAQ. It looks like a pretty simple flow yesterday on who's making money over here at Real Trading. Who's not making money recently? Well, we're making money, but Not in our last Google trade, as it just falls right in, but that's okay. We were able to sort of sniff that one out ahead of those imbalances and got out. And I don't have any more trades to worry about right now as we will watch for these imbalances. Did you find what you were looking for over there?
Yeah, I did. I'm just pulling up my imbalance locators here. So what I was looking for was this right here, PayPay Corp, $1.264 billion to offer here, and I usually kind of want to go in. Is there filings right here? Let's see if we can get their S. Oh, there's an F1, so I guess they're a foreign entity here. So S1A. So this is going to be their equivalent to their S1 filing. Just taking a look at who some of those underwriters are: Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Mizuho, Morgan Stanley, and a bunch of others as well. So yeah, decent one. Again, 1.2 billion definitely has some people interested, but you got some of the big boys on here kind of underwriting that IPO for tomorrow. And I guess it's priced at, I think I said 17 to something. Let's just make sure what it is. $17 to $20 roughly here. 54, almost 56 million shares to be IPO'd tomorrow. Again, for a 1.26 billion offer amount. So we'll see how it goes. I have no idea. We'll wait and see how it's tapping. Is it going to be oversubscribed? I'll do some more looking into it later on tonight as well. But something to look forward to for tomorrow.
A little bit of that research for sure. Here we go. 5 seconds. 4, 3. You're going to see a bunch of names just load up here. All right. What's at the top? NACA, maybe there's some sort of a rebalance there as well. Who knows? SEM on New York. I don't know this name either. It looks like a buyout. It's not going to move here. NAKA, nothing. AAL, we had some note about Delta there earlier, but there's American, a little bit of a downside push, but nothing going on there either. Plug power, some of these stocks. Just trying to see if there's anything you guys are interested in. 4 down to 12. Wow, that kind of sucks. There's Nvidia. That's what I was looking at for the sell. A little bit of a sell side there. Goes down to 185 and right back up. This is like, I think, what we call like these algo trades. You know, like in order to hit them real quick, you got to almost get into the feed and then, you know, as soon as it happens, make your play and go from there because, you know, it's right back up to where it was. I did see Oracle, so there's Oracle, 163. It looks like you will get that nice little dip down buy opportunity at 160 there that we had talked about sort of when it happened, 161, and now an upside move there for Oracle. Is Tesla on here? No. There's Blue Owl. That's another problem, obviously, in today's market as we talk about the lack of funding or lack of IPOs possible, lack of valuation on some of the private equity software names, and Blue Owl is the guns pointed right at them for that. And then the other name I want to check out was Tesla because Tesla was sort of on one this morning and pretty good, man. Got all the way back to VWAP again. We talked about fading that VWAP trade, and that would have been a good one there. Hard to do as we approach the end of the day, but it looks like 408.50 was the high there for Tesla. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves today. We had a great day on the show. We traded a lot of oil. We did a lot of back and forth. And then here tonight, man, look forward to tomorrow's trading. We're going to have Dick's Sporting Goods in the morning, so that's a good one. Dollar General. We have Fabian over there. One of his picks is a dollar store, so we'll see if Dollar General can get going tomorrow. Adobe, that was this morning, pre-market. No, what to watch out for March 12th. Is Adobe tomorrow or tonight? Adobe's tomorrow. What do we have tonight? This is the...
Exclusively UiPath.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so that's why. Because I went there and looked, and I was like, why have we not talked about Adobe? And I didn't see Dick's Sporting Goods this morning.
I have Adobe infographics coming out tomorrow throughout the day ahead of the reports, so not to worry. I'm totally on top of that. Ulta Beauty visuals as well.
Wait a minute, you have infographics coming out? Okay. There goes, that's why. There goes Adobe, Sentinel One, Ulta Beauty. There's some decent names. Service Titan, we can look at that. That's a recent IPO over the last couple of years as well, maybe the last year, TTAN, and then Rubrik. Just over a year ago, yeah, so there you go on that one. Here, TTAN. I actually wanted to see this. This was not a horrible name, I feel like, when we were looking at it when it first came out, Service Titan, but I have no idea the ebbs and flows of this name. And I do know, as Adair just mentioned there, just over a year, or just under a year. So here we go. Comes out at 101 or so. Wow, okay. Down to 60 and back upside a little bit. So this is going to be a wild trader as well. TTAN. Get your options ready for that one. as that's going to be a wild ride tomorrow night, TTAN. And then Adobe's been beat up, right? Shout out to Figma and everybody else that's out there kind of trying to eat their lunch with Nano Banana and Sora and all these things and Canva and everything. So Adobe, we're going to see where that one sits for traders tomorrow at the closing bell, 4:05. We'll get that coming through as well. Super chat time. Got for us. Oh, there it is. Thank you to Easy Peasy, man. This guy doing the best for us, and thank you so much for that as well. $300 only today. Coding Apps, OpenClaw, AI. Nice. Yeah, let us know what you think about that, man. I know Brendan's been looking at it. Sharif's these guys are interested in it for sure. So I was always wondering, like, can we do better with trading by using some sort of an AI? I believe the answer to that is yes.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, interesting.
Those tools will definitely help you be a little bit more prepared.
I think, yeah, and like analyzing your trade list, maybe how you could trade better.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you build it for a scanner, something like that, if you can attach it to your data feed.
Yeah, exactly. You know, finding the best stocks. Definitely, it can definitely get you a little bit luckier for sure. But don't forget, at the end of the day, if you are manually trading, you will be the one who is punching the keys. So you know, tools can only get you so far. But yeah, no, definitely it will give you a one-up on a lot of things, especially when you know, you don't have to be spending time, you know, analyzing some of the news or, you know, looking for stocks in play, looking for best opportunities and setups as well.
Yeah, no, it's just like we got stopped out right before 350, right? Like right as those imbalances basically hit. It was a downside push for Google, which is fine, and there it goes. There goes Google to the upside. So we lose on our last 20, well, we didn't lose. We'll get out there on our last 20%. It was still a 40-cent winner, but wow, Google elevation right now. Wow, the NASDAQ saying, hold my Caesar, as it goes right there to the upside one more time. There goes Google and all their friends. Nice upside play there for GOGL. Oh, someone asked, why do I trade one versus the other? I just prefer Google here because it has more volume. So there's Goog, and here, so Google was 17 million, there's 9 million shares. So one v the other, pretty much the exact same pricing and everything on both of these names. So you can go double check, 308.75, 308.40, 17 million shares, 9 million shares. So for us, obviously liquidity is king. So I choose you, Google, for that reason.
Yeah, so I'm watching this. I guess AAL here has a bit of a sell imbalance. So watching this one again, $11.08. So we'll see how this one kind of does. But it's the biggest one on my list here, kind of getting a little bit sold off. So in the direction of the imbalance that we're seeing. But 1.3 million. It's done 83 million on the day, so nothing that will really put a dent in it. But I do like to observe when things are kind of going in the direction of those imbalances to wait and see if you know, things will come into fruition there. So I'm definitely watching that as well as getting a little bit more involved with this HIMS here as we go into the final few minutes of the day. I did kind of add a little bit more on top of VWAP there. Might have been too aggressive down here in the 80s. That's where my average is kind of sitting there as well. But we'll see how this one comes into the close. We did attempt to push back above VWAP. VWAP I have at 26.10s, and we're kind of chopping around this 26 level here going into the final few minutes. So that's I'll watch this one into the close and make any sort of decision in the next few minutes there. Do you got anything going on there?
No, people are just saying UiPath was flying here, so maybe there was. I mean, I don't know, Adara, if there was a leak, I mean, I'm sure we would have heard. Yeah, I'm sure we would have heard about it. So here goes UiPath into the close, looking very UI here as it just goes right up to the upside. Like, what does that even mean? 1175 all the way to 1240 right now. So looks like a good trade happening on UI for everybody. Yeah.
Not seeing anything suggesting a leak.
All right, yeah, probably not. I mean, people just getting excited about it. UiPath again. You know, not every time this happens is something happened to be wrong with the stock. Here it goes. Let's just see. The market is also shooting up. I mean, Google's up $1, so there's that. Here's UiPath. Let's just go ahead and look. 27% short float, not the greatest. Well, great for the longs if you're looking for a squeeze out there. The last EPS, 16 cents, 15 cents, 11 cents. So they're definitely a profitable name right now, UiPath. I'm not sure why they're beat up so much over the last little while, but at the end end of the day, it's UiPath, and we're going to see their estimated EPS. Wow, they're looking for a big quarter, man. 26 cents. All we got was 16 last quarter. So we'll see if UiPath has something in store for traders there today after hours right now. Scheduled for 4, scheduled for 5 is the call. So UiPath today should be a very interesting look as we have that 27% short float for PATH, symbol P-A-T-H, making a move here at the end of the day. That's all that I'm doing with, man. Oh, I wanted to, before we went there, I wanted to quickly look at oil because, you know, that's been a talk of the town there. Are you still in HIMS?
Yeah, I still got a minute and 20
Look at you,
seconds.
man. Look at you, right into the close there. Okay, yeah, oil. I mean, not a super excited afternoon. We did have some dips there, some stories back. I can't even remember what they all were, but there's a move down for oil. Does not break VWAP, and you know, if anything, I would love to get back to trading this technically, but whatever I want doesn't really matter. You could see the stock right there. Someone asked us about, is it setting up like Oracle to tank? And I think both you and IPath said that we would wait for news.
Yes.
So
I think, yeah, some of the best trades today were kind of on even though a lot of that news was like a bit of a shake and bake, but some of the best trades off of some of those reports there. Definitely have to react to it. We know how it's been moving over the past few days. I definitely missed that, I guess, that flush down into 101s. That was pretty crazy. Again, looked like it was going to go through into prior days, close there as well. We'll go to Adara because we only got 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you guys know here, keep an eye on the market and potentially USO. Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. Embassy has warned Americans of potential attacks in Iraq. Back to you.
unbelievable there.
Waited the last 3 seconds.
Okay, good. You got out. I mean, again, HIMS would have enough liquidity.
Oh, yeah, even in the after hours. Like,
Yeah,
look, the spread is still a penny, even though, look, it pops back up to 26s. Yeah, that's fine. I was really like, you know what, going back at it, I'm just like, okay, I'm seeing it happen. I'm seeing some of the price action happen. Sure, it worked out. I'm speaking in retrospect, but like, I do have decisions that I made here at 26.20s right at VWAP. It holds VWAP in the end of the day. Definitely should be a lot more aggressive if I am convinced that this is going to be trading a little bit lower going into the close there. So, you know, pulling up that average a little bit higher. But, you know, we can take that small hit there of just, you know, less than 10 pennies. I was just like, all right, cool. Almost thought I didn't have it for a second, and then it started coming, and I'm like, all right, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
What's up, VWAP trader? How much? He asking a question, and then we got to go. All right, how much do you think? What do you think, Obi? How much do you think you need to make per year USD? Okay, we'll just convert it down to comfortably live in downtown Toronto. Well, I mean,
yeah, it really depends on how you like to live.
So many factors into there. I was going to say, are you have a family or not? I mean, I think, Joe, what is a apartment? Is $2,000? Oh, I'm living in Liberty Village somewhere. I don't know. Okay,
I mean,
so
rent has been going down.
Yeah.
You know, I'm watching the rental and the housing market in Toronto pretty closely over the past couple
I know
of months.
Sharif is
and
also.
Prices have been going down. You know, ideally, you know, I'd like to live a little.
I mean,
bit
Joe lives in
closer
some
to the
posh places, you know.
No, ideally, I just want to like get out of bed, roll out, and like be here.
All right, so let's go with $2,500 for a decent spot. And you're talking about like a 1-bedroom, maybe one plus den, something like that, maybe 2-bedroom if you're lucky. I don't know. I got a house, but and then also, so that'd be 2,500 Canadian. So you're looking at like 1,800 US, something like that. So about $2,000 US on rent. Food is probably just as expensive here as it is everywhere else. And then also, so that's $2,000 times 12, so that's $24,000 right there USD. Just in rent. Yep. Food, you guys know what that is. That's gonna be bad as well. Everything's more expensive here. Alcohol is super expensive here. You know, a 24 a beer is like $50 Canadian. It is. And so there's that kind of stuff going down. Unless you drink Budweiser, I guess, and maybe it's $40. But yeah, rents out. You have a Tesla too? No, that's you can sleep in the back anytime you want. I won't charge you anything. And then so that's about that. And then the other thing that you already mentioned here, which is really a kick, and those of you in California and you know in various parts in the States know about taxes. And right here, we're just talking about how expensive it would be to live in Toronto.
How much do you need to make a year to they didn't say comfortably, to live in Toronto? Hey, that number's all over the place, depending on how you live.
I was breaking it down. And then, so I was going to say, if you make $100,000 a year in Toronto, that's going to be Canadian. So you got to pay at least between probably 47% or so would be your melted in tax rate. You got to pay provincial tax. And so I would say you're probably going to pay 47. Let's just say you're going to pay 40 grand back to the government. So your take home is 60. 24 of that grossed up into Canadian. So 35,000 is rent. So if you make $100,000 a year, you have about 25,000 left over to buy your food and whatnot after that. So I would say you need at least $100,000 a year as a single person. And this is why I go back and forth with Neil all the time. This is why it's very, very hard. If you're trading at a prop floor, something like that, and you're trying to make a decent living, $100,000 a year would means you need to make about 10 grand more than, well, you're gonna need to make more. Let's just say you make 10 grand a month trading. That's an average of $500 a day. Most prop floors will pay you 50%, maybe a little more, maybe 60%. So even if you make 10 grand a month, right, which is $500 a day, you're only gonna be taking home about 60 grand, all right? So after you pay that tax, you pay all that, you cannot live downtown in Toronto if you make $500 a day as a prop trader, which is why I say when we hit those daily goals and things like that, and it's 9:45, it's 10 o'clock, it's 10:30, that's where you can put some of the money into your pocket, either lower your shares or figure it out, but keep some of that money. Did you win again on the roll up to rim, Randy? Probably. This guy's too much, man. Here's Neil's donut right here. All right, we're getting ready to rock and roll. I hope that helped answer some of your questions there. I think you need to make, more than six figures, but I think that's probably true for most places. Right? Right now, everything is super expensive. Clothing, anything you're talking about nowadays is just through the roof, and let alone if you have kids. Like we're a one-income family, and I have 3 kids. So it's a spicy meatball, needless to say, in the Katina household. But all right, another awesome show, man. Thank you so much to everybody for sticking around with us and letting us talk about that for the last 5 minutes. We could check out, did UiPath even come out now that we're a little, okay, 410, so not yet. UiPath on a path to victory there, up 8%.
That's the intraday? Wow, that's a run up into the close?
Yeah, man, we were just talking about this, remember? Yeah.
Well, I was,
no, just joking. Man. All right, great show today. We're back tomorrow. It is Thursday, so happy hump day to everybody, and get home safely. Give the ones you love a big hug, and we will see you guys tomorrow here, bright and early. It's 8 a.m. We're Trader TV Live. Thank you so much for all the updates today. Derek, glad to have Ramin back. Shout out to Fabian, Andre, Brendan, Joe, Sharif, and the rest of us, and see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Ciao.